Hello. I'm working on a new setup. Well, it's not really a new setup, but it will be when I play this game. But hello. I don't really have anything to say, I'm gonna be honest. We should probably, I'm just gonna play the damn game. And hopefully this all just works. Yeah, you know what I mean? Hopefully this here just asks me if I want to use save data. That's what I saw. It would be like, oh, do you want to use the save data? Like, sure. It worked. Yeah. Continue from where you left off by selecting load game. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, can I have some music? I need to see my levels. Oh, I guess you never watched.
I trust this will suffice.
God smiles upon the generous.
So there's no like opening thing. Badge. I thought there was gonna be like an opening thing. The hell is this? Definitely isn't loud enough. Oh, maybe this is the intro. Honestly, sick opening. I thought it was just gonna be anime music with anime in the back. I'm gonna turn it down a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Still should be perfect. I don't know the fucking difference. I don't know the difference.
What's happened?
What's happened? What's going on?
What now?
Why did Streamcord just post that I went live again? Chill, bro. Alright, forging bonds apparently. We got Gallica to 2, Rolls at 1, Falkenberg's at 1. We haven't gone to Maria. Alright, we gotta figure this out. Okay, so you have a morning time and a night time. If we prevent the day of calamity. Bro, I already forgot. Is this the day of calamity? Okay, so Flames Day is Monday. Is that Monday? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I guess. There's no weekends in this world. So apparently there's like 2 dungeons I can go to. There's like an optional dungeon and then... Christ, there's so many fucking... Oh, here we go. You can see the other travelers part. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I get that. Oh, no. So that's the operation. And this is the dungeon. Lewis's necromancer subordinate must be stopped. I need to discover Lewis's whereabouts as well. Who knows what could happen on the day of the prophesized calamity. Okay. Apparently I can hold this down and like surf. What the fuck is this shit? Okay. I need to check something. Hold on, I gotta check something on my TV. Hold on, chat. Oh, I don't want that. I want that. Okay, it's not bad. Spartan, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be being a wage. Yeah, thank you for the work, man. Enjoy. Hopefully work's not too bad for you. Can I jump in this? Oh, it's just like a skateboard. I probably just make you shoulder the burden of captaincy.
So?
Hopefully your shift doesn't go... The rest of your shift isn't too bad.
I see.
We'll go. I need to go sell shit. I mean, I know I can fast travel, but I should probably run the streets too a little bit.
You've been a lifesaver.
Oh, who are you? What up? What's the... I mean, I have.
I see.
Sure. Tolerance, okay. We got... I mean, that's good to have. Oh, wait, hold on.
Fair enough. You've been a lifesaver.
I want to do that, but...
Well, you're not getting off the hook for that.
Man, that's fucked up. That's fucked.
Hey!
Well, you're not getting off the hook for that.
Oh, it's that guy. Do I? I don't think I have any on me. I can go get some. Where's the damn store again? I think it's right. I think it's right up here, isn't it?
Unstinking believable.
Unstinking believable. Oh,
What is it you want?
oh, bro. I need a medicine herb. Thank you. so I can give it to that guy that's out there.
What can I do?
Oh, come off it.
Oh, come off it. Where the hell did he go? Did I go past him? Oh, wait, he's further down. There it is.
Hey!
Yeah, I know. Shut. I'm coming back to him. Kill.
Oh,
There you go,
You
brother.
saved me.
I got you, bro. Don't you worry, dog. I got you, brother. Alright, so I want...
that reminds me.
My party right now? Okay, thank God. So... Oldenburg's level 8. We gotta level her up a little bit. Alright. What kind? Okay, I could probably just
Hello
sell
there.
shit in here, right? We don't need that. Don't need those. Don't need that. Don't want that. Don't need those. I'm keeping my apple, dog. I like my apple. I'm gonna keep anything I get from a human. I'm keeping it. That's what I've decided. Okay, so we got a good amount of cash at all.
Now then.
Okay, what do we got? So that doesn't help anybody. I don't think. So that's for the Seeker, and I see. Whoa, chill, bro. That's probably for Seeker too. A Kindling Staff, that would help me. Iron Greatsword, I got the dragon one, so he doesn't really need that. Iron Lance would help her. Yeah, I don't have any punchy punches. I don't have a mace either. I'm not Brigitte. So I could just get the staff for me, because that's just a plus.
Yeah.
And we'll get her the lance. It buffs her. Shit. Don't want to buy the EP. Oh, I can't appraise them. Listen, what kind of stuff you got? Thanks, dog, for telling me about weapons. For telling me about the weapon.
What'll I do?
What I do? Alright. What kind of armor can we buy? What kind of armor can do I already have on? What does she have? Do I have anything I can help her with? So it has to be more than 75 for her for it to even matter.
What are you pining for?
Alright, buy. Okay, what do we got? So Iron Mail, well, okay. So 2250. Noble Tuxedo. All stats +1. Holy moly. Oh. So I kind of want to iron. So I need 6,900. Nice. And then. So I need like 9,000. If I want all this. Grand Jacket doesn't matter. I think I'm gonna Iron Mail for him.
Ooh.
Three-stream streak. Mad lad. The hell was I doing? Selling. I could sell the apple, but I'm holding on to this apple till I die. Oh, I guess I don't need the bastard swords anymore, do I? Well, maybe I need one. Okay, we'll sell one of these. I definitely don't need the rod either. So sell that.
Now then.
I don't know what the fuck I just sold. Oh, it's because it was on that.
Now then.
Dragons of Nation. Don't. Oh, okay, that's what I have equipped. That's what she has equipped. Oh, wait, what does she have equipped? Did I just sell what she had equipped by accident? Am I an idiot? Am I a dumbass? I mean, I am a dumbass.
What now?
Oh, I just never fucking equipped. He's got the indignation. So that's equipped. Okay, so strength +2. Oh, it's probably because I put... Well, that kind of makes sense. Can I even equip shit to her? Sure fucking can. Didn't I buy something for me? Oh, it's just the kindling stuff. Now I have 59 mag. Oh, oh. Okay, what am I pining for? I want that fucking coat. I want that coat. I mean, I want to see what purifying does to things. So I'm gonna keep the uniform just to see. That would help me, but I don't fucking want
it. Now then.
How fucking short am I? Oh, we're not selling the revival medicine. Definitely not selling the magma pills. Wait, we can just sell the ivory staff, I guess, huh?
Now then.
Oh, hey, I'm not short anymore.
Yeah.
Yes, I know I can sell my...
Now then.
What is
Alright, what do you gotta say? I need to tell you there's no wisdom in buying the first piece of armor that happens to be within your budget. Rule. Yeah, don't worry. I don't think I'm changing anybody's class right now. I think I got a good mix right now.
He says.
Alright, so we got that, we got that. I don't need to... Okay, so everybody's got weapons. I kind of want...
What can I do? Excuse me.
Why do you ask? Ah, part of a group working out people those whose tribal origins make them the target for harassment. Be used in cities other than Grand Shrad. Right now we're collecting funds. I got like 50 bucks on me, dog. Oh, I got enough. Fuck it, there you go.
Appreciate it. gonna be tough.
Eloquence. When can I go into the dungeons? Just during the day, or can I go? Hold on, I gotta look this up. I gotta look this up. Jesus fucking Christ, stop and chill. When can I go? I pray that I could. Oh, what time of day? Okay, dungeons can only be entered. Come on. Can only be entered during the afternoon. But how long is this gonna take? So this just gonna take me to daytime? Like, I'm so gonna fuck it, dude. We'll come back to this lady. Cause I wanna just go, I just wanna go get the dungeon done.
What can I do?
You know, I just wanna fucking, like in true Persona fashion. If I just get the dungeon done in 10 minutes, then I can just focus on everything.
Oh, you're not getting off the hook for that.
Wait, I do want to see how much does this guy give for mag? It's more favorable on days when the weather is bad.
Looking to sell, are you?
Mago gets a denser on days when the weather's bad. That means the worse the weather, the higher I'll pay. That's why more and more people only come by on days of bad weather. So it's 1 for 3. And it's not a shitty weather day. I don't think it's shitty weather. I assume that means like rain and shit. Actually, I don't have healers on me right now.
Oh, what'll I do?
Oh, camel feet.
Now, you know what? Fuck it, dude. Who needs healing? I'll just find shit in there and probably find a peddler. Or I won't. Where's Vulcan lady? No.
Stop that at once.
No, I'm gonna go on my Whoa, who are you? Who you want? Oh, is he the guy that?
Good
Oh,
option here.
okay. Yeah, what if I buy it?
You
How much? I heard that all Elda are anathema. The hell is that word? Anathema to the Sanctus. What medicine is it? The breath of fresh. The breath of fresh air. They sell it at the Saint.
I hope it's not too much trouble.
If so, let's give it a shot.
Alright, well, we got 5 left, so we get a rusted, wow, a whole rusted accessory. The harder the request, the greater the reward. Rewards for solving people's quests are not limited to just money or items. You can even unlock a new archetype. Okay. Don't cause that limits. I think we'll be good. I just need money. Alright. I'm gonna go around the streets right quick and get everything I need to get. Then we'll go in the dungeon. That's how I'm gonna play this.
Just can't stand it. What's it all got to do with us anyway? What on
Whoa. I'm fucking going, bro. What are you doing, bro? I'm skateboarding, dog.
Oh.
Grand, isn't it?
Dude, yeah, I've been over there. Dreams become a 5-star chef. Ah.
Now what am I to do?
Naughty or liars and cheats. So on, if not too much trouble. Sure. Help out with the cooking at the Hush Honeybee and report back what it was like. There are some high priority guests, so I'd like you to get back to me by June
Please,
9th.
if there's anything you can do.
Sure.
Thank you much.
Let's give it a shot.
Gotta get done by Rey Mysterio Day. Increases wisdom.
Come on.
What on earth are you doing?
Fool. Close your eye.
Meow.
What's happened?
Meow.
So that's what.
Caddy Elton.
Oh-ho!
Sure, but
Rare, do we need to make such a big deal? Something I have a history with them. As a boy, my parents would even tell me stories about fairies before bed.
I wonder.
How long is it gonna take? No, no, man, Oh wait, hold on, that won't take. Oh yeah. I thought it was like, man, I thought it was gonna not take all day for a second. I was excited. I'll be back.
But why?
I'll be back for a lot of these once.
Unstinking believable.
Hey, what up? Yeah, how did you know that? On a magic igniter shop, I do have some sway with the residents. No intention of turning you in. A job?
Yes.
Sure. Dangerous one. Prefer to work with someone who already understands how the world works. Too much risk otherwise. Alright. With a retort that demonstrates your royal virtues, you can gain the upper hand and win new supporters. Consider the type of role you like to be in. What up, Mito? Wait, what's kind of cringe? At least describe the job. Oh, I don't have the wisdom.
Farewell.
Right?
Me? Yeah. That's me. I'm cool. Alright, too much fucking talking right now. Holy shit, shut the fuck up.
Whatever will I do?
You're not getting off the hook for that.
Something up? Oh,
Absolutely
jeez.
not. Me too. What up, Mito?
Oh, you're not getting off the hook for that.
Whatever will I do? This I cannot fathom.
Already have it.
Cathedral.
Oh, I just noticed that she's hanging on my shoulder while I'm going. That's
You
adorable.
little bastard, you. Why, you little... I'm just incredulous.
The royal guard is not allowed.
Hang on a minute, you.
Fuck you.
The sacred brand. This I cannot fathom.
That body's still over there. Oh, it actually does look like. Is it decomposing still?
The Grand Cathedral, why? What is it? I can't believe. Can hardly believe such a
Oh, this
thing.
is all food.
Unstinking believable.
There's like nobody in here that needs anything done in the marketplace. All right. Guess I can't go that way. Let me go. Oh, what do you need,
stop
sir?
that at once.
Mausoleum.
Is this it?
Where does this take me? I don't even know where I'm going anymore.
Awful. Just awful.
Oh, this is just... Okay, this is just this. In a way. Okay, so this is just this way. Okay.
How can I
Meow.
But you're not getting off
I know I can fast travel, but I'm trying to fucking learn these streets a little bit.
Why?
What the hell is this? Oh, it's only at night. Okay.
You mean a lifesaver?
Now, how did I wind up?
So? True.
Let's go. Let's go to the catacombs, Cat.
Hey.
The Ariande's thread is for you if you ever... Oh! Sick. I think everybody's set the way I want them. Kinda wanna put her on warrior, but it is what it is.
Oh, definitely.
You good, bro? We gotta go kill some stuff.
Onward.
Then I don't need to talk to him. Fuck it.
Got it.
Let's just pop it, baby.
What do you think?
Let us hurry.
Oh, look at our fancy weapons now. Well, for the most part.
Hey,
No time to be feeling sorry. We got to take the opportunity, make sure that Greece's death
Yes.
wasn't in vain.
We're off.
Alright, chat, dungeon time. Let's go. That thing seems foreboding up there. Looks like I need to attack it. Or it's an ally. Oh, it's her from earlier.
What's going on here?
Oi.
Did someone get here before us? Of all the places.
You lot thought it was safe to come this way. This really isn't the time to pay your respects. No easy way to say it, but this place, I don't know, it ain't right. There's dead folk shambling about, and that's after I cleaned house. Don't say I didn't warn you, eh? I'm off then.
Wait, is it your intention to enter the Grand Cathedral?
How do you know it connects down here?
because we're the ones who cleared the path. But I assume we'll meet more resistance inside.
True.
I beg your pardon, but are you not injured? Shouldn't you consider turning back?
Oh, I'm sorry, boss. Did I need your permission?
Ah.
I've got my own reasons.
At the very least, you need to stop and get those wounds treated.
Yeah.
Can't do that. My friend's trapped in there. And the soldier that went in to rescue her hasn't come back. I can't just sit and do nothing.
Then we will rescue her.
Hey, wait! Before you go making promises like that.
Well, if she ain't
No,
dead.
now that we know about this, we must act to save these people.
We were going in anyway.
What's your game exactly?
We simply won't stand by and let someone in your condition walk into peril.
I don't believe you. You're hiding something. Some other reason you're willing to help a Parapus.
Believe what you like, but we're going to the top of the cathedral regardless. Is it not the wiser course to let us do as we've promised than to risk your life charging ahead?
Gonna be more
Fine.
wise.
Even I can see sense in
I
that.
don't know.
My friend's a Parapus girl, about my age, with a yellow flower pin in her black hair. You'll know her when you see her. If you bring her back safe, I'll repay you. I swear.
This one's important.
The purpose will be 5,000. Need that money.
Oh, come on.
Alright, let's go. I save here.
What now?
Of course not. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's go, chat. Into the mausoleum. The catacomb.
This is bad. They're onto us. My archetype's abilities feel stronger.
I shorted the first. Oh, where are we already running into? Oh, they're dead.
All right.
Getting able to do that, I thought it doesn't look like there's anyone patrolling the area. Quite a less resistance, but not this. Have they not enough soldiers?
Oh well.
In any case, works out better for us. Capturing that necromancer isn't our only goal. Hostages while the security's lax. Let's check out what's inside.
Strange.
Dead as hell, bro. What the hell is that, man?
This is bad. They're onto us.
We can't get sloppy.
First move's ours.
Blue.
Are you prepared?
If I know anything about blue, it's probably not weak to fire.
Let's stay calm.
If I know anything about blue, blue is water. And water's weak to electricity.
Is everyone up? Oh, power of heroes! No.
I just need that. She needs a big smack. She needs to get a move though. Oh, they run away.
Remain steadfast.
Oh.
Some
There they
foes
are.
still draw breath.
Right there. Charging in. Here we go.
Fuck, I
Fight
didn't
for my
crit.
own justice.
Hey, big boys.
No holding back. I'll cut you down. 2 remaining.
Oh, big crit,
Baby.
baby. I get more out of my fire. Let's find out.
It's not over yet.
Not now. Right there!
I can't afford to hold back. Are you prepared?
Man, I don't even think I need to
Hack
use
and
the slash,
slash.
but... Dude, double crit? This dude's crazy right now.
What a finale!
Whoa, what is this new screen? Oh shit, look at him walking.
There's no way I'm stopping here.
New EXP screen. That's cool as hell.
That'll do.
Oh, level up for Strahl too. Sick.
I admit, it feels good to get stronger.
Strength. Hell yeah. Just
I
what
think
he
we got
needs.
them all. We'll be safe for a while.
Boink. A rusted long arm. That's what she said.
Hey! Great find. Keep
Go
it.
in there. Expensive medicine. We can go in there in a second.
I see the enemy.
Hello, Mr. Dog.
Time for some close combat. We can't get sloppy.
You face the knight
But
errant
still,
Halkendar.
don't let your guard down.
Oh, it's just one.
Let's stay calm. Still here?
Observe the end. Take this!
Looks like that's all of them. Great
did it.
job, everybody.
Job.
Satisfactory.
Hey, do you learn anything at 4?
Our foes are not vanquished. Be on your guard.
There they are.
We've been spotted.
Charging in. Come on.
Nice. You're gaining strength.
You see enough. Alright, let's find out what's behind this door right now. Oh, this is just the chill spot, isn't it?
This place.
Oh, this place
If
is
so.
nice. Traveling between the hollows, Gallican could transport you from one Magla hollow to another. Ah, okay, that's pretty good.
Then...
We're just gonna save right quick. We just gonna save right quick, brother. Let's resume
Let's go.
exploring this here dungeon. So I see the white light on a door. That mean this guy respawns? It does.
There they are. All right. How's that?
Yeah!
Oh, I didn't
We'll
quite
hold
get
our
it.
ground.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Are you prepared? Hack and slash.
Roll, you gotta aim better than that.
I will
You
fight
gotta
with pride.
fucking be eating my asshole, dude.
Me! Burn! Two remaining.
One for the
I
captain.
stand
Let's
ready.
keep it going.
Oh, power of heroes!
Alright, take the hits for us. Be a real dick and over this.
This is nothing.
Alright, can you,
I call upon
can you
royal
hit this
power
time?
within. I'll cut you
Can you
down.
Got one.
Thank you.
I'll show you the.
Great job, Roll.
I want to use
Nice.
Blizzard now. I broke Weed Cord. I don't think I did, bro. I think Weed
What
Cord's
a
probably just
finale.
down.
Keep your energy up, everyone.
Oh,
We've done it.
we've done it.
Our foes have fallen. We are safe
Alright, let's
for
go.
the time being.
Perfect. Oh no. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. What the hell are these guys?
The thing is,
Supposed to do about it? Can't use the lift. Had to use the endless stairs. Keys on the desk.
that reminds me. Leave me be.
Obviously to stop the state army. Oh.
Absurd.
Friends of ours must be nice to be so superior. Ah. Ah.
Hey,
The rank of a soldier in Lewis's private army is signified by the color of the uniform. Those in uniforms bearing colors are common soldiers. Lead have pure white and are thusly called white clads.
Fair.
Oh, wait, sure. Let's do it.
all right.
Alright, gotta deal with a bunch of doggos.
Let's hurry.
Yeah, he dead as hell. Alright, what's in here? Okay, never mind.
Oi!
Boy!
Please.
Hurry.
Quit yelling.
We're off.
Help.
I see the enemy.
Come on!
Very impressive.
Amazing. Great moves back there.
Let's push through!
We won't lose this
Let the
fight.
battle begin.
Ooh, horse shit.
No holding back. Hack and slash. Two remaining.
Let's stay
Roll
calm.
always comes through.
Fire!
Alright, we should be good.
Stay sharp!
Yes.
It's not
Is
over
everyone
yet.
all right? Took one down.
I see you! Ah!
Okay, we're definitely good if we got the crits on our
Smooth
side.
finish.
Good
Great
shit.
work, everyone.
I mean, sometimes
Wish
you just
every
do
fight was
it,
that
baby.
easy,
And
eh?
level up to 9 for
I shall strive to
Hulkenberg.
use this power wisely.
Strength and luck.
Huh. What?
Get him.
Yeesh.
Can I just hit him? Oh.
Hey,
What was that?
Oh no, my hand. Whatever will I do?
warrior. I'll cut you down. Three remaining.
I will Let's go! Freeze!
I think we'll be fine.
Just two left!
Keep it up.
Sworn oath of knight. Right there!
Now, what's the play? Warrior. Last one.
Let's end
Not
this.
bad, if I say so myself.
How's that?
Of course, he's fucking weak to win.
Here it comes.
Hit hard. Give it up already.
Man, he's hitting hard as shit, bro.
Lightning!
Let's get this over with.
Comrades, Lend me your strength.
Actually, no,
Not this skill.
I can do this.
Take this.
I need to.
In the name of justice. Hack and
Or
slash.
attempt to.
We die hard. We
This
out.
motherfucker.
Captain's hurt
Well,
bad.
aren't you a dick? Am I dead? I'm dead.
I'm sorry. Don't suppose I could talk you down.
Help him back up.
God fucking damn it, dude. What a prick.
This should help.
Stroll's not anymore.
What a
Someone kill him.
I shall vanquish evil.
fine. What a dick. Being able to hit everybody in this economy. In this economy.
Come on.
What now?
I'm not gonna click that. I'm gonna hover it, and if it lets me know. Is Pittman ever done for the fucking year? Thought he was just like out for this week or something.
Nice.
What fucking charm
now?
did I just get? Agility +3. What do I have? Yeah, why can't I see my quick? Okay, so that's for wind. I'd do anything endurance +3. I mean, might as well put the. Supposed to be on IR with the back. Or somebody just fucking reported it wrong. Am I about to get swooped on?
We're so lucky.
Gamblers Pool.
What now?
I need wind. Kinda want luck, baby. I'll put wind back on later. I'm never using it because it's like double the MP anyway. Until these dumbass dogs are weak to wind. Kinda suck. Put an item over the weak dogs. Whoa, 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 brother. Whoa.
There are enemies around. Watch your step.
I see the enemy. We can't get sloppy.
There's a lot of them.
Okay. We can probably do this. Doesn't this hit everybody?
Hold nothing back.
Oh, I
I'll
earned
cut
it,
you
bro.
down.
Oh,
Okay, I don't
damn.
think there's any more backup coming. Let's keep moving.
Holy moly, that was a lot of
Next one will fall
damage.
just as easy.
Satisfactory.
Oh, rank up for both of their archetypes
Nice.
too.
I can get used to
new
this.
skill slicer deals weak physical slash damage to one. Oh, it's beautiful,
New
baby.
means of protection.
Oh, we got first aid. Hell, we're in there, baby. Hell yeah. We're back in it.
That should do
That
it.
kill him too.
Great find. Keep it.
Apprentice's mace. Did I just buy that?
No.
No, that's the mace that I didn't buy because I couldn't use it. That's sick to have though. This motherfucker.
Come on!
Amazing. Great moves back there.
There they are. All right,
How's that? We cannot avoid this fight.
Can't I
Stand ready.
fucking
I see the enemy.
zoop in?
Hey!
Time for some close.
Thanks. Not let me zoop around.
If you see a use for it, I say take it with you.
Rusted armor. Y'all, I'll go over to y'all in a second.
Right there.
Come on.
Amazing! Great moves back there.
I see the enemy. Charging in. Forward. All right. How's that? Come on.
Hey, good one.
Watch out! We've been spotted!
By who? Where? When? Why and how?
I bet we'll find a use for that.
Don't you ever tell me that I've been
There they are.
spotted.
All right. How's that?
Brilliant.
Can't go there. What the fuck? Oh, this is like a sneak. Oh, you can sneak up on the doggos there. Okay, I see what. Okay, I see the path here. I see the path here. Alright, this locked too. Oh, and it's locked. Doesn't fucking matter. What the fuck is that door here? Alright, so we got that. We got that. Is that everything in here? Got a doggo now.
What now?
Kill you. Kill. Sick. I guess we can hit the doggos in the back and then the wolvies in the front.
Let's push through. Hey, up.
This could be
There
our
we
chance.
go.
Forward.
Now get
Oh,
ready.
wait. I mean, I could hit all of them.
I call upon royal power within.
With one enemy to them. If I'm only going one at a time.
I'll cut you down. Right, let's keep this up.
Let's stay calm.
Always comes through.
By this power.
That's the sworn oath of knighthood. Right there.
It's almost decided
In
for
the name
Beth
of
handle.
justice. Are you prepared?
Oh, you didn't have to crit the boy. Holy
What
moly.
a finale! Keep your
Didn't have
energy
to
up,
crit him.
everyone.
They chose the wrong
Not
opponent.
bad.
Hey, level 11 and rank up.
Not bad at all.
Block up! I get 2? I get 2?
Right there. Time for some close.
Our enemies.
Okay, let's give this all we've got.
Now get in there and finish him off.
After me.
Don't worry, guys. We got
Strike
this.
true.
I'll cut you down. Moment of truth.
You're right
I will
through
fight
them.
with pride.
You've got serious skills, Stroll.
Hey,
Fire.
it doesn't matter. I don't know what the
You remain. Is everyone all right?
Took one down.
Crit?
Right there. Stay focused.
Oh,
That's it, Hulkenberg.
Only one left. Finish them off and we're clear.
easy clap.
Woo, not too shabby. Let's keep
Oh,
this up,
good
everyone.
experience too.
Even easier than expected.
Good.
It actually was. And rank 6 for
We're still
knight.
some foes around. Don't
There they are.
Forward. Dad.
Why did that? Oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay.
Oh, please.
That's fine. That's fine. Are y'all really making me do this again?
After me.
Strike true.
Hack and slash. Right, let's keep this up.
Two crits. Holy
You've got
moly.
serious skills, Stroll.
I won't hold back.
Oh, well, I think we're fine now.
Burn.
I mean, unless they dodge.
Let's finish
One
this.
for the captain.
Sworn
Keep
oath
it
of
going.
knighthood. Huh, Take this. They yet cling to life.
Now, what's the play? Let's get on with it.
I don't want to get smashed.
I'll cut you down.
So we're just gonna double up on you.
Looks like that's all of them. Great job, everybody.
Well, that could have gone worse.
I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
What now?
I need a farm now, dog. I'm dying. Need to do some farming, but everything's too strong.
Right there.
Oh my.
Alright, how's that?
Nice work.
Okay, what do we got here?
I imagine that would be of
Ooh,
use.
another thread. What are you doing?
I see the end.
Little guy,
nice
you.
work.
Little fella, you. Oh god, man, if this is a fight.
What now?
Bro, I don't want to scroll through all this every time. Well, I mean, I guess I could use 2 of them. This seemed like an important spot, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, that's the endless stairs he was talking about. Okay, so there's a room somewhere that has a desk with a key. So this is the lift, I guess. Oh no. Oh no. Look at the edge, Chad, that you were now seeing. Is there anything hidden in here? Nothing hidden under the stairs.
Wait.
Man, I didn't see a desk nowhere, dog. I'm gonna be honest. Did I just reset all the stupid fucking dogs? That would be a shame. Okay. So was it just on that fucking desk with the guy we beat? Maybe it was just there, and I'm just an idiot.
Right there.
We're charging in. Stand ready.
I can feel my power growing.
There they are.
I think they see us.
I see the enemy.
That should come in handy. Pocket it.
You big guy.
Oh, I think they see us.
Oh, they don't.
There they are.
Oh god. Oh,
Nice.
I'm an idiot.
Let's go.
Meow.
I see the enemy.
Motherfucker.
We'll hold our ground.
Man, that fucking dog's a prick.
It's okay. We can do this. Take this. Still here?
Is everyone? They read my
Oh.
Put yourself together.
Dumb.
Is that all?
Dumbass.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
Our foes are not vanquished. Be on your
Right
guard.
there. Come on.
Such skill.
Meow. Oh. Meow.
Please. Yeah.
Chill, bro.
Onward.
Y'all good now?
Thank you. No.
It's terrible.
Let's hurry. Now then.
We are in your debt.
Hey,
Yeah, you got a girl out front waiting for you. Oh, no.
Damn it.
He was rallying behind the wounded until the last.
Sorry.
Aw, big Sag, dude.
Look at her ears. She's a Parapus.
Hey, wait!
4 papyruses.
Sorry I'm late.
We cradle her friends in our arms, whispering the words "I'm sorry" to her over and over.
Thanks. Guess I ought to come clean. I tried, I really did. I couldn't just stand around. And you lot cleared the path so well besides. So
Yeah, we did.
this is all I have right now, but...
Thanks, dog.
Give me a little time, would ya? I've got a bounty I'm after that'll be paying big.
This is
more than
plenty, dog.
What?
You were down here
You
anyway.
joking? You only helped me because you recognised me, yeah?
Bitch, I don't know who the fuck you
You
are.
really don't know? I'm Katharina, the bounty hunter.
Katharina.
And you just helped a Parapus without expecting anything in return? Doesn't that just take the cake?
I mean, that's how it be, dog.
Why are you so surprised?
Yeah.
You're asking me why? Now I know you're daft. I'll tell you though, I gave her that hair clip. Gift to say congrats for getting hired under some rich baron. Things went belly up and she got that baron to safety, but didn't make it out herself. And when he heard the
That's how
news,
it works.
do you know what he did?
He didn't care. Yeah.
He laughed. Said even a Parapus could be useful once in a while.
Some people are terrible.
Isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I thought so too. A world like that. I'd tear it down with my own 2 hands if I could. People are suffering. And all these bastards can do is shrug and carry on.
I couldn't have said it better.
Right. I can see as much in your eyes. Matter of fact, I see a lot in your eyes. You're cutting a path. And it's no small prize you're after.
Yeah, we gotta go Lewis.
I don't know if we'll cross paths like this again, but if you're ever in trouble, I'll be there.
Just join the party.
That's a
Long-eared,
promise.
pink-haired eared fox lady. I can sense Katharina's righteous bond that we're about to bond.
The loyal hunter, Katharina.
Oh, we
Within her
can
dwells
punch
the
now,
virtue of the
baby.
brawler.
Oh, we
Nurture thy
punching.
bond with her, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
Yo, I'm earning all these fucking
Here we go,
trophies
then.
from the
Let's see which of us changes the world first.
that I should have got 7 hours ago. You can now study the brawler. It's not on the hands. This is crazy. Why is it on the dick? I can sense a heroic embodiment of the brawler. You can now study the brawler in academia. Try seeing what new powers await you.
Now, I'm gonna take this poor girl home. Catch you later. If we can both stay alive that long.
You're too well designed to just randomly die.
Got it.
Pushing forward.
Stay present and...
Now we
Alright,
got
look at that.
Exorcist Knuckles. Knuckles used by a saint to fight back against the dark. Bro, man, I need somebody to use it. Oh, look, it's the plateau. Hey.
Isn't that?
By petting the Mirage of Moore's pet cat, you can save your product. Oh, it's beautiful. You must prepare yourself in academia or return to the dungeon.
What do you think?
Let's save. I mean, we're gonna continue onward. I'm pretty fine. Aww.
Let's hurry.
Alright, thanks, Plateau. Yeah, Q to you. You motherfuckers better not respawn. What am I saying? It's this game. They probably respawned. They didn't. Maybe those did. They didn't either. Alright. Pretty sure I got everything. There's that blocked door that doesn't really lead anywhere. Alright, let's head up these long ass stairs.
Hey.
How far we climbed, it feels like this goes on forever. We haven't gone anywhere, dog.
Come on.
They have to make it so tall in the first place. Fair enough.
Well,
probably want to show the kingdom already belonged to Sanctism. States, armies, authorities, all in name only.
I suppose.
Frankly, I feel the same. The powers that be do not extend their hand to the weak. True! Likewise, see men like Luis doing as they please.
Hey!
We'll just have to wait till after we've gotten the necromancer. We'll deal with him first.
huh?
No.
Hurry and get to the top. On it, boss. Okay, thank God. I thought they were gonna make us listen to idle chit chat the whole way. Never want to say, well,
However,
you wait for us to have to run back down. Yeah, we'll find something. Enemy will be keeping watch over it, so our first order of business is to search this place.
Hey!
Yeah.
Hmm?
Something's amiss.
What?
Why can't it be a mister? Alright, what do we got? What's happening in here? Oh, I'm sure this is going well, whatever this is, with all these dead bodies.
What was that?
Attacked by corpses.
Oi!
Oh, oi!
Stop!
Hurry and barricade the door. Well, I want that item, so we're going in to steal his heart.
Huh.
So what's it, a bunch of fucking skeletons? Oh, sick door that I can save, even though I just saved. But now we can go between. Oh, this is so you don't have to take the fucking
Here.
stairs every time. That makes sense. That makes sense. Resume exploration. She didn't even sit down, dog. Oh, before we go in there. Oh, we need somebody's key. Okay, so they're barricaded. Thick artwork. Oh, hey, friendos.
This is...
Oh, look at that. We got some zombos.
However.
No way.
Well, let's go.
Damn it.
Stay on guard.
Okay.
There they are.
Okay, pal. I'm okay.
Only a flesh wound.
Can you stop biting him?
The captain's anxiety is overwhelming him. We can't let him get hit.
Oh, shit. Mine is?
After me.
Oh, fish. Can't let him get hit. On it then, boss.
Strike true.
Back him.
Hack and slash. They die hard.
Fuck.
Maybe we can't do this.
No. We'll be fine. We just need to kill one of them.
That's one for the captain. Let's keep it going. Captain's fighting his anxiety and they're targeting him.
Stop biting me.
This is nothing.
Only
Stop
2
biting.
left. Stay sharp.
You should just kill him.
Never got one.
I shall
Who's
fight.
next?
Listen.
And that's that. Victory's out.
That was easy enough.
Satisfactory.
Oh, the double level, baby. Level 10 for
I shall
Hulkenberg.
rise to the occasion.
Alright, well, at least you
I
got
shall
endurance
strive
out of
to
it.
use this power wisely.
Alright, at least you got endurance out of it.
What now?
Oh. Okay, this man. Oh wait, hold on. I never checked around out of here. They just kind of funneled me inside. Maybe there's something sitting here. Just in case. Just in case. Now we know there's nothing. Left or right, or left or right. Go left.
Oi!
Okay, should have gone right, it looks like. Can't get a hold of him. What do you
in
do?
the blazes?
I don't want to die if someone
So
saved me.
apparently,
I see the enemy. Let's push through!
All right.
We have the edge.
Let's strike first. Now get in there. Finish him.
they die hard.
I will fight with pride. Take this! Just two
Got
left!
him.
I
Nice
stand
going,
ready.
Captain.
Behold, we stand together.
Oh, so you have to
Perhaps
have
not
two.
this.
Interesting.
Knight!
So you have to have
You
two.
dare.
Okay. Oh yeah, they're stunned. I'm an idiot. I'm a dumbass.
I shall vanquish evil. Hack and slash. One
Got
left.
one.
I'll show you the essence of Vida's power. Fire!
Fire burns flesh, right? Yeah, it sure does.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
Is that everybody in here, or do I need to be wary?
Don't get too
Right
relaxed.
there.
These monsters are relentless.
Come on! Okay, let's give this all we've got.
Fell swoop.
I call upon royal power within. Two remaining.
Let's stay calm.
Always
If I
come
say so
through.
myself.
Do I have a team up?
Come forth, royal soul. Burn!
Alright, maybe she'll do enough. I don't know.
Is everyone all right?
Pull it down.
He's stunned, so okay, not
Okay,
bad.
I don't think there's any more backup
And
coming.
some unscathed
moving.
triumph, a baby.
Let us carry this fortune onward.
Hey, rank up for mage. That everybody?
Nice find. Looks like it could be useful.
There's some sort of motherfucker in here. I can hear him fucking moaning, dog.
Oh, I think
Whoa, whoa,
they
whoa, whoa,
see
whoa,
us.
whoa.
I see the enemy. Time for some close combat. Let's give them a fight.
Let's take them all out.
Quick, everyone.
No
go.
holding back. Two remaining.
It's okay.
Always come through.
Fire!
Okay,
Just one
Watch
left.
for the captain.
Observe the enemy.
Keep it going.
this shouldn't kill this
May yet
time.
cling to life.
I shall fight as the...
That other one stay
Okay,
alive.
I don't think there's any more backup coming. Let's keep
Noble scripture, that's some cash, baby. The
There
cash.
is still danger here.
There they are.
Stay vigilant.
Forward! Let's push through!
Oh, I didn't
Brace
notice.
yourselves.
That's not good.
Only a flesh wound.
Okay, that could.
Let's do this.
Go!
Smack 'em hard, 2 to 4, baby.
Hack and
Let's
slash.
go.
One
Joel
left.
took one out.
I will fight with
If I
pride.
say so myself.
I can kill the punch, right?
Don't get sloppy, Captain.
Huh, take this!
And that's that. Victory's ours.
It's only the natural
Never
outcome.
say things out loud.
Looks like we're safe for now.
The fuck is the point of this room? There's not even fucking anything in here. If I can steal some candles.
Right there. Come on!
I'll give it my all.
Whoa, whoa!
Let's do this!
Strike true!
Okay, I don't think there's any more backup coming. Let's keep moving.
Good. Tista.
Hey, rank up of knights.
I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
Oh, there's actually something.
Nice find.
Life
Looks like it could be useful.
saving medicine.
What now?
I don't want to use these, but that's where we're at.
I see the enemy.
All right. How's that?
They're down. Now's our
No.
chance.
Cat.
Man, okay, so I can't quite kill his ass. He's still gonna follow me? Dude, look at him go!
We've scattered them. Our efforts were not in vain.
There they are.
Push through.
They're out cold! Attack now and finish it!
Okay, I don't think I'm getting through that guy. I'm gonna be honest. He's got too much armor. Maybe if I was like punching him.
I see the enemy.
How's that?
They're on the defensive. Get them!
Come on. Our enemies are down. Let us settle this.
Jump on
and
them.
we'll win this.
Everyone, let's go!
Let's stay calm.
Take this! By the sworn oath of knighthood. Right there! Let nothing stop you!
We're all
Bert's got
counting on
this
you.
handled. Only 2 enemies left. Stay sharp.
Warrior! Hack and slash!
Ba, 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 ba,
Show you the
ba,
essence of
ba,
truth.
ba, 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 ba.
You won't hold back!
Man, I really wish I had level 2 of this shit so I could hit more than one. I'll
Smooth
tell you
finish.
what.
Great work, everyone.
I'll tell you what.
I think that's all of them.
Oh, I didn't even go in here, did I? There are 3 motherfuckers in here.
All right. How's that?
Good one.
Come on. Let's push through.
Great moves back there.
Alright. Free MP, love to see it. Wait, there's another. Did I miss a door? Oh, it's that blocked one. Oh. Wait, how the fuck I get in there? I guess we'll find out, huh?
There they are.
All right. How's that?
I'll give it my all.
We have the edge.
I call upon royal power within!
I
and
call
slash.
upon royal power within.
Double
Great
fight with
job,
pride. Let's
Skull.
go. Fire. Stay sharp.
Got him.
It's not over
Where
yet.
you going,
enemy.
Captain?
Right there. Worthy foe after
I shall
all.
fight as the noble I am. No holding back!
I don't think a punchy punch will kill, unfortunately.
Whew, not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
We be unscathed,
There's no way I'm
baby.
stopping here.
Careful, we've got company.
Right there. Charging in. Time for some closing. Forward.
Good one!
A preemptive
This could be our
Fall down
chance.
and no smoke.
I want to kill this thing.
I shall vanquish evil. Hack and
We're
slash.
killing it this time.
It's okay.
Or we're gonna
Fight
attempt
is
to kill it
power.
at least.
Burn.
You hit their weakness.
Is everyone all right?
That's your opening, Captain.
Right there. Still standing, I
I
see.
can't afford. Are you prepared?
Oh, crit. Okay, he didn't need a crit, but
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
one. Oh, the good
Wish
experience, the
every
good
fight was
A
that easy, eh?
experience. We like that archetype experience out of that.
Don't let your guard down. There's more of them.
Yeah.
Ah,
Are you guys dead or alive dead? Okay, is there? Oh, there's a whole bunch of them in here. Oh, it's a bunch of teeth.
let's push through.
Amazing.
All right,
Great
how's that?
back there.
Gilded cutlery. We got some money. Well, that egg is going. Chill, bro.
There they are.
Charging in. Come on.
Right in the weak spot. Good job.
I hit him from behind. Poor shit.
They must have lost sight of us. We can relax.
I know how far down he runs.
I see the enemy.
Forward. Let's push through.
Do it again.
I'm about to fucking
Give it my
say.
all.
Oh, you got buddies with you. They're all stunned. I still don't.
Warrior.
I'm definitely more worried
I'll
about
cut you
him
down.
right this second.
The end's in sight!
I will fight with
always
pride.
come
Come
through.
forth, royal soul.
No, you're weak to fire.
Observe the enemy.
Or no, the other way. And I'm an idiot.
With blade in hand. Strike me if you dare.
Wait, what am I doing? They're stunned. I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm dumb. I will be fine.
I shall vanquish evil.
I'm a dumb.
It's okay.
Always come through.
Are you weak to Blizzard, Mr. Ed?
Is everyone all right? Let justice prevail.
Crit?
Right there.
That's not
I
a
shall
crit.
fight. I call
Dude,
upon
this
royal
motherfucker's
power
been
within.
stunned for about
Hack and
8,000
slash.
years now.
Not done yet.
Yikes! Here comes the counter.
Oh, that's it?
I won't hold back.
You weak to electricity?
Still up.
Only one
Observe
left.
the enemy.
Finish them
Like
off.
this.
We're clear.
Still standing, I
I
see.
can't afford to hold back.
Please just kill the egg. The egg must go down.
Okay, I don't think there's any more backup coming.
Not
Keep
bad,
moving.
if I say so
Hey,
myself.
rank up for the warrior. Do you learn anything for that?
That'll do it.
Huh. Is there anything down in here? I get jumped by anything? Sick. Alright, what do we got in the bed?
Nice. I bet we'll find a use for
Mundane
that.
threads. Then,
Ah,
oh. Whoa, who the fuck are you? Dying monk. Your state army
sorry.
finally come. Don't let plague you, such fate. Soldiers attack this face to his divine punishment. I never expect that enemy at my end at the hands of the dead. Soldier who stabbed me, I believe he passed away.
Great find. Keep it.
Ailments absolution. Oh, those motherfuckers respawned. Man, how do you get in that one room? Can I like punch it out of the way if I was the punchy class? Can I just clear it out of the way with an attack? No. Oh, that motherfucker right there.
Right there.
all right. How's that? They are.
Act fast.
Looks like a fucking
Win this.
Let's
Tougher than I
go.
thought.
Let's stay calm.
Last one.
Got him.
Is everyone all right?
Captain.
Right there.
I'm sick of this guy not being
Woo, not too shabby.
double
Let's keep
undead.
this up, everyone.
Undead. Dead undead. Huh. I don't want to deal with them. We can stay. Okay, what's down? Well, that item seems important. Not really, it's just shiny and I want it. Oh, there's a sick doggo we can kill though.
I see the enemy.
EMC.
Right there.
We cannot
Charging
avoid
in.
this fight. Stand ready.
Are there any more? Oh, man.
I see the enemy.
I heard his
Push
pitter
through.
pat.
Yeah, nice work.
Well, that seems like a fight in here. Oh.
I don't like this.
Well, I want to go in. This is bullshit. So can I go in there if I go up top, maybe? I need to find a damn key. Oh, you can chase me for a big guy.
they saw us.
Cutting around. Gonna come alive? No. So there's no
Looks
other.
like we lost him.
There's no other entrance. Yeah, God, I would hope we fucking lost him. Ran across the fucking map. Hey, can you fucking zombie stumble back down those stairs so you don't see me again, please? Thank you. Dumbass. Y'all are gonna come alive. Whoa, hey, it's one of those things. Can't believe they killed all the soldiers and there's one of those damn pods. Demonic flower. Uh-oh. Oh, baby, it's the Bone Boys. It's the Boner Patrol. Trans crystals have the power to attract enemies approaching a trans crystal will cut to some new enemies still broken. Try to prioritize.
Let's do it.
Okay.
There they are.
All right. Let's push through. Come on. All right. Avoid that. Let's push through.
We got rid of the crystal. Great job.
Alright, well that worked out pretty easy. You know what the... Oh, this is the
That
door
might be
that
of use later.
fucking... Alright, now you don't have to run all the way around. That's sick. We don't have a key for this yet, do we? We don't. Oh, actually, hold on. I need to check something.
What now?
Okay, she's up front. I assume that's where Knight needs to be. Are you guys gonna come alive?
Right there.
All right. How's that?
Right.
Let's settle this quick.
No holding back.
I could probably just straight
Some
attack
light always
everything,
comes
honestly.
through.
Take this.
By the sworn.
Right there. Stay focused.
We're all
Hulkenberg's got
counting
this
on you.
handled.
I'll show you the. Still here?
I step up. Take this.
Looks like that's all of them. Great job, everybody.
I'm almost at level 12.
That was the last of them.
Oh, motherfuck me, another one of those. Well. Oh, that's good.
Nice. I bet we'll find a use for that.
Hey.
I see the enemy.
Let's push through. All right. Come on. Let's push through.
Time for some close calls.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
And
I don't know
that's
what's
the
still
end of
attacking. Whoa, oh, that's a lot of those motherfuckers. Whoa, chill, bro. I'm out of your line of sight. Chill, bro. Bro, I'm out of your line of sight, bro. Get the
We've
fuck out
scattered
of
them.
here.
Our efforts were not in vain.
Dumbass. Alright, so I want that item. Honestly, I'd rather fight them all at once.
If it's useful, I say grab it.
Oh god. Oh god, there's an egg on each side.
Right there. All right. How's that?
Staying alive isn't a contest. Heal if you need to.
Wait, that killed him? Wait, what? Am I killing him now?
We got this. We
I see the enemy. Come on! Forward! Time for some close combat.
Oh, egg, chill, bro, No, stop it. Where's he at?
There they are.
Motherfucker, I thought he turned around. Uh-oh.
badly wounded. Can anyone heal him?
We might die.
Captain's hurt bad.
Still fight.
Let's get him some healing.
Can I run? How the fuck do you run? Oh, no.
I'm not out of this yet.
Retreat!
Our foes are not vanquished. Be on your guard.
Yeah, I can. Thank you.
What now?
Well, I could have gone worse. Is there a fucking door over this? Can I go in that door without egg ass?
Great find. Keep it.
The door on the fucking other side too. That motherfucker see me again. Like, can you go back to the other side? Find out.
I see the enemy.
The teeth! The teeth! Son of an asshole, dude. Turn around. Oh my god, you egg. He totally doesn't see me. We're just gonna skulk behind him and then we can go in the door. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, he doesn't see anything. He's an idiot. Okay, so we gotta go in the, we gotta go in the other door. Oh my god. Nice fucking camera. We gotta go in the other door.
Oh, they saw us.
No, they didn't. It's fine. Oh. I don't think he can fit in the door. It's fine. Why this happened? Looked up to Lord Lewis. Finally joined his army. What do you want? Not like it matters. I'm not obligated to catch intruders anymore. What happened to the hostage? No one in this force survived. I'm sure you've seen the carnage. We captured them first, but they ultimately ended up being our downfall. Nothing matters. No one's gonna help. For the comrades. The dead suddenly started attacking, then my comrades all died in the blink of an eye. We're just lowly soldiers, disposable pawns to them. Nothing matters. We want to go up. There's a door along the hallway, exit through the storage room, and you'll be able to make your way upstairs. All this chaos, and then Watt didn't even bother extending it. Here's the key, go Acres. Obviously.
Right.
Sorry, brother.
That might be of use later.
Can you get out of here, you dumb egg? Hey, I'm Sonic, bitch.
This is bad. They're onto us.
Alright, so...
We've scattered them. Our efforts were not in vain.
Alright, if I were a key... Where are you? Where is the key to this? They wouldn't just not have the key in here. Somewhere. Or at least both those keys. Religious painting about the teaching of sanctism, devotees in prayer, Niger's blessing. Okay, these don't help me. I need to find a key. So there's... Can I like... So is there no key anywhere? Oh, they're behind us. Maybe there's like a passageway? Oh, it's those two motherfuckers.
There they are.
Come on! Victory is ours.
Oh, I can kill him now? Can I like go through this wall maybe? Secret passageway? Maybe it's on the back wall on the other side there? Maybe I'm just missing something stupid obvious. It's definitely not in there. Wasn't this like locked? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I'm an idiot. Look at me learning how to play video games. It's the key to the door downstairs.
This is...
What?
Yeah, look at that. Man, look at me. Puzzle solving dungeons, baby.
Hey.
They call me Puzzle Solver Day. Solving all the puzzles. Now I need to go back this way and down and around and to the left and around. It's not to the left. I mean, their dogs might be back down here, but that's about it.
I see the empty.
Let's push through!
Yeah, nice work. I think we got them all.
No,
We'll be
you
safe for a
Right
while.
there. All right. How's that?
Oh, I could have saved, huh? Well, we're good on MP and health. Fuck it, let's go.
I don't like this.
However...
I ain't scared. Savings for chumps. I want to fight. Oh.
As I thought.
Incoming.
Well,
Let's make an end of it.
we gotta do some damage.
Go!
Moment of truth. That's okay. We can do this.
Okay, we gotta kill the noble, so let's get him out of here.
Burn! Just two left. Is everyone all right?
Oh, the crit, sick.
Huh, take this! It's almost decided!
Well done, Hulkenberg.
All things considered, one move. I'm not sure how, unless there's something else in here that's pretty cool that I can pick up. I mean, maybe there is. I don't know.
Huh?
There's somebody. Oh wait. Oh, there is somebody in here. Worth it now.
Everything all right?
You mustn't lose any more blood. Knows where it dies is more important matter. Is that treasure? Oh yeah, at the front. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You give me the key. Give me the key. Give me the key. Give me the key. Give me
The treasure.
Give me. 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 Give me.
Look.
Key. Give me the key. Give me the key. Yeah. Give me the key. Give me the key.
Yeah.
All right, now this is all worth it. Anything else in here? Sweet. All right, let's go. Look at me solving the role-playing game from Japan dungeon. The simplest puzzle known to man. Alright, what do we got? Can I use it? Is it usable? A sanctified amulet.
Hey.
That seems important. Is this a treasure the monk mentioned? It's more like an igniter. It'd be dangerous if Lewis were to get his hands on it. Alright, well, we got that. Is that everything? Hey, that's everything now. Look, what is it? Can I go look at it? It's probably
Right now.
a key item. Sanctified amulet. Necklace embedded with small magma crystals, suggesting it may have function. Inscribed with a golden emblem, praying of a praying sanctus saint. All right, nice. Well, okay, now's a good time to save. Actually, now's a good time to save. I think. Well, this is going well. How long has it been? Like 40 minutes? Alright, let's go. Let's go. We're feeling good on a Wednesday. Feeling good on a Wednesday. So we just gotta go over here. Over this way. Past the big egg thingy. And we'll be good to go. Whoa, okay, hold on.
Get ready, everyone.
No, they're running away. You're fine. You need to walk past, so I just go to this door.
There
Bada
they go.
bing, bada boom. Alright, let's go. We did it, chat.
Hey.
Oh, this is a big boner patrol again, baby.
Watch out.
Why are you on? Get off the barrel. Fuck the damn barrels then. Oh, there's a cat here. We can go hit plateau. Okay, what I want to do is I want to hit him while he's down there. That's my plan here.
There they are. Come on!
Keep it up.
I'll give it my all.
Take it all down. One fell swoop.
It's okay. Bird! Still here?
Is everyone all right?
Damn, this thing's strong as hell.
Oh, power of heroes! This
Oh wait,
won't
hold
do.
on. You're stunned.
Take this! Stay focused.
Oh, not the kill. Good shit.
Only one left.
Are you prepared?
Finish them off and we're clear.
They die hard.
I'll shoot.
Maybe Blizz does it then. No, I don't think I got the other one off. He might still be
And that's
angry
that.
out there.
Victory's ours.
He might still be an angry boy.
Is that the
Oh
end
no,
then?
sick.
We've cleared the way.
Easy enough. A robust remedy.
You found something.
Invincible
Let's take it with us.
noodles. Oh, what up, Plateau? Alright, let's save while we're here. Do I want to change class? I kind of want to put what's her face on the other class, the punchy class, just to fucking see, you know, just to see what it be. We got a bunch of magic, don't we? We got 9,000. We can do whatever the fuck we want. But I do like being able to just beat the piss out of a group. Whoa, this guy looks like he's ready to go. Whoa. Whoa, chill, bro. If you hit me through the wall. Oh, wait, what? That's it? Well, where's the other one? Come through. Come through, dumbass. Come here.
We are spotted.
Come here.
Right there.
That works like a charm. Keep the pressure on.
Damn zombies.
There they are.
We cannot avoid this fight. Stand ready.
Come through the door. Whoa, chill, bro. We're trying to do shit here.
Indeed.
Real.
Right there.
Charging it.
Well,
Let's do this.
I shall be your opponent.
That wasn't from behind, but curse weight.
No,
I'm
hold
gonna
it back.
curse your weight
Hack
by
and slash.
slashing the piss out of you.
Let's stay calm.
Okay, that
Let's
didn't
go.
do enough. Let's focus one.
Lightning.
Nothing. Are you kidding me?
Uh-oh.
Please.
Well, you're a dick.
Behold, we stand together.
I'm counting
Let's
on
make
you.
sure one of these motherfuckers go down.
Behold my power.
Get him, Hulk.
now,
Alright,
what's the
that
play?
did not do enough.
I call upon royal power within. I'll cut you down. Not done yet.
Uh-oh, I'm scared.
Someone heal her.
Oh, that's fine.
Hulkenberg's in bad shape. She needs help.
Wait, so, okay, so,
By this power.
cannot use anything?
Freeze. Just one left.
Oh, it was just electric
over
specifically.
yet.
Okay, pal. I got two. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking do anything with these attacks. I'm gonna guard. I hope for the best.
Only one
I can't
left.
afford to hold
Finish
back.
them off and we're clear.
Guarding seems the wise move.
Not Budo.
Hulkenberg's badly wounded. Someone heal her.
Let's go. Ice.
I have a crit.
Hulkenberg's in bad shape. She needs
It's
help.
not over yet.
Dude, I gotta fucking heal. I'm like trying to. You know what, maybe you won't go after me. No, maybe we just
Now,
fucking
what's the
heal
play?
again.
Could
Maybe
do
we
with
just
this.
fucking heal here.
Thanks.
Hope for the best. No crits. Fucking prick, dude.
By this power. Freeze.
Only
By
one
the
left.
sworn oath of
Finish them
knighthood.
off and we're clear.
Come. Not now.
This ain't gonna do shit.
I shall fight as the. I shall vanquish evil. They die hard.
Damn, bro. Don't do that!
Hulk's badly wounded. Can
You're
anyone
such a
heal him?
prick, you stupid
Me.
fucking
Ice.
skeleton. Pain in my ass.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
Satisfactory.
Hey, level up for.
I continue to grow.
Hey, strength, thank God.
We made short work of them.
Short work's an extremely strong word. Is that a
That
watermelon?
would be of use.
Vito meat.
What
What's up,
now?
man, Cody? Okay. all these people be dead. Okay, I need you to turn around. I need you to turn around. Turn around. He's not gonna turn around. Turn around. You just fucking turn around, asshole.
We cannot avoid this fight.
Come on.
Stand
dude.
ready.
There they are.
Forward!
No.
This battle's out. I'll give it my all. Let's go. Are
I'm
you
not
prepared?
fucking happy about it.
Hack and slash.
Right on target.
Whoa,
Nice
okay, I'm a little happier now.
Freeze. Stay sharp.
Yes.
It's not
I
over yet.
Stand
took
ready.
one down.
Right there!
I can't afford to hold back. I shall vanquish evil. Not done yet.
Uh-oh, not me. Headshots, you dick. Okay, that's fine.
Vitus power. Nice.
Man, what? I need multiple attacks. I need to hit more than one of these
Great
assholes
job,
at
everybody.
once. That's what's eating me alive right
I think that's all of them.
What now?
Look,
now. And there's an item up here too. Let's grab that right quick. Grand iron. Okay, well, if we jump down, we're probably not coming back. Fuck it. Splendid work crossing the Sea of the Dead. I haven't included who you are, but you seem to be quite skilled.
You!
Voice it. Yeah, who are you? I'm but a soldier who swears fealty to Lord Lewis, and you must be one of the elite knights of the state army. Come to the top of the tower if you're able. I find myself quite at my leisure up here. I'll be glad to keep you company. We've been told to take care of any unsightly rats scurrying about.
So apparently,
Alright. Heard about the chaos happening on the lower floors. Didn't seem to be bothered.
Yes.
Oh, man, yeah, one of the...
however,
Odd. There are two down? No, it's just the one. I'm gonna wait till he turns around.
I see the enemy.
Alright, how's that, Dad?
keep it up.
right.
Let's settle this quick. Let's go.
Warrior.
I don't know who I'm most worried about.
Hack and
here.
slash. Tougher than I thought.
I'll show you the essence of need. Fire! Two remaining.
Observe the enemy.
One down.
With blade in hand! I stand waiting.
Hit her, please. Oh yeah, they're stunned. I'm an idiot.
Only 2 enemies left. Stay sharp.
I'm a dumbass. I forgot
I'll
about
show
that.
you the need. Burn!
I'm an idiot.
One left.
For the captain.
I keep forgetting about
It's
stun,
fine.
dude.
Huh, take this!
Yikes! Here comes the counter.
Come on, man. No, come on, man. You're being a real fucking dick over there, man.
Only one left. Finish them off and we're clear.
Fire!
You're a real asshole, you know
And
that?
that's that.
You know that.
Victory's ours.
Ugh.
I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
What now?
Bro, I need a place to farm some MP in here, I swear.
If it's useful, I say grab it.
Oh, okay, okay. Where's the guy?
Great find. Keep it.
Where's the person here? Are they around the corner?
There they are. Come on!
Hit him right in the weak spot. Good job.
Ice chunk, I can throw ice at people. Is that better? Is that what I bought earlier? That's what I bought. I ain't got a key, I don't think. What the hell did I miss up here? Can I jump back up? Oh, I can't.
You found something.
Heroes
take it with us.
Innocent. But can I chunk up? Maybe. I can chuck the chunk. Okay, that's not. Wait. Oh, I can climb up here. Oh.
What now?
Uchi, what are you barking at out there? There's two of them.
Right there.
You're weak against this. Do
Oh,
it again.
they didn't do anything. There's a guy up here. Oh. Okay, are you gonna turn around? Uchi needs to sleep. Some would say I'm charging, man, Carter. Can I sneak by him and get a hit from behind?
Incoming!
Captain's hurt bad.
Still fight!
Let's get him some healing.
Fuck me.
After me!
Show them our might.
I'll cut you down!
Right on target.
Oh,
Nice
the
one, Stroll.
on, man.
Like this. Someone, help him back up.
Wasn't
Help
enough.
Stroll. Someone get him back on his feet.
Hold on now. Alright, so
He's badly wounded. Can anyone heal him?
we're
Stroll can't take
retrying
anymore.
this shit.
Someone heal him.
I can't be unlucky to miss twice, right? On this one
Let's
fucking
make an
guy.
end of it!
Show them our might.
Surely I won't
cut you
miss
down.
twice.
Let's stay calm.
Forgot what he's weak. Is it just that? What is he weak to?
No.
Oh, it's him weak to something. Is it blizzard? Is it just fucking fire?
Maybe not.
Oh, he's weak to just getting hit? Is that what it is?
You hit their weakness.
Oh.
Is everyone all right?
That's your opening, Captain.
For all that we strive for. Strike me if you dare.
Right, I need you to eat these, please.
Only a flesh wound.
Thank you. Oh, that's not good.
Stroll can't take any more. Someone heal him.
okay. We can do this.
You hit their weakness.
Observe the enemy.
That's your opening, Captain.
Come! I stand waiting.
I'm not out of this yet. Warrior!
Well, we're making this work. We're trying to make this work here. It's not
Back and
going
slash.
well.
Let's wrap this up. That'll do.
Keep it up!
Hulkenberg's badly
not
wounded.
yet.
Someone
This is fine.
heal her.
Okay, this is fine. Bro, I can't just keep punching this guy, right? I can't just keep punching.
They're weak to strike attacks. Smash them up.
Maybe I should just be
Hit
knocking
their
him down.
weakness.
No,
That's your opening,
it's
Captain.
not over yet. Join with me.
Okay, that's thrust, not strike.
We'll
Fuck
team
it.
up.
Fuck it.
With royal might.
Welcome back. This ain't gonna do shit, is it?
Throw her
I'm
back.
not out of
Anyone
this
get on
yet.
healing duty?
This calls for one of these.
Alright.
That helped.
I'd rather not
Thank you.
refresh the whole damn fucking fight again. Maybe I should have got that
Only
punchy
one
like I
left.
thought.
Finish them off and we're clear.
I will fight with pride.
You hit their weakness.
I stand
That's
ready.
your opening, Captain.
Huh, take this.
I can't afford. I call upon royal power within.
It's okay. We can do this. Me! Burn! A tough one.
I should just be doing that every fucking time.
What was I
Oh,
doing?
The Captain's lost his memory. He can't use any skills.
why the fuck not? This got fucking farted on, dog. The fuck you want me to do?
Huh, right there. Still standing, I see.
Now, warrior.
Is this
I'll
gonna
cut you
kill? It
down.
might be enough. God. Well, that could have gone better.
What a
It could have gone worse.
finale.
It could
Keep
have
your
gone worse.
energy
It
up,
could have gone
everyone.
worse, I guess. I mean,
Double did it.
hey, level up for
I shall rise to the occasion.
Thanks and luck, baby. Alright, if this ain't the key, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed.
We found something.
Incredible.
A silver spatha. I don't think any of us can fucking use this fucking goddamn
now?
item. I'm gonna be honest. Beautiful. Beautiful. All that for an item I can't use. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, at least we're leveling up though. Now let's go this way now.
They've noticed us.
We won't
I'm
lose
just
this
not
fight.
gonna.
Stay sharp. Strike.
This is like the worst fucking thing. Okay, items. Let's start throwing shit. We're throwing the ice chunk.
Here.
Or the fire fan.
I will fight with pride. I won't hold back. Better be sure.
Wait, so are these guys weak
Electricity's
to
no
just...
good against them. That's the last thing we
Oh,
need.
it's right. So no electricity. You know, I'm just
Light is
smacking.
power.
I'm just smacking them. I don't
Fire!
care.
One left.
Is everyone all right?
Took one down.
Huh, right there.
Oh, he's probably the best one he could have attacked.
Ah!
Well, here's your
Back
last
and
one.
slash. Tougher than I thought.
I'll show you the. I won't hold back. Burn! turn!
That's the last of them. The way's clear. Looks like we're safe for now.
What's in this treasure chest? Can I use it? Is it usable? A moonlight mace. Strange mace that carries the moon's favor. Well, at least it's something I can use.
What now?
Right? It's usable. Oh, it's a mace. Never mind. I can't use it. Okay, so we did 2 hard fights for 2 items we can't use because I haven't equipped the archetype yet. That's fine. Copium. Okay, so what the fuck is over here? Is this where I'm supposed to be going? I'm dying. I go under here for the healing. Listen, once I get a God.
Right there.
No, I need you to get knocked down.
Weak against this. Do it again.
No, no, that's fine. Did I get hit? I don't care. He's gonna like get me from behind, isn't he? Oh god. Dude, that bro needs to chill.
Good. I think we lost them.
That bro needs to chill. Can I see the map? Okay, so if I go, oh, I can just go. Well, I guess going up's where I need to go. I think I might just need to fucking get the fuck out of here. I'm dying. I'm hemorrhaging items. My MP is gone for Stroll. I guess I can just make my way back to Plateau. I kind of want to see if that...
I see the enemy. Charging in.
Motherfucker.
They'll need more than this.
This is nothing.
Looks like they're weak to light. I guess it's our time to shine.
Bro, let me out of here.
Flee!
I'm just going for that.
There is still
fucking
danger
thing up
here. Stay vigilant.
Fuck it.
No. Looks like they found us.
Uh-oh. Oink. Oh, man, we going now. Oh, baby, I just want to get... Oh, it's Plateau. Hold on, can I talk to him anytime? You good? Look at that. Thank God. I'm glad I ran up here, I'm going to be honest.
So, you've acquired a new archetype.
Oh. Alright, we did it. Thank you for coming. Yeah, it's
Well,
not the best time right now. Oh, okay.
What?
All right.
Damn, fearless in the face of change may not only alter your form, but reveal the heroic qualities you embody. Heroes of our kingdom's history all showed glimpses of such power, though not to the extent you have. Yet another tale of life forgotten. A hero standing alone is no hero at all, but a simple dissenter. Without the support of others, blah 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 blah. A lot of exposition right now. Same holds true for archetypes. An archetype will only reach their ultimate power once you obtain and unite many heroic embodiments. To achieve this, my dream shall too be fulfilled.
Because you see,
like you to cultivate the heroic embodiment of healer.
This one's important.
No deadline. Increases my imagination. Okay. Leave it to me. Bro, I might just put it on what's her face.
Yes, that's right. But for that,
Cancel counter off in spirit. Bro, I like you more, but you have the exposition brain. Such as where this place is and why the king can find me here.
How delightful.
Archetype you learn a skill, I can make it inheritable. Oh, okay, that's actually good.
Regards.
Alright, that was a lot of fucking exposition about a tutorial.
Please, do make yourselves comfortable.
Skill inheritance is now available. You can now spend mag to unlock previously learned skills for other archetypes. Sick. Alright. Bro, Brawler looks sick. Maybe I'll switch roll over. $1,200 for it? I guess it makes sense. Perfect punch of the strike. That would actually be nice for a lot of these guys. And it fits just perfectly.
Fascinating. This right here.
Rogue embodiment, the independent truth hunter. Ernest the
Alright.
I got plenty, dog.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Alright, Stroll, you're gonna punch things real good now.
Yeah. A new power to wield.
Right. Hulk, you want to learn how to be a healer in the back? We do need, and as light magic, we need light magic real bad. I'm losing strength. We're just evening out.
Fascinating. This right here. All right.
That's it, 1,000? On it, boss.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
I see.
Power of the healer, with light in my hand, I will dedicate myself to those in need. On it, boss.
To greater heights.
Well, yeah, I guess I have the Sir code too, huh? The extra one. So that's good. I mean, I guess I could put me back to Seeker, but I feel like having one of each attacker is probably pretty good. Me to go healer since I'm focusing magic. I mean, I just can't have two brute forces right now. I mean, I could go healer and then she could go magic, but I'm already leveled up in magic, so it doesn't really matter. And I would have to level up her archetype. I more or less want to get me to 20 for whatever this is. Because I assume once I get to 20, maybe the next level unlocks? I don't know. And then I have coverage on everything as well. Yeah, because my mage rank's already 10. I mean, I guess I could swap off. If I swapped off, I'd probably go... I'd probably go knight. Just have a knight on the team again. But... that's just spitballing. We'll see how this goes. We can change this shit literally at any time, you know? Whoa, what's this now? The Royal Match. Don't fucking...
Hey.
Yes.
Huh.
grant me a moment?
Got a moment?
Adieu.
Bro, I like more, but holy fuck,
What
he
now?
can fucking yap. He can yap. Wait, hold on. I gotta pet the cat while we're in here. Always pet the kid. You always pet the kid.
Oh.
Okay.
You'll come again, won't you?
I'm gonna be a mad lad here a little bit. So where is he standing? That motherfucker. Oh, he's... So that's the farm one. Please turn around and see my ass.
Right
Oh.
there. Forward! All right. Let us
Fuck
settle
it.
this.
Oh, big damage. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, do synthesis. Blah, 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 blah. Hold on. See, this is why too. I'm learning. We're learning right now. Okay, what
Join
kind of
with me.
synthesis I got? Weak light damage. Oh, that's. Okay, so I can't do that. Isn't one of these weak to light?
Not this skill.
They're weak to strike attacks. Smash them up. Looks like they're weak to light. I guess it's our time to
Let me
shine.
be your strength.
Smack 'em, baby.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at all these
We
syntheses.
can do this. We'll do this together.
Oh, we got the all. Okay, hold on. Okay. So now we're cooking with fire here. I get the fire boost, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it matters which one.
Tis yours.
Help me cast it, baby.
It took one down. They're weak to strike attacks. Smash them up.
So do you use HP to attack? That's how it works.
You'll be dust!
Hit their weak point.
Oh,
Keep it up
healing
strong.
power. Grant us solace. Healer! Not now.
Yeesh, they're pretty tough. Better be careful.
Oh, is my thing just a punchy punch?
Stroll can't take any more. Someone heal him.
Roll's
Fight is
fine.
power.
Hush.
Fire! Still here?
I'm not out of this yet.
He's fine.
Stay down!
Hit their weak point. Keep it
Observe
up,
the enemy.
What a finale!
Look
Keep
at
your
that,
energy
though.
up, everyone.
I think I'm getting used to this.
Well, that worked out very well.
Oh, they saw us.
Who did? Oh, this motherfucker right here.
I'll give it my all.
Jump on him. Quick,
go.
everyone, go!
Come!
Hit him with the
Oh,
hammer.
Mystic Purge!
I will fight with pride. Come forth, royal soul. By this power. Burn!
You
Yoink.
hit their weakness.
I'm
That's
not
your
out of
opening,
this yet.
Captain.
Ah!
So it's gonna be 54.
You'll be dust!
Fuck.
Die hard!
Stroll
Oh,
can't take any
84.
more.
Excuse me.
Grant us
Someone kill
solace.
him.
Healer!
This might not kill him.
Shine!
Oh, never mind, we're good.
And that's that. Victory's ours.
Hey,
They chose the
150
wrong
archetype
opponent.
experience. Love
Not
to
bad,
see it.
if I say so
Hey,
myself.
there's the quad, the triple rank up, baby. That's why you kill those little
Found new
birds.
power.
Magic fonts, raise. It's beautiful, chat. It's beautiful. Look at it. 15%. It's just beautiful. It's just a beautiful sequence of words and numbers.
I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
Upper no. Where's that last one? I just dumb. Am I dumb? Oh, is it down? No, wait, where am I? Oh, I'm dumb as hell. I am dumb.
That might be
Less
of use
water.
later.
What now?
Okay. Okay, when does she
What
learn?
now?
When does she get healed? That doesn't. Am I losing my mind? Oh, you need to, oh, she probably needs to be in the back, huh? She gets Medi at 3. I think it's finally time to use those. Those level ups, because I need it. Where are they? Probably in here. Oh, I can appraise these. There. No, that's one. Her. Doink. Doink. Doink.
I've acquired a new power.
That's good. Boink, boink, and boink.
A new ability.
Increase the critical hit rate by 5%. Boost increases further if, okay, well. And I'm not gonna have that for a minute. I'm gonna have that for a second. We can somehow kill these guys, though. My thing is, I don't trust. Okay, so what I want to do is wait for him to walk by up there. We're on a stakeout. We're staking out the competition. Oh, he ain't even walking this far down. Hold on. We can just stand here. It looks like. So we want to run up to him after he turns around. Probably goes to the barrels, I guess.
Come on! Let's take them all out!
Okay, what are
Looks
you
like they're weak
motherfuckers
to
doing?
light.
Light?
Guess it's our time to shine.
Can I
Lend
use
me your
mana?
strength. No, this won't work.
Okay, so I can't use Anna. So I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pass to her.
They're weak to strike attacks. Smash them up. Looks like they're weak to light. I guess it's our time to shine.
Let's get
Time to
this
hit
one
their
back.
weakness.
Oh, healing power.
That's your opening,
Grant
Captain.
us behold.
Sure
We
is.
stand together.
Alright,
It's up to you now.
this is gonna hurt everybody.
Oh, mystic purge.
Get him. Join.
Smooth finish. Great
Well,
work,
now
everyone.
silver chalices.
Even easier than expected. Careful, we've got company.
Hey, big guy, you can turn that way. You can turn that way when your friend comes back. You're just gonna, okay, so he turns that way. Okay, so I just need to hit him while his little buddy's down there. We can't run back. I don't really care if he's looking at me or not, 'cause I don't think I can get behind him anyway.
We strike first.
Let's
Okay.
take them all down in one
Oh,
of
you got it.
those. They're
Hell are
weak
you
to
weak
strike
to?
attacks. Smash
Right.
them up.
Strike and light. Strike and light for both of them.
Hit their
Boink.
weakness.
Oh, healing power.
That's your opening,
Grant
Captain.
us solace. Come. Shine.
Okay.
Hogenberg got them right in
Now,
their weak
what's the
spot.
play? Let's make an end of it.
Heavy physical. Oh shit! Hold on. Heavy physical light damage to one enemy. Oh, I can do this with either.
No. I shall vanquish evil.
This takes two. This shouldn't take.
Take that! Let's wrap this up.
Boink.
That'll show you the essence of truth.
Boink.
Is everyone healer? Oh, mystic purge.
All right. So we have
Smooth finish.
a
Great
sick
work,
group
everyone.
for killing these guys now. Finally,
The next one will fall just as easy.
I should have switched a little sooner.
That was the last of them.
Oh, that got him too. Okay, was there anything I missed over here? Nope. I ran through a lot down there. So there's a restroom right through the door.
Is all well? All right.
Yeah, Kitty's up ahead. I'm going to the fucking room first.
Oh?
Oh, we're not going to the room first.
As I thought.
Uh-oh.
Damn it!
You.
This is not but slaughter. On my honor, I'll put an end to this, even if I must by force. Alright, this will be fine.
Let's set it up. No, this won't work.
Yeesh, they're pretty tough. Better be careful.
So I need strike. Okay, so with a bunch of strike. Probably weak to. Here's what we're gonna do. Instead of me attack. Absolutely not.
This'll do.
Get her up.
Give Give up and face your death!
Comrades, let be your strength.
Let's do this!
Alright, so we're gonna
Shine!
smack the piss out of them right quick.
Holdenberg got them right in their weak spot.
With these fists, I strike for justice. I call upon royal power within. You'll be
Can you handle the punches?
Let's stay calm. We'll do this together! Maybe there's a better choice.
He's magic.
Maybe
There
not.
ain't no fucking way.
You hit their
Why do you
weakness.
struggle?
That's your opening, Captain.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, we're dead as hell. Oh, we're dead as hell.
Kill him.
Don't raise defense. That's rude.
The
Stroll
audacity!
can't take
Hey, we're
any
not.
more.
Hey, we're not
Someone
dead.
kill him.
Let justice prevail. Are you all right?
That helped.
I owe you.
Count Luis condemns you.
Okay. I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Give me your aid. Something else. Are you prepared?
I don't like this guy.
You hit their weak point.
I'll
Keep
show
it
you
up,
the
Stroll.
essence of truth. Me! Is there another way? Let's work together!
Hold nothing back.
Burn! Just two left! Let's finish
bad.
this!
Oh, you're such a prick. Oh, you're such a massive prick. You're such an unimaginable prick. Unfortunate I have to heal here. Or I have to
Oh,
heal
power
me
of
here.
heroes! I will not let you die.
Thanks.
Stroll
Give
got
up
knocked
and
out.
face your
Can
death.
anyone get him back on his feet? You hit their weakness.
Is everyone all right?
That's your opening, Captain.
If I just get him out now, he's probably gonna die.
Just the thing.
Maybe he'll dodge.
Why do you
Live to see
Copium.
another day.
here?
Stroll's badly wounded.
You're such a
Can anyone
prick.
heal him?
You can't fight it!
Stroll can't take any more. Someone
Roll
heal
will
him.
be fine.
Stay down. Last one.
Captain,
Count
your
Luis
attacks have been
condemns
weakened.
you.
Okay. Alright, this is fine. I'm guessing he just fucking resists everything, but I can't really. I mean, I guess I could punch him.
Oh, healing power. Healer! Are you all right?
I knew you'd help.
Helpful as ever.
Hulkenberg,
Give up and
your attack
face your
power's
death.
dropped.
Eat it.
Useless! Take this!
Oh, it could have been worse. Oh, hell yeah. Good timing.
Me! Maybe not. Let's set it up! Not this.
You know what? I'm just gonna boop him. We're just gonna boop.
It's
Okay.
pointless to resist.
Okay. I'm gonna assume this motherfucker just resists every. I bet he gets hit by dark because he's a light mage, huh? He resisted the light, right?
With blade in hand.
I could just wail on him a little bit. Damn, we can just keep critting his ass. Fuck it.
Brawler! I'll crush you!
I'll
show you the essence of truth.
Someone kill him!
Observe the enemy. Come! I will not let you die.
That helped.
Playing the healing game.
Let's finish this! This is the end!
Damn it, you asshole.
Here!
Is that all? Badly wounded!
Here they
He's
come!
badly wounded every goddamn round now. Does he still have his fucking shit, bro?
Brawler!
Oh, I don't have enough, I can't do that, huh?
You can't run!
I'll
show you the essence of truth.
Someone kill him!
Take this! Give up and face your death!
Allies, together!
I have 6. This is oh, I only have 5. Oh, I only have 1. That's why I'm an idiot.
Healer! Not now.
Light ain't doing shit.
Let's go! The
Joel
audacity!
can't take any more!
Uh-oh.
Someone kill him!
He's dead regardless.
Count Louise condemns you.
Bracing!
It's pointless to resist.
I shall be as a shield.
Useless! Take this!
Let's go!
Enough!
Someone get him back on his feet!
Bro, this motherfucker's pissing me the hell off, dude.
Vida's power. Freeze!
Stroll got knocked out! Can anyone
It's
get him
not
back on his
over
feet?
yet.
I think it's pretty fucking over, I'm
Oh,
gonna be honest.
power of heroes!
I guess I could've used that, Guess I should have fucking healed, huh?
From our provisions.
Thanks. Let's go! Prepare yourselves!
She's down! Get her back up!
Here! You can't fight it!
Come on, not like this! Someone!
I don't see a way. I don't see a way out of this. I'm gonna be honest.
Here.
I'm be honest, dude.
My spirit is unbroken.
Well, especially now.
Stroll got knocked out! Can anyone get him back on his feet?
No. I think we're pretty fucked.
Oh, healing power. Grant. Come! Oh, mystic purge!
Give up
It's
and
just
face
not.
your
It's
death.
just not doing enough. See, I thought I was gonna. See, I thought I was going through the door. Did I save recently? Probably not, actually. Could retry the battle.
Count Luis condemns you.
I'm trying to think what I could do here.
We'll do this together.
Maybe there's
Didn't
a
have
better
any
choice.
MP to use.
I won't hold back. Hold on.
Yeah, I bet this motherfucker's weak to
Let's tough one. Go.
the
Take
dark.
this.
Is everyone okay?
I can't give
Hurry
up.
up! Stroll got knocked out. Can anyone get him back on his feet?
No.
May get clear.
Roll like that. Does anyone get on healing duty?
Take this.
Still here?
Useless. This is the end.
I don't like this. Where it ends.
Fantasy is dead. Oh shit. Okay, I came in here with no
O
fucking
champion
MP.
against fear, rise.
Oh, it just put me right back here.
What now?
Well, if it's just doing that. We can try Poochie. What the hell are you barking at? Oh, it's dinner time. I have to go feed Poochie in a second.
What now?
Endurance and agility. I don't really need the strength, do I? Not anymore, I guess, but well, I guess it's what I have on me. Hey, fuck it. I mean, either I can't get it done or I just leave. It's not a huge fucking deal. Or I use a few early game items.
It's all well. All right.
Alright, let's try this again.
Oh?
You.
My synthesis.
No holding back.
No, not this.
You hit their weak point.
Give
Keep
up
it
and face
Stroll.
your death. Lend me your strength. I won't hold back. Hold on.
Oh, he. Okay,
I'm all
so
prepared.
let's do some fire damage right quick. Just to do some damage to
Strike true.
everybody.
Fire! Count Luis condemns you.
For all that we strive for. Shine.
Hulkenberg got them
I
right in
can't
their
afford to
weak
hold
spot.
back.
Brawler!
I'll crush you! 4 remaining!
Let's
That'll
finish
do.
this.
Okay. Good to get him out of the way. That's not good.
Bye. Only a flesh wound.
Jesus Christ. Hell.
Oh!
Oh, come the fuck on, dude.
Enough!
Assholes.
We'll do this together.
Show them our might.
Okay.
Burn!
Smack him again with some fire.
Observe the enemy. Oh, power of heroes! I will not let
Need to
you die.
heal.
That helped.
Alright, now it's just about money
Well, thanks.
management.
Useless!
Now we just got money management.
Take this!
Is that all?
You can't fight it!
Oh, Bochi doing something out there. So I got good HP left.
I call upon royal power within.
I got decent HP.
Take that!
I'll show you the
I guess
essence
not
of
that.
truth.
Guess not that decent.
Come forth, royal soul. Fire!
Give up and face your death!
Healer! Not this one. Behold! We stand together! Not
Man.
this skill.
I guess I could wait a turn.
Let's go!
Hopefully he just charges up here.
The audacity!
With these fists, I strike for justice.
So if I pass turn, at the turn icon.
You first.
It's okay. We can do this. Bracing!
Is everyone all right? Join with me.
Okay, so that's
Nope,
status
not this.
ailment. Okay, that wasn't what I'm looking for. Fuck.
It's pointless to resist.
Staying on the defensive.
Useless! Here!
Is everyone okay?
Oh.
Gotta heal up. You're all hurt bad. Can anyone get on healing duty?
Let's go.
We all are.
Burn!
Well, that's doing 30. I got
Healing us.
Thanks.
Helpful as ever. Now, what's the play? I shall vanquish evil. You'll be
If
dust.
I can get a crit off, that'd be
Right on
sick.
target.
I will fight
Nice
with
one,
pride.
Stroll.
If I get a crit off, that'd be sick.
Mage! Ice!
Are they all just doing the same amount? Well, that's doing less, so maybe I should keep using fire.
Take this!
Nice
Stop
dodge.
flailing
You've
about!
got some fancy footwork, Stroll.
The audacity!
Nice fucking dodge.
Oh, power of heroes! I will not let
Alright,
you die.
this is kind of working this time.
My thanks. With these
Well,
fists,
well,
I
this
call
is-
upon royal
I'm
power
gonna do
within.
a lot more this
Take
time because I'm
that.
at full health.
Right on target.
Oh my god, he's a legend.
By this power.
He's a
Fire!
legend.
I stand ready.
Still standing.
I'm gonna lie, I don't think he can kill us at full health, can he?
Here they come!
Oh, wow.
No holding back. I'll crush you.
Louise!
Alright, see, just give me a second try with what I got, and I'll get it done. I'll get it done. Old coin and a glow igniter.
That'll do.
Oh, baby, the double rank up of the archetypes, the double level up on us two.
I'll strive for greater heights.
Strength, it's just what I need, thanks. Give me some of that endurance, baby. Give me some more of that magic.
I shall strive to use this power wisely.
Can we? I mean, I guess she's using magic now. That's not the worst.
All right.
The thing is,
Okay, now's probably the time. And then this is good timing because
That's true.
I need to go feed Poochie and ads are going to start in 4 minutes. So I'm going to go feed Poochie. Ads are going to be starting in 4 minutes. So I will be right back, chat. That's not the right one. That's the right one. Alright, chat, I'll be RB. Ads in about 4 minutes. I'll put that in chat. Ads in 4. Eating dog. There you go. Alright, I'll be back, chat. We're probably gonna leave the dungeon. But we soldiered onward. Backtrack. I'm back. How's everybody doing?
However,
Front and control that many corpses.
No.
Fight the sorcerer. Governor of the magic, there's a limit to the amount of magla that can be manipulated.
Then,
As he controls so many corpses, he likely uses magla gathered within the cathedral, which, with this much in the air, he is essentially capable of anything. All right,
Want to go
we're just about fucking tapped
Understood.
out for today. Ain't nobody got MP. We got to a checkpoint. Alright, we're about tippity tapped.
what do you think? Understood.
Yeah, that was a good first dungeon run though, man. I used a few items more than I wanted to, but it is what it is.
Now, how did I wind up here?
If so, your thoughts?
Now, Folino. Owners and patrons are busy with their own matters.
I see.
Sure. Resting at night after a day of battling, you and your party will need to rest your weary bodies at night. The night you return from dungeon to enjoy a hearty meal and take it easy before new day
Evidently.
comes. White clads emerge. Would see we draw close to the necromancer. I mean, yeah, we got there in like a day. I think we're doing good, right? The royal scepter chamber is at the very top. We'll need an operable lift at minimum. Figure something out. Let's focus on pushing forward just like we've been doing.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Requests. Probably, actually. That sucks. You need food? Is that why you're begging me to? You need a refill for your every
Damn
few
it.
days of food or roll?
Hold on.
I think we're
Got
good,
sick?
dog. Just 10 days, we've got no time to lose. Well,
Right.
I think we've made pretty good progress for day one.
Guess we're splitting up.
Hello, Aurora! Alright.
Good night.
Turned to the bedroom and headed and settled into a peaceful slumber.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
I had till the like 14th or something in the demo. Well, I guess technically we're still in the demo, despite me just having a
We're
What's
off.
happened?
ton of exploration in.
Now, how did I wind up?
You've been a lifesaver.
Well, you're not getting off the hook for that.
Okay, so this isn't a bad day. I don't want to trade my match.
Well, what'll I do?
That reminds me.
Oh wait, hold on. I got things that I can get appraised. We can try that out.
Come to think of it,
No, I said it first, Calica. Me. I said it first.
okay?
Hello there.
The rusted log. Yeah, praise it. An iron greatsword. Okay, that's sick. Sick. We got an iron greatsword. I don't think anybody can use that, so it doesn't really matter. What kind of armor we got? A third apprentice. I'm glad I bought one of these now. I'm really glad. Okay, what kind of threads we got? Oh! Yo! This for punchy punches? Iron gauntlets. I think +2. Oh wait, I had 2 of them. Okay, double iron gauntlets.
What now?
Well, I got a better thing now. Oh, that's way better. Evasion and defense? Bro, why do I have 3 of these coats now? I mean, I guess if we just went full mage, I guess. I guess the magic +1's better, huh? It's that's funny as hell. The iron gauntlets are better. Yeah, I want that on him. What can you use? I mean, might as well give the strength, I guess, right? I mean, we could probably just go buy something, huh? We have another mace? No. Okay, okay, so what do you have, big guy?
Hello there.
What do you have? That's already what I have. Bronze. Okay, so the bronze knuckles. 108.90. Wait, what am I wearing?
What now?
What am I wearing? Oh, I can go. Oh, yeah, I can go purify things. Hold on. Let's go find out what that does. Let's go find out about purifying things.
Oh, what am I doing? Ridiculous.
All right. Church. Okay, new tavern, sick. Okay, I don't want to go there. Wait, where the fuck is the church? It's that building, isn't it?
Let's go.
Isn't that building on the corner where I went to the thing? Or am I losing my mind?
I'm just incredulous. What is it?
Hang on a minute, you.
Is it like right here?
The sacred Grand Cathedral.
Oh, that's a...
An elder.
Am I an idiot? I mean, I know I'm an idiot.
Ridiculous.
A nameless wretch. Oh.
Whoa.
All right then.
Maybe I just don't have a church to go to?
Where to?
No, I'm cheating, chat. We're gonna cheat right quick. The Sunmella Street. Oh, is it that thing on
Let's
the
head
left
there right
right
away.
there? I'm going north. Is that what it is?
What's
Oh.
happened?
All right then.
So here?
But why?
Closure, closure. Oh, God.
Okay. Hey, what up, bro?
Closure.
Closure. Closure.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah, we need to come here for this anyway. $500? Clearly you would not expect your vulgar tribe to stand as you. Whoa, chill, bro.
How may I share, God?
Well, I need the breath of fresh air. We got plenty of money, so it's fine. Sick. Damn, we just buy bombs?
Let us share our faith.
Mother. Okay. Okay, so I gotta get wisdom. We gotta get wisdom. What's going by? Oh shit. Alright. Close EA. Can I leave? Close EA. Close EA, chat. Close EA. Where? Okay.
All right then.
Take me to the fucking end.
Let's go.
No, not in. Oh.
What's happened?
Hey, bro, I got your stuff.
You there?
Yeah.
Thank you, so very.
Dude, I got you, bro. I got you.
Hey, no.
You there?
Thank you truly for saving my daughter's life.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, easy enough. We got tolerance up, baby.
All right.
Within thee.
Oh, we just get a free level. I need wisdom. We're about to go wisdom.
That brilliance.
I need to find wisdom.
Now then.
Your character is measured by 5 royal virtues, each of which can be increased in various ways. Courage, wisdom, tolerance, eloquence, and imagination. Help solve your followers' problems and improve your relationships with them. You might improve your virtues by working with aiding people or testing your courage. Try talking with Gallagher. Maybe she knows a lot about the town and get more information. Appraised. Okay.
No way.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks, dog. Alright, so we got an item. Let us give it a praise. Are you wisdom?
Oh. I see.
This is for tolerance, right?
Fair enough. You'll be a lifesaver.
Oh, why?
Oh, you're not getting off the hook for that.
Meow. Meow.
What'll I do?
Hey,
Hey, I got something
Hello there.
to appraise, dog. 100. Hey, look at that.
What now?
Good shit. Okay, the luck's going away now. You now got an earring, baby. Luck is going to you. Wait, what are you, agility? Actually, never mind. Wait, we're not using luck right now. No luck. No luck. None.
Oh, what'll I do?
Gone to shite, it says.
Yo, what up,
What are you
sister?
pining
What up, lady? I need hand shit for me, dog. The Clobuck, absolutely not. I mean, I guess I can get a second silver grease. Plus, it's have a bunch of.
Good. What now?
Everybody looking kind of okay now. Byra, yeah. Magic +1, magic +1, magic +3. Can't purify that yet. What the hell is this do? 58? I mean, maybe over. Can you burn? I bet I can do better than 58. Oh, it's 9. Of course. Keep my evasion and go to 74. Oh, he can't use mail anyway, so yeah, maybe I just use the ninja. I ain't got the money for that. I think I should probably save towards grabbing that though. I would guess.
Oh.
Anything to appraise? Got a bunch of shit to sell though, don't I?
Now then.
Get rid of those bone vests.
Now then. Now then.
Oh, hold on. That's actually really good. That glow igniter is sick. Alright. I think we're ready to go back into the dungeon whenever we go back in there.
Oh, camel pit.
What can I do?
Well, actually, what can I buy? What can I buy in the potion shops too, I guess? That would be
And what is it you want?
What the fuck is this? Parch water. Oh, god damn. Oh, can't buy that yet. I should probably buy some medicine. Here's charm, and it's hilarious. Let's have one of those just in case right now. Let's have 4 of these. 4 of these. 3 of these. Poison, paralysis, charm. And just in case we could give that to somebody. Right. Okay. Anything else in
What
this
can I
little-
do?
Check you. Check.
Aha.
Yeah, we go. Yeah, we go. We're on swords. We're sword riders. That's what it is.
Is this it?
Alright, we're gonna go talk to that guy because I think he was wisdom. The guy on the road on the other portion. I think he was. Don't quote me.
Damn it all.
About to find out.
Closure, oh, closure.
But why?
That damn Luis.
I wonder.
Oh, that's imagination. Shit.
I see.
That damn Luis.
God damn it. Where's intelligence?
But
Where's the intelligence guy?
But they're yet innocent
This I cannot fathom. Whatever will I do?
Well, you're not getting off the hook for
Something
that.
up?
That's what I need, right? Wisdom?
Oh, jeez.
Well, you're not getting off
That's
the
what,
hook
that's
for
what I'm
that.
looking for, right? Alright, we're people watching, baby.
Something
Let's
up?
go. We're people watching.
Oh. Okay. Whoa.
Streets are packed. It's not a huge crowd as the royal funeral. Like noble to Main Street. Lamar, Rogue, even some Ishka. If you enter the back streets, you'll see more therapists. The only elder. That's
Listen.
whatever. On it, boss.
All right.
Alright, can I help out? When they jump into the dungeon, you'll have enough energy for activities at night. Files are only available at night or hone your royal virtue.
Please.
Well,
If you could
what
help
I do
right
need
now.
to do is somebody asked me to help with with that. So we're gonna help the hush. We're gonna help Fabienne out. I got you, dog. The red grass roasted to be dole.
That
Tolerance
reminds
to-
me.
Yeah, that's what we're doing, baby. Let's go.
You're a big help.
Alright, let's help out with...
Next up is...
Oh, damn, that looks good. The fish. Now we just have to put them in a pot.
Oh, right.
Look at that. Look at that bread. Finishing touch is the add-on of fruit as a secret ingredient. Rate it in and simmer.
In that case,
Sure.
Whoa.
No idea. I bet it's shit. Oh. It worked.
I knew it.
all right.
My tolerance has improved. Am I going to level 2 thanks to all this? No, I'm not. This is definitely an Atlas game. Not even given the first level for free.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
That necromancer mentioned today, calamity, pretty ominous. What does it even mean? Whose the orders or not, was the necromancer who committed this act of brutality. We witnessed the funeral. He undoubtedly prepares more.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna stop that corpse robbing bastard. That's what I think. Right, we gotta go talk to that guy before we go into the place.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
know,
then.
I know.
Let's go.
Alright, let's go tell him about preparing.
I'm out of ideas.
I wish it would put me outside instead of inside, but
That damn Louis.
he's across the way here.
So that's what.
Meow. What up, bro?
Oh.
I did. I recounted in the full story of my time as a sous chef.
Grand, isn't it? Now what am I to do?
Get a cold shoulder from Clamar and rogue nobles. Be expected.
What in the blazes?
Head chef doesn't want people like that to even see me holding a knife. Probably why he sticks me with all the business. Yep. Hearing about the hushed honeybee has renewed my inspiration to keep cooking. Hell yeah. We did it, chat. Another one down. Oh, I got my wisdom up too. Sick. And 2K.
Now then.
Dude, 4? Bang. Oh shit, I'm informed.
Wisdom.
Is one of the virtues a ruler must possess. Thou aspire to true sovereignty, fill thyself with the knowledge to discern truth from falsehood. A conqueror needs that precious kindling with which a follower's passion may be. Already know people are working to make
What on earth are you doing?
I can't do it yet. I need one more, right?
In the Grand Cathedral.
What now?
I'm informed. What the fucking next? Being informed smart enough?
Yes, I can.
I don't remember what he said, honestly.
Close your aid.
I don't remember what it was, I'm gonna be honest. I think informed was the other lady.
Close your aid. There's a share of it.
Are we still in the demo? I mean, technically the demo is 3 days worth after that big cutscene from last night. Oh shit, I can. Okay. Wait, I can purify this too? It gets stronger? That's insane. Oh. Okay, so I need... Oh, you need blessed water to do it too. Interesting. There are people that got like all the classes mastered in the demo. Increases the light attack. I mean, might as well. I mean, we're using them. Fuck it. And we have the money. That'll help both of them. Nobody's wearing these. Nobody's using these two right now. Technically, I could have done all this in the demo. And do I have to turn the camera? Okay, that. Okay. I also brute forced my way through a lot of the dungeon first try. Do I have enough wisdom?
Back again.
I think it was like Kurt I need, didn't it? Hell yeah! Those really are more than you seem. I certainly can imagine Grius would have worked with you more time. Now I'd like to see what you're made of. Oh god, are we fighting? Uh-oh, what have I done?
Allow me to reintroduce myself.
Oh, shit.
My name is Brigitte.
Brigitte!
I run this shop and manage trade of magic igniters. This is your first time in Grand Trad, you mentioned.
Well...
Then, what do you think of magic igniters?
They're unnecessary. They make things
I
easy.
suppose they make some things easier?
Aha! Situationally easier, but not broadly useful, eh? You have a good grasp of it then.
Yeah.
Alright, next. Are you good at keeping secrets?
Well, that's a
I'm
secret.
afraid that's a secret.
Are you trying to be funny? At least you're not short on nerve. Then, I have one last question. Do you believe in God?
I believe in God. Everyone's
Not
faith
the
in
one
God.
everyone else does. I have my own beliefs.
In other words, not the god of sanctism. Well, that's enough for me. Yes. I think there's potential in you.
Take my hand. I need a bomb.
I'd like to ask you to handle an extermination mission. You're fit for the task.
Amen.
The fact is, our trade route for Ignitus has been, shall we say, compromised. A local monster's apparently made the place its feeding grounds.
Okay.
Evidence suggests its actual nest is near the place I personally checked out. I want you to go there, find it, and exterminate it.
Wait, hold on just a moment. You're asking us to handle something so important? Is that even okay?
I'm asking you precisely because it's so important. There are reasons I'd rather not bring this to the guard. I usually prefer discretion with these sorts of things anyway. Especially with groups like them.
Alright.
But if Grius trusts you, then I certainly can.
How are you connected with Grius?
I hardly think that bears discussion right now.
What do you think? It does seem like she could use the help, but...
Just shake her
You
hand.
will be compensated, of course, and generously. There's also the option of discounts on my stock, if that appeals. Additionally, rumor has it there's even treasure to be found at the monster nest. I'd say the potential rewards are a fair match for the risk.
I'm in. I was already in. Don't listen to her. Strange request, someone connected to Greece probably wouldn't try to trick us. Doesn't seem like a bad deal between the compensation and
I hope
treasure.
you've no objections to the job.
Nope.
Understood.
Thank you. You're bound for Belega Corridor. It's only a short distance away from here.
This one's important.
I need to slay Gulp Tauros in the Belega Corridor. The information is ran shred. Play at the Hushed Honeybee on. So I get courage, money, and an igniter.
It's here. Just think of the goodies that might be hiding inside.
Oh, now you're thinking about it after you're like,
And right there's a labyrinth.
We should do the thing.
Here's where we are. Here's where we are now.
Or do I just go to it?
Let's see here.
Yeah, thanks. Can I just like?
Here's where we are now. All right. Here's where we are now.
Why
Here's
can't
where we are
I-
now.
Okay, fine. I get it. I
If you
can't
don't
fast
have a way
travel
there,
this damn
I'll lend you
spot.
my carriage. Not the kind of trip you'll want to make on foot. You can leave the city through the large gate south
Oh.
of the central street.
That's one.
Don't die out there now.
I'll be fine. Because we just readied up. Okay, I guess we can go do that instead of Alright, let's go to the sorry lady. Let's talk to the informant.
What to do?
Meow. Meow.
Well, you're not getting off the hook for that.
Oh, why?
You'll be a lifesaver.
Now, how did I wind up?
What's happened?
Please, I'm just, if you can help. Incredulous. What in the blazes? Now what am I to do? Please, if you can help. I'm just incredulous.
Where's the informant at? Am I losing my mind?
That reminds me.
Please.
Bro, we're just
Fine.
gonna go back there.
Let's go.
We're just going back.
What's happened?
Oh, damn
But there are yet innocents.
This I can't.
it. What is it?
Hey, send me out.
If
Let's go. Requests and intel will open up new areas in the city map. You can go there as long as you know the path. You can see how many days are required to reach a destination when you click on the map. And if the road doesn't pass when you camp, you can get there that afternoon. When you return to the top of your destination, it'll be nighttime. No. Dead. But thank you, though. What up, man?
Let's see here. But here's where we are now. Let's see here. Hey, don't forget, it's your call.
We'll be fine if we're getting back in a day.
The party at last found themselves at Balega Corridor, once a palace of a small, bygone country, destroyed and worn away by sand and rock. The land is a shadow of its former glory. Now it is home to monsters, attracted by its stagnant magma. The party steps into the corridor, as if called there by the lingering resentment of a country that could not stand the test of time.
Damn.
The thing is,
The rare Brigida mentioned, apparently the monster here sometimes attacks passerby. I had no idea these ruins were here. There's a villa for a grand old noble family, I heard, but this looks probably old. Here for the Gupa Toros. The ruins are novel, but let's not stray from the purpose. What is that? What's a Gupa Toros?
That's...
Great big beast on it. Alright.
Thanks.
I'm sure this will all be fine. Oh, are you a peddler? Oh, scared adventurer. What are you doing? Don't! Awful noise comes from deep within. It was a roar. Certainly no noise of go.
That's...
Okay. Nah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Alright, let's go.
Okay then.
Okay, hold on.
Got it.
Can I save out here? Might as well do that.
Okay then. Let's go.
Okay, hopefully this place isn't as long. Maybe it is. Who knows?
Whoa.
Should we try somewhere else?
Can't be totally sure. Don't think
Well
to be
then.
close by.
If
All
so,
let's go. Scintillating marble. Yeah, what up, bro? What are you doing in here?
Why did this happen?
Wasn't expecting vicious monster.
What?
Defeated one easily, then the Goldborns wielding all kinds of weapons started flooding out. Before I knew I was surrounded by all manner. Just thinking about it makes my knees weak. Venture King. Oh, they goblins. Look at them.
There they are. Push through, cat!
Oh.
We made short work of them.
Let's just explore it floor by floor, I guess. Whoa, who are you? A talkative tooth? Hey kiddo, which weapons are you using?
What?
Well, hello, Mr. Tooth. Think a tooth can't chatter by itself? Well, chew on this. I've got jaw-dropping news you guys know nothing about. Depending on your weapon, your attack power is going to totally change. Oh yeah, thanks. Important for magic too. The strength of magic depends on your weapon. Your enemies are taking big bites out of you, bite back with better weapon. Wow, thank you. You're very knowledgeable, little guy. Wow, thanks. What a guy. What a tooth.
I see the enemy. Come on!
Right, you did it!
Let's give him a fight!
Worked like a charm. Now get ready.
Healer!
Alright, y'all weak to,
Shine!
y'all weak to light.
Worthy foe after
I
all.
can't afford to hold back.
No
No holding back!
Y'all weak to punching.
Eat this! Almost finished!
That'll show you the essence of truth. Lend me your strength.
Y'all weak to...
Not this. Charging in. To the rear guard.
back the
By
fuck
this
up.
power.
Stay sharp.
Are you weak to electricity?
Still here?
No.
Now, what's the play?
You can't run! Let's stay calm. I won't hold back!
Are you weak
Nice.
to this? What is this music? I don't know. It's just
And
solid
that's
battle
Victory's
music.
ours.
I don't know.
They chose the wrong opponent.
Is that the end then? We've cleared the way.
Oh. Maybe it's the goblins laughing.
Wow, good find.
Oh, a bomb. Hell yeah. Alright, what's on this side? The moths! Like a moth
they
to
are.
a flame.
How's that?
Us.
My archetype's ability.
Right there.
Alright, asshole.
Let's take them all out. Let us fight as one.
Let my power support you.
Alright, I got you, dog.
Shine. It's
What
almost
a
decided.
playhole.
Satisfactory.
Can't afford to hold
Slip
back.
right through
Eat
them.
this!
Looks like that's all of them. Great job, everybody.
Fire
I think
the
I'm getting
egg.
used to this.
What up, Roy, man?
We made short work of them.
Oh, I forgot to get the thing out of the corner.
If you see use for it, I
There
say take
he
it with you.
does. Alright, down the corridor. Alright, what's this way first?
There they are.
Well, I don't think I can go in right there. So who's on this side for me to kill? Oh, some gobbies.
Right there.
That's brilliant. Let's
Some
take them all
gobbies.
down.
I turned it down in case somebody came in and tried to TTS while I was in some sort of cutscene in this JRPG that might have big cutscene. So it's I turned it down a tiny bit.
Is everyone all right?
Just in case.
Let justice prevail.
Oh, I didn't. Hey.
Not now. Comrades, lend me your strength.
You can do this.
Oh, Mystic Purge. Stay
I got
focused.
all of them.
With these fists, I
Amazing
strike.
work.
You can't run.
Well, I wasn't in a cutscene or anything, but I know damn
Looks
well
like that's all of
people
them.
who just come in,
Great
not see
job,
what's
everybody.
going on, and spam something, you know.
There's
Like
no
right
way
now,
to
I'm
stop
just in
me.
a fucking dungeon.
Not bad.
Shit. But I'm not always gonna be in a dungeon. Like most of yesterday was story after story after story, you know. You know, lore, you know. Rank up to 12 and level
Nice.
up for
I feel
Stroll.
stronger already.
Alright, you gotta stop getting this fucking magic up, dog.
Looks like
You're
we're
fucking
safe for
killing
now.
me, bro.
Let's stash that
Like, it
somewhere
still
safe.
should be hearable. It's just not gonna overtake the entire fucking stream. Oh, what are you doing in here, bro?
Right.
Nothing about Go-Borns. Yeah. I mean, we're doing fine right now. They're dumb little fellas, but they're smart enough to know magic uses are bad news. Well. Poison or paralysis? Thanks, dog. Well, we've been doing fine thus far with my both of those things. Alright, I need to somehow get there without that one keeping. He's just gonna fucking.
I see the enemy.
We've been spotted. On your guard. I'll give it my all.
Okay. Let's give this all we've
Oh
got.
my god, look at them all.
Behold.
Well, I mean, there's no way to just. There's no reason to not just try and smack all of them.
Oh,
like this
mystic
every time.
purge.
It's just 6 MD.
I shall fight as the noble I am.
But all at
You
once?
can't run! Let's wrap
Still
this up!
coming out.
Not bad, if I say so myself.
What a dick. You fucking stop!
Only one left. Finish them off and we're clear.
Still up. Observe the healer. Are you all right?
What a dick.
I knew you'd help.
Nobody doing well lately.
My thanks. Now, what's he did?
Frenzy that asshole.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
Don't Spartan, you
Victory
don't have
is
kids.
ours.
Please don't ever go to an elementary school.
That was the last of them.
Smack them all. You didn't have to say elementary school. You could have just said kids in general. You have to map out your plan to the FBI. Hopefully work went well, Spartan. Where the fuck am I going? Okay, so that's where I came in. Okay, I'm doing this. Okay, so that's down and that's over. Okay, what, can I not go through here? I want to go in there. Okay, where's the hole I need to fucking go through to get over there? I was smacked as a kid when I turned out green. I was spanked. I wasn't like child abused. Is there a hole over here? I miss a hole to go through. Oh, well, how the, maybe the key got it. Maybe we'll find out. Is there like a hole right here I missed? Well, I can't do anything with that right now, so it doesn't fucking matter. Why the fuck there's so many of them?
Hail.
Damn. Alright. I need front row attack. Oh, you're for shooting flaming magical arrows at protagonists? And that's...
There they are.
This could be our chance.
This is our opening. We make the first move. Join with me.
I mean, I'm just gonna do this fucking every single time.
It's up to you now.
Shine. It's all up. Decide.
With
never
these
learn.
fists, you
Let's
can't
go
run!
through them.
Because I'm just doing this every time.
Okay,
And it's
I don't
working.
think there's any more backup coming. Let's keep moving.
The next
Good.
one will fall just as easy.
Good.
Oh, the double rank up, baby.
Right. I
New
can get used to
skill,
this.
Skull Cracker. Deals weak physical strike damage to one enemy and may inflict forget. Okay.
Don't get too relaxed.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
These
Chill,
monsters
bro.
are relentless.
Chill, bro.
Right there.
Oh, he's stupid.
Exemplary.
They're relentlessly dumb. Wait, so this just gonna take, wait, hold on. Didn't I come from that side? Oh, I bet this side, does this side lead to that room? that I couldn't get into? Aha!
I see the enemy.
Absolutely not.
Right there.
Hey, dumbass.
Come on!
Let's take them all out!
This is our chance! Behold, we stand together!
Guys, you see what I'm doing every time? It says yoink and then yoink and then boink.
It's almost decided.
Good. I shall fight to
And
eat.
then look at this. Easy.
And that's that! Victory's ours!
Easy.
Looks like we're safe for now.
You better not need a fucking key. Thank God. Okay, what do we got?
Nice. Here we go.
A Damascus vest. A tough grip. Oh.
What now?
Stroll, you might have a new thing to wear. Oh, you definitely do. I mean, you're gonna lose 3 evasion, but I want you to have the defense. I'm gonna put that on. All right, let's go. Okay, I'm not gonna make the noises when he starts running. So, thing there, that's where I came down. Oh my God, that's a lot of doggos and goblos. The thing by that looks good. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Get ready, everyone!
Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up!
Brilliant.
Well, that got a lot of our shiny stone. That got a lot of our MP back. Well, well, well. If it isn't the lime from space. How are you, Ash? Hope you're doing. Dude. What is, this floor is a piece of shit. Oh. Yo, look at them go! They're dancing!
You found something. Let's take it with us.
Hey guys!
I see the enemy.
Forward!
We have the edge.
Let's settle this
Hello,
quick.
Goose as well. I'm sick. Can I get an FJ kiss him to make me better? The fuck is a kiss him? Kiss him these nuts? I don't know. Like, what are you trying to do?
Let's be your
Ooh,
strength.
don't ooh me. I've got to use light magic.
We'll combine our strengths.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Pat, do I give him a kiss?
I knew you'd beat them
Really?
before,
Counting on you.
but
Pop punch?
always
He did.
Do I give a smooch? Sure.
looks like that's all of them. Great job, everybody.
I think I'm getting used to this.
There you go. Hopefully you picked it up.
Don't get too relaxed. These monsters.
Whoa, what are you
are
doing?
How's that?
Get the fuck out of
This could be our chance.
Strike
Down.
first.
Damn right we strike.
Join with me.
It's up to you now.
There you go, Ash.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Hope you feel better. Hopefully it's just like the cold or
Not all
something.
of them.
I shall fight to
Something
eat.
dumb.
Hulkenberg?
I don't even know if you can hear me over all this fucking yelling right now. Hopefully
Looks
it's
like
better
that's
when
all
I
of them.
check my blood sugar.
Great job,
Hell
everybody.
yeah.
Not bad, if I
Hey,
say so myself.
you
Our
ranking
foes have
up.
fallen. We are safe for the time being.
Alright, I thought I saw more over there. Maybe I just didn't know. Hello, Mr. Moz.
Push through.
Get the fuck out of here. Who? Oh, that's where they're at. Oh, it's because I came in. Oh, okay, okay. I got turned around. I'm an idiot. Okay, so, let's get them over here. Hey guys, how are you doing? I'm gonna do this.
Let's give him a fight.
Looks like
Where we
we
going?
almost moved.
I've been playing anime. So it's going great. Synthesis. Mahama.
Shine.
Doink.
No, what's the play?
Oh, uh-oh. Alright, we need a friend here. We'll take one down.
That'll do.
Oh wait, he's stunned. We're fine.
Only
Grab
one
it.
left. Finish them off and we're
This
clear.
won't kill, but the next.
A tough one. Observe the.
Hydrate and stretch.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
The next one will.
Good luck
fall
with the
just
ads. Even though, if you can see the ads, you can't hear me. I don't think. Just block. Just block.
Satisfactory.
Hey, rank up to 13 for mage and level up to 13
I shall strive
for
to
Hulk.
use this power wisely.
I mean, it's better than magic.
Victory is ours, and safety hard won.
Bro, why is this area so fucking big? Let's get this while we're here before we
I imagine that
the
would
blessed
be use.
water. Okay, so so that leads somewhere. I'm guessing, yeah, that makes sense. Go over here so I can go to the other fucking. Whoa, it's the mob.
How's that? Stand ready.
I've been playing anime is really fun. It got a lot easier. Where the hell am I? Is there a hole? Is this another hole situation? Unless it's like a come up, I go up the stair, go down these stairs, and then I'm gonna like come up underneath. I'm gonna make sure it's not a hole. 3 stream street. Okay, so that's just a circle. Okay, I'm now assuming. Never mind. We found the hole. Chat, we found the hole. Hole is located. Alright, what the fuck is this thing? A gold
If
beetle.
it's useful, I say grab it.
What the hell is a gold beetle?
What now?
A small bug that glows with golden magma. Nobody would buy it, but there's apparently someone out there who's into it. Well, alright, well, we got a gold beetle, Chad. That seems pretty good to me. Whoa! Peanut.
We found
What do we
That's
got?
lovely.
Well, I already had one of those, so now we have 2, I guess. I mean, I guess I could put it on hold.
Nice.
Amazing.
Aquamarine, that's probably some and you online about the money in here.
Great find. Keep
Oh,
it.
and some pills. Okay, let's
What
put,
now?
what does she even have on? Agility? Well, that might be why she's going first. Actually, we're gonna keep that on her for now. That might be why she's getting to go first. And in here right now it's working, so I'm not gonna stop it. I really like I'm only 2 dungeons, or I guess a dungeon and one total dungeon in. But I like how they've designed the dungeons, these branching levels and you know, little secret places and shit.
All
What
good.
the hell is that? Do we gotta go? Okay, thank God we don't.
I see the enemy. Time for some close combat. This battle's ours. Let's go.
Settle this quick.
Allies, together!
Together.
Combine our strength.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Get him.
With these fists, I strike.
You can't run.
One left. Not bad, if I say so myself.
Oh, I hit the wrong one.
Hulkenberg's badly wounded. Someone heal her.
Yeah.
Take this! Still here?
Oh, power of heroes! Healing up!
Fine, she's got healing.
My thanks.
Only
I
one
can't
left.
afford to hold back.
Finish them off. We're clear.
Fine.
And that's that.
Dick.
Victory's ours.
Okay.
Hey, level
Not bad at all.
14. I'll take some agility. We got one. We'll you know what? Let's double up on. Well, do a little more magic. We're going into a fight. Let's do that. I can't see
Right there.
you,
I
motherfucker.
think they see us.
Oh.
Amazing. Great moves back there.
I see the end. Push through!
If we take the
Man,
offensive
they just
now,
keep
we can
spawning
finish
in.
this. 'Tis our
I'm
opening
losing my
first,
mind.
and we'll win.
Oh, big damn.
Let us fight as
My
one.
mind. I mean, I might be.
You can do this!
Shine!
Oh, hell yeah.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
That'll do it.
Man, I'm all sorts of fucking turned on. I want to kill this.
Ah,
There they are.
No.
Forward! Charging in! Forward! Charging in!
I think I killed all of them behind me. I don't know. I was trying to get to this. I was trying to get to this. To be honest here.
healer! Shine!
I shall fight. Brawler!
This might just kill.
Not done
I will
yet.
fight with pride. Vitus power.
Oh,
Fire!
yeah, this. That's the kill now. 421. Damn. Big money.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
Dude, almost at 8.
There are some enemies left.
Right there.
Stay sharp.
Forward! Time for some close.
Nice work.
Charging in. We have the edge.
This could be our time.
Assholes.
Let us fight as one.
We'll combine our strength.
The one should be left,
Oh,
right?
Mystic Purge!
I knew you'd be
Yeah,
there.
that
What's the
shield
play?
guy's
You
got
can't
drifting
run.
up to eat me whole. Welcome back,
Looks
by
like
the way,
that's all
chat,
of them.
from your ad.
Great job, everybody.
Hopefully they were enjoyable.
There's no way I'm stopping here.
Hey, rank 8 for Punchy and Healy.
There are still some foes around.
I see the enemy.
How are you still alive?
Forward!
They're on the defense.
Charge!
Looks like we
Let
got
us fight as one.
Let's do this!
Oh, Mystic Purge! Stay
I knew
focused.
you'd beat them.
That's it,
Hulkenberg.
Hulkenberg.
Oh, a crit? You didn't even need to. You did anyway.
What a finale! Keep your energy up, everyone.
Our foes have fallen. We are safe for the time being.
Alright. A scintillating marble. Alright, let's go. Let's go.
There they are. What's that? Push through!
Get all that,
That was the
free
last of
MP, baby. Get all that free MP.
I imagine that would be of use.
Wait, I don't see any. Wait, hold on. Oh, there is a fucking hole somewhere, isn't there? Where is it? Where's the wall hole? Where is it? Wait, where'd I come in? I came in from here. Wait, no, I came in from here? Did I go down? No, I was coming up, so I go there. No hole? Okay. No hole in chat. Unless I'm just fucking blind. Chat, am I blind? This fast motion, just throwing your eyeballs, looking right at this wall. Oh, it's a plateau. Oh, I wonder if that's where the big guy is. Well, we can get a save in. That's enough. Save complete.
Yep.
Alright. I want to go figure out how I'm getting in there. Maybe I just missed a hole in that main area. Wait, hold on. Oh, I was looking at the chat. I was looking at the wrong side. Don't laugh at me. I'm an idiot. Don't laugh at me.
Nice. Well, well.
Which Shohei? An imp ending pike. Oh, a lancer who just slay an impressive number of minor demons. Oh. Interesting.
Alright,
Batter.
that's lovely.
And then guards choss. Okay. Those are going to be good for purifying, not for putting on right now. Okay, I think we have everything in here now. You want Shohei for your pick in a 10th? No, absolutely not. Shohei was not on my list at all. Well, I mean, he was, obviously, because he's Shohei, but he wasn't that fucking high. You know.
Yep.
Okay,
What now?
You're saying I should change my pick to Vlad and offer him. I mean, I'll just take the tease. If you're just gonna lie to me in my chat about who you're picking and what's going on, that's fucked up. That's fucked up, honest. So if Acuna and Shohei have been taken, then it's my pick. I can change my pick until you pick. Well, that's fucked up. Could have just had Acuna. I'm pretty sure the league wouldn't let you change it after seeing what you've written in my chat, though. And I would raise a fucking stink. I'm just saying, bro. I need to...
What now?
I don't even think... well, maybe I'll need the mag. We'll use one Magla. Heal everybody. We'll go in there. We've always done... Yeah, but not after you've literally told me Acuna and Shohei have been taken and you know I'm not going to make my picks for a while. Like, that's fucked up.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
all right.
Let's get this Goop Tauros. Oh, it's a Minotaur with an axe. It's a Minotaur with an axe. Alright, Stroll, maybe let's not anger him more than he's already angered.
On guard!
The grotesque Goop Tauros. Alright. He looks unhappy. Oh, we're gonna feel this out.
With these fists, I strike for justice.
I probably shouldn't. Well,
After me!
so I should use her. Heavy physical light damage. Let's see what this does.
You will taste justice!
Oh shit! Oh, hold on! Oh, it's just the Goku beam. Oh, that only did 342. That one. Oh, that's terrifying. Oh no, that's actually terrifying. So I'm gonna guard.
I can take it.
Oh, healing power. I shall defend.
With these fists, I'll hold my ground.
That's terrifying. Bro, you can't just charge every turn, bro. Come on, man. What the fuck do you want me to do here?
Freezing!
Oh, healing power. Grant us solace. With blade in hand! I will not let you die.
Thanks.
My thanks. Now, what's the play? Staying on the defensive.
Hulkenberg's down! Get her back up!
Oh my.
Hulkenberg's down!
Alright, okay. Okay, let's restart this shit. Because, alright, okay, what do I need to do? He's hitting like a truck. Maybe I just need to fucking just go.
Oh, power of
Just
heroes.
smack the piss out of him.
Oh, mystic purge.
I shall fight as the noble I am. I shall vanquish evil. Take that!
It's okay. We can do this.
I didn't inflict
Fight
forgive.
is power. The lightning!
Not with the lightning. Oh, I don't think he likes me. Okay, so I'm weak to frenzy, so I need a guard.
I shall be as a shield.
Now, what's the play? Are you prepared?
I'm gonna try and make him forget.
Control, you gotta aim better than that. Is everyone okay? You gotta heal up. You all hurt bad. Can anyone get on healing duty?
Come forth, royal soul! Ice!
You hit their weakness.
I stand
Oh, okay, we have a weakness now.
with blade in hand. Are you all right?
I knew you'd help.
Helpful as ever. I can't afford to hold back. I shall vanquish evil.
Alright, can you not fucking miss this time?
I will fight with pride. Mage! Freeze!
Is everyone all right? Healer! I will not let you die.
That helped.
My thanks.
Is all you have frenzy?
Too many people knocked out here. We gotta get back on track. Or this'll get ugly.
Man, why can't you take aim earlier?
Come on, not like this. Someone help!
This retry is nice, so you don't have to go through 800 years of...
Come! Oh, mystic purge!
And it's not leveled up.
I shall fight as the noble I am. I call upon royal power within. I'll crush you.
Let's stay calm.
Forget, please.
Ice!
You hit their weakness.
Observe the enemy.
That's your opening, Captain.
Let justice prevail. Shine!
What fucking items? what can I fling at him for funsies? Oh, I guess I could ice chunk him, huh? Paralysis would be crazy too.
Here! I will fight with pride.
Oh, that didn't fucking work.
Me! Freeze!
I didn't fucking work.
You hit their weakness!
Is everyone all right?
That's your opening, Captain!
Come! Oh, Mystic Purge!
With these fists, I strike for justice. This calls for one of these.
You hit their weak point.
It's
Keep
okay.
it up, Stroll.
We can do this. Freezing!
All he does is fucking.
He's badly wounded. Can anyone heal him?
Don't frenzy again, bro. Like what? What the fuck is this?
Like this.
The fuck you want me to do? Okay. Maybe I just need to put
champion against
Knight back
rise
on.
and face anxiety.
Maybe I need to put me back outside. Maybe I need to put Knight back on what's her face, because she's just getting fucking annihilated right now as healer. She's getting fucking blitzed in a half. I guess I could do I guess I could do warrior too. Oh, could I double up warrior?
Please, do make yourselves comfortable.
Okay, so she has. Wait, so she doesn't need warrior?
I see. Fascinating. This right here. All right?
Yeah, let's do that. We got.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
I see.
Okay.
To greater heights.
Roll, you need to go back to warrior right quick. Okay. Oh, I mean, I guess I just want to take healing. Or wait, hold on. I'm the warrior. So it takes that much magic. Has not. I think the well. Oh.
What now?
Item. I got one. Will that be enough? I don't think 100 is going to be enough, right? Fuck. Do I have the right equipment on it? No. Ability's fine. I guess I should have fucking purified it, huh? And the mage pisses off. Maybe he's less angry if I'm not mage. My seeker doesn't do shit though.
The freedom of a wanderer.
I guess my defense goes up. What can I get for...
I've been waiting.
Die. Oh, I can grab Blizz, can't I? And then I can have some sort of attack. That hits. Actually, that makes sense.
All right.
Yeah, I got plenty. Don't ever say those words to me in that order again, Chick. Don't you ever. Alright, so nobody's a mage. Alright, let's try this.
You'll come again, won't you?
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is... save right quick now. I'm gonna get Poochie because it's getting dark now. He needs to come inside.
Yep.
So y'all are gonna...
What now?
Y'all are gonna look at some faces for a second, so I'll be right back. Alright, no idea how this is gonna go, but fuck it. I don't think I have great equipment for me. Well, I guess that's not bad. Alright, let's see how this goes.
Alright.
Maybe me not being a mage won't piss him off. I mean, he's already pissed, but you know.
Watch out!
On guard!
Oh, there's a synthesis? Oh.
Give me your aid!
Deals heavy physical slash damage. Interesting.
No.
Holy crits!
Nice one, Stroll.
Holy crits!
Comrade, lend me your strength.
Heavy only did 300 last
Perhaps
time.
not this. Oh, power of heroes.
Oh, I'm not leveled up to get that though. That's fair. Me? Maybe
Not
heavy
now.
is better. But it's gonna get around to me anyway.
Behold, we stand together.
All right, let's go.
Let's see how this looks. Alright, 144. is
Let's
not
stay
the-
calm.
Not a huge
Come
amount,
forth,
but it is
Royal
what it
Soul.
is.
Ice!
You hit their weakness.
Now, what's the
That's
play?
your opening, Captain.
Warrior! Hack and slash!
This is nothing.
So the mage was just... Oh, jeez. Okay. So the mage was just pissing him off. Interesting. And that's why he was doing that. That's cool. That I like how they're doing the enemies.
Won't hold back. Freeze.
That's sick.
You hit their weakness.
I can't afford to hold
That's your
back.
opening, Captain.
No holding back! I'll cut you down!
Is everyone all right?
I should probably heal, huh?
Just the thing.
Oh, please!
God damn it. Uh-oh.
My best. Wasn't
Someone get him
enough.
back on his feet.
Seeker! Ice!
Oh, we gotta get him down one first.
You hit their weakness.
Observe the enemy.
That's your opening, Captain.
This should help.
Let's
stay
see
calm.
another day.
Take it!
Trust needed.
My thanks.
Uh-oh. Who's he taking aim? Don't charge. Who's he taking aim at? Can I take him down?
Warrior!
Fuck it. If we die, we die.
Hack and slash!
Is everyone all right? Let justice prevail. With blade in hand. Sever!
I will fight with... Come forth, Royal Soul!
You hit their weakness.
Now, what's the
That's
glory?
your opening, Captain.
Oh, well, we're all dead, aren't we? Oh. Wait, what the hell was that? The hell was that?
For all that we strive for.
Am I losing my mind? What the hell
My
was that?
blade cuts like the wind.
The freedom of... Freeze!
You hit their weakness.
In the name, I shall
That's your
vanquish
opening,
evil.
Captain.
Hack and slash. Tougher than I thought.
Observe the enemy. Warrior! I strike with conviction. Still standing, I see.
Oh,
Only a
you're
flesh
dead
wound.
as hell. Okay, never mind. Oh, I'm dead as hell. Wait, never mind. I'm
Still
not. We're
fight.
good.
Let's
We're
get
good.
him
We're
some
good.
healing.
We'll get me some
Come
healing in a
forth,
second.
Royal Soul! Ice!
You hit their weakness.
I shall fight
That's
as the
your
noble I
opening,
am. I
Captain.
call upon royal power within. Not done
I
yet.
stand ready. Warrior!
Get him healed up.
Sever! They yet cling to life.
Seeker!
We're good. This'll do it, right? Look at that. Look at that. Just let me regroup. We got a Falchion too. Just let me regroup. I'll get there. Let me do some switching around.
Satisfactory.
Oh, everything's ranking up. I mean, that kind of makes sense. The levels are nice. Too.
I admit, it feels good to get stronger.
Strength always good for him.
To use this power wisely.
Strength always good for her too.
I'd expect no less.
New skill. Oh shit! I got a new skill for Seeker. Increases. Oh, okay, so I can help with that. Good shit. Oh, okay. We got the Brute's horn.
That's...
This horn is huge, bloody awful to imagine being gored by it. Really? You all seem pretty put together. Did we? I don't know.
No.
That thing was tougher than... Yeah, it sure was.
Huh?
That was a close one. That's... Listen. Third time's the charm. Fourth time? Whatever, we got it done.
All right.
No, we need to...
I see.
I wanna explore in here some more without if there's something in this room. Aside from the horn. Oh, am I not allowed in the room? Oh. Oh, there's nothing in it. Okay, never mind. I thought there might have been something in it.
What?
In that case.
Let's call it.
Yep. I'm gonna put us back. I'm gonna put us back where we were. Though that double warrior is pretty sick.
This
Wait, I
place.
guess.
What now?
I forgot I can just equip what I need to.
I'll show you the essence of truth.
With these fists, I strike for justice!
Oh, healing power, grant us solace.
I forgot I could just do that. Oh god, we're all dying. Oh,
What now?
I guess we're going back, so it doesn't matter.
Oh. You'll come
That's my bad. I forgot that I need to come in. That's my bad. That's sick. Alright, let's get the hell out of here.
So,
Oh, we're
Now then.
no, we're already done. Let's get the hell out of here.
Hey,
Let's
Okay.
head back, baby.
right?
I'm pretty sure we got everything, and we completed the quest. So, all in a good day's slaying.
Alright.
Taurus lies defeated. Once Showdown complete a request, finally be able to shop at the members only Igniter shop.
Got a
Good
sec?
job, Aggie. We did it.
Right.
We've got no time to lose. We're fine.
Now then.
We're fine. We're good.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Well, Aggie's the main character, so.
We got a major bargain.
Idle days where shops have discounts.
What's
Oh, well,
happened?
fuck. Man, I wish I knew that part. Whoa, what the hell? Wait, what is that? Hold on. You, who are you?
Hey!
May I ask you one thing? Are you all going to the Amazon?
Why?
Oh. Oh yeah, I guess we are going back.
What?
in there, huh? Buying intel gives you more than just what you've heard from the informant. It's various effects such as unlocking information about enemies in battle. Informants can be found skulking in taverns across Ronia if they're seeking them out. How much? The Ox Demon. I haven't seen that shit. What the fuck? What the hell's the Ox Demon? Of Belega Corridor. Isn't that where I was just at? Is the Ox Demon just the thing I killed? Is there another thing in there? I mean, it's only 300. Might as well. Fuck it. Oh. See, I didn't. We were fine. I mean, hey, we got a thing. Necromancer, yeah. Weak to light magic, yeah. And physical, yeah. Moving a stone statue. Weak to wind magic. Didn't see any.
Come again.
You're right.
I don't remember any.
How did I wind
All right,
up
then.
here?
Let's go.
Wait, what the who? Wait, what church thing is go? Wait, what's going on at the church? Huh? Huh?
What happened?
Why is there a thing on?
Stop that at once.
Swords are dangerous. What do you do if you cut yourself? Well, I mean, I guess you're not wrong, lady.
Closure, oh, closure.
Closure, Chad. Closure. Oh, closure. Hey, what do you need from me? Right, we're gonna purify. Oh yeah, I got a bunch of shit to purify, I guess, huh? Dude, 144. Normal attacks become fire too? Bro, that's crazy. Foreman's jacket. That goes to 105. Reduces the damage from being hit by your ball. Okay, that's not bad. Increases the damage against demi-human. The hell am I hearing back there? Automatically increases defense at the start of battle. I think if I ever use her as Nike, Nike. I was thinking Nike. I was reading Pike and said Knight. Jesus Christ. I think if I ever use her as Knight, I probably should just get this out of the way and purify it, even though it's 2600. Yeah, we'll just purify all this shit. I need to check what she's wearing. So I think closure, oh closure, chat, closure. Okay, I got your shit done, dog. Here's your horn.
You.
It takes the rest of the day.
Mission accomplished, then.
Yeah.
You'll have your reward. I'll let the merchant know to allow you through as well.
Hell yeah.
I thank you.
We got courage, we got an igniter, we got 75 hundo casharoonie.
All right.
I knew an outsider would be perfect for slipping through the cracks. Clearly, you were the right man for the job.
We
Should
and the
keep our
team.
supply lines flowing smoothly. Thanks for helping us sort this out. By the way, what do you say to more consistent work from me? I can't imagine an elder could find an honest job in the city otherwise. But I don't much care what tribe you are. I'll always make sure you're paid properly for the work you do. Besides, keeping in contact with me might have its own advantages.
Let me shake your hand. I need the
Have
bomb.
you made up your mind?
Bomb.
All right. I accept.
A wise choice.
What the hell are you doing?
Fine
Aurora?
then. You seem determined.
The hell was that?
You heard nothing just now.
The cat, isn't
right?
it?
Right. I didn't hear anything.
That's
Probably
for
a
the best.
cat.
It was just the wind. Am I clear?
A cat in the wind.
I've got some business to attend to. We'll go our separate ways for today.
Cat in the wind. I bet it's a cat.
However, I trust you won't be telling anyone what you think you heard.
I mean,
If
the
you
wind
do
blows a lot
tell
of things
anyone,
around. Especially
well,
a cat cries.
I'm sure you're sharp enough to imagine the consequences. Then we have a deal.
Hey, here we go. Give me that bond. Give me that
the
bond.
trader and iconoclast, Brigitte. Within her dwells the virtue of the merchant. Nurture thy bond with her, and a new power yet slumber.
Whoops. Do bond, Brigitte.
Interesting.
The party can now
Perhaps
study
it
the
does have hidden
merchants.
depths.
All right, we got the merchants. Whatever the hell that does. What does that do? You can now select the merchant in Academia Trice. I mean, I'm gonna actually go there and see. I have no idea what this is even gonna do. What are you doing, bro?
You'll pick up your next job here. Come back another day.
On it, boss. On it, boss. Oh, it's raining? Oh, can I? Hold on. Apparently it's raining doesn't mean the dude is like...
You heard this?
Oh yeah, the magic guy too. The magic shop.
Rain? You'll be a lifesaver. I'm just incredulous.
No, my laundry.
You've come at a good time.
So it was 3 before. Now it's 5. So if I were to do 1,000, I get it at a rate of, I get 5,000 back. If I did all of it, I'd get 50 and I could buy that thing. But I'm not that crazy. Could be that crazy. I want that 50,000 thing. I'm gonna be honest. But if I did like half, if I did, I could get 25,000. Okay, so I can have 25 in my pocket. Hold on.
Hey!
Hello there.
I probably have appraisals I can do, right? A silver lance! Yo, that's sick. Silver lance that balances beauty with power. So coin, stone, 2 marbles, an onyx, and a big aquamarine. I'm not selling that apple, Chad.
Now then.
The apple will never be sold. Yeah, I don't think I need. Oh, that's what I have equipped. That's what I don't have. Oh, we have an extra silver thing now. Oh, it's greaves. Okay. What's this dude? Mage? What the fuck is Mage Devotion? Oh, multi-tar. Oh, okay. That actually might not be bad. So if I were to sell half my... Hello.
What'll I do?
So if I were to sell 5,000 worth. I would lose all my money, but I would have that all stats up thing, which would probably be pretty valuable. And I'm grinding like a mad lad anyway?
What'll I do?
No, it's in the other shop. And it might be, actually, it's what? Is it going to be a little cheaper because it's the day? So it might not be exactly 50 as well, right? Guess we'll find out in a second, huh?
This is on sale right now.
So it's down to 40? Bro. We're buying it. And then we keep 10K? Bro. I'm in. I'm in. Probably me. Because I'm the protagonist. Duh. Duh, chat. You can, oh, that's equipped already. I mean, I guess I could equip the researcher's coat now. Oh, I forgot to purify them. Shit. So now we can check the magic shop. The magic shop's down here.
What'll I do?
Like around the bend.
Rain?
Oh, this is the exit.
I'm just... Idiot peasant.
Come on!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What a dick!
This bloody rain will take you all the way through.
That's fine. Alright, let's find out about this magic shop. It's only open at night. World shouldn't revolve around the privileged few who can afford expensive igniters. My wares are distinguished by their affordability and utility. Except for the rings, they're the most valuable. Okay. Alright, what do we got? Okay, so these are all throwables. Okay, we got Praetorian Cloth. That's expensive as piss. We got dolls. We can, okay, Plague Mask. Prevents poison. Okay. Prevents paralysis. Prevents hex. Okay, these are actually important as hell. Maybe not for me right this second. Preventing poison might not be too bad, I guess, but I don't exactly want to buy these right this second. Alright, so there's shit we can only do at night, too. Okay, I could listen to him, I guess. I'm gonna see what's up on the main road.
I'm just incredulous. What to do, what to do.
I like that dude's coat, that's why I stopped. I like the deck. It was blue.
Rain? Bloody hell.
Alright, let's
Ridiculous.
see if there's anybody standing around out here I haven't talked to before. Could definitely do my imagination. Definitely something I could do.
But why?
Oh, I guess I could purify those boots.
Be drenched if we stay out.
Oh, God.
Guess I could do that while I'm here.
Closure.
Alright, wait, do you sell blessed water? Absolutely fucking useless to me. How are you not gonna have purified water in the church? Fucked up. Oh, I can go in here. What? I thought, okay, well. What's in here?
Welcome.
Yeah, what up? I hear a voice within my mind.
You have my thanks.
Those who see duty through completion should be fairly compensated. The store's wares are yours to peruse from now on. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, what do we got? What do I have anything to appraise? Oh, what the fuck is it? Oh my god, these are expensive as piss. That would be hella useful in the future. Enables the multi-target dark skill mage underworld. Okay, so these are just all the multi-targets. Okay. Anything to
An
say?
intriguing offer.
Do be careful. Oh shit. Can't go there. Okay, wait, what are we? I don't want to check that. I don't think there's anybody around. Maybe we'll just go talk to the imagination guy finally.
Why, you little...
I guess we could talk to Maria too, I guess, huh?
Trapped.
What are you?
To do.
You there?
What do you have? A mindless mallet.
Bye-bye now.
Trapped. What to do?
An elder.
Stop that at once!
Got
Water.
a special running
Oh,
today.
do you have the water I need? Hold on. Oh, never mind. That seems like a deal. Just to have on.
Oh.
Hey, maybe there's nothing else.
I'm chuffed.
God, what are all these? Hungry. What do we have?
Oh.
I'm off. I'm chuffed.
Okay, so that's meats.
Dear me!
Artist, what are you? What do you have? Better taste than my parents. Add about 2 minutes chat. Ready your ad blockers, by the way. Don't fuck them ads.
Please, if you might deign to help.
What the fuck it do? What's the vitality pendant do?
Stop that at once!
What now?
Hold on, we gotta see what a vitality pendant does. Does it just raise HP? When held by the party member, prevents you from being infected with a malady. I haven't even seen that shit yet. Malady is a physical status which greatly reduces character ability, endurance, luck, magic, and strength, along with nullifying HP and MP. Okay, so. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. We'll wait on this. And it's like not even on sale, right? It's not even on sale.
This is the most foul.
What are you doing?
You little bastard, you.
Hello there.
I want to see the human. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at us.
This is the most foul.
Stop that at once!
I'm not trying to wander off. Chill, dog. Chill.
Pardon?
Alright, let's go to the imagination man.
My husband?
Aha. Is this it?
Let's use our imagination. Good.
I'm just incredible.
I mean, I guess we could talk with what's-her-face to, like, strengthen our bond. I guess we could do Maria, too. Let's get our imagination up a little bit.
That damn Louise.
I wonder.
My thanks.
Alright, let's, are we gonna get to hear it, or are we just kind of sitting here?
Long ago.
Oh. The story goes back to my just in time for the ads, too. Nobody gives a shit about this. Now the story goes back to my grandfather's grandfather. Once far, far away, there was a village out in the country. There was a cave nearby that the villagers prohibited anyone from entering. But one day my ancestor, who was just a boy then, decided he had to see it for himself.
Come on!
Gallica, shut up! Sure enough, he ventured deep inside and soon became swallowed in darkness, hopelessly lost. A handful or not, he was still just a boy, and his bravery failed him. He sank to his knees in the dark, crying pitifully.
Nevertheless.
But then something bathed in a warm light caught his eye as it approached him. The little light actually spoke, saying, "Pipe down, you can't cry in a place like this." He was shocked. After he got a good look at it, the boy realized it was a fairy, pulsing with light. He was so relieved his tears magnified. But the fairy couldn't bear it. Throwing her arms up, she said, "If you want to cry so badly, fine, suit yourself." And she left. But before he knew it, the fairy returned. "Come on, follow me," she said. "I'll show you the way." You see, she had sensed a dangerous beast deep in the cave, and compassion won the day. She decided to get him safely back to the entrance.
Oh, yeah?
When they had arrived at the cave's mouth, the boy turned to thank the fairy, but he had already disappeared into thin air. Time marched on, and he grew into an adult. He visited the cave countless times, hoping to find and thank her, but he never saw her again in long.
Oh my.
And you'd like to know the end? That was the ending? Oh my god.
All right.
Thank you for the hydrators.
Well then.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Okay, Flames Day afternoon. We're going back in the cathedral, guys.
What
What's
now?
happened?
Oh,
What now?
we got the big staff. We got the Greaves. Welcome back, chat.
So? True.
Chat, we're going back in the cathedral. Got a ton of it done first time, man. Now we're full health,
Got it.
ready
do
to
you
go.
think? Then...
Where to?
Okay.
The altar chamber. All right, new area, new me. Got doggos.
Right there. Time for some close up.
Very impressive.
There they are.
Yeah, nice work.
Right there. Forward!
Amazing. Great moves back there.
Well, I guess that's a good go to the reception chamber. Okay. God damn, more fucking everywhere, man. It's just like 8 billion bodies, dude. Ugh.
Yes. All good.
I thought that might happen.
Charging in. Let's do this.
We charge in at once.
Alright, hey life, what the hell are you? The hell are you? Well, you came out of stone, so maybe you don't like blizzard.
Freeze!
Observe the enemy.
Actually kind of weak.
Shine!
Kind of weak though.
Okay, I don't think there's any more backup coming. Let's keep moving. I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
All that for a potion. Ain't no way this ain't locked. Oh. Chipped white porcelain. Door over there.
There they are. Come on!
A preemptive
We have the edge.
Asshole.
Let's go.
I mean, you're flying. Oh, you resist.
Pierce attacks won't get through.
Oh, you're weak to wind. I ain't got that. So good luck.
Burn! Still here?
Point. Oh man, oh, you didn't need to crit. Didn't need to crit.
Keep your energy up, everyone.
No mercy.
I think I'm getting used to it.
Is this just gonna open?
Right there. Time for some close combat. Let's push through.
Well, we're downing the zombies now that we've gone through the little bit of a level up, huh? So that's pretty cool. That means my MP kick in. Oh, hey,
I see the enemy. Charging in.
I wonder if one of these gargoyles is gonna get me. Probably this first one.
Right there. All right. How's that?
Stay in that wall.
Let's give him
Stay
a
in
fight.
that.
You're up first. Stay calm, everyone.
Mage. Fire.
And that's that. Victory's ours.
Do you know?
Victory is ours, and safety hard won.
More white porcelain. Which one of you is it? Wow, it's actually none of it. Is it you? I don't trust him. Oh, I'm about to say, one of these is about to be locked at some point. If that thing comes alive, that's gonna surprise me. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, okay. I was about to do a quadruple take. What's this wall made of? Magma? I doubt we can get that. We can just run into it. Oh, it's miasma. Look. It's shiny. Oh, it's the lift. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
If so,
I see. If you see use for it, I say take it with you.
Superior mundane threads. What? Oh, there it is. We gotta kill it.
What the?
We gotta kill it.
Let's hurry.
Got a sec?
I see the enemy. Come on! Exemplary.
Oh.
That's a
The
gimme.
robust remedy. What is it?
There they are. Forward! Time for some close combat.
Good one! Act fast, and we'll win this.
Get in there and finish him off.
Can I? Well, I mean, I guess I
Give me your
have
strength.
fire. That hits everybody.
Show them our might.
Burn!
Going to be.
God, Luis.
What a finale! Keep your energy up, everyone.
Hey, we got some
Next one will fall just as easy.
69 HP. Nice.
Not bad.
Level 50.
I feel stronger.
Not the luckiest level.
Whew. That should do it.
Sick.
I see the enemy. Charging in.
I imagine that would be of use.
Six size. Are you alive? Somebody's growling.
Stop!
We cannot
There they are.
Stand ready.
All right. How's that?
This is our.
Tis our opening.
First.
We'll do this
Well,
together.
I mean,
Hold nothing back.
if it works, it works.
Fire!
The captain took one down.
Come. Not this one. For all that we strive for. Shine.
Yeah, I get your resist.
We're all counting on you.
Those two are stunned, so we're gonna make it work.
Only 2 enemies left. Stay sharp.
I bet I could just punch the piss out of one of these.
Wrap this up! Not bad, if I say so myself.
They're weak to piercing attacks. Hit them all in one fell swoop.
I won't hold back.
God strike, dog. So we're just gonna do this again. This should just
Still up.
help. I guess I could have just done that. Alright, that could have
Not
gone
too
worse.
shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
I think I'm getting used to it.
Okay.
Hey, 14 on mage.
That'll do it.
That will do it. Alright. So, there's a room over there.
I see the enemy.
Stop!
One of you a gargoyle? Anybody in here? There's a gargoyle in here? Okay, so this is just like a shortcut through? Oh, my.
There they are. Let's push through. Come on.
Is that the end then?
New, wait, whoa, new skill. What, wait, hold on. What the hell did you learn? Light dodge increases evasion against light attacks. Well, that's a good. Well, I already repel that right now, so fuck it.
We found something.
Yeah.
Purity gloves. Hey, that prevents the thing that the other thing. Strength and magic. I mean, actually, I might take those. What am I doing here with my endurance and agility? That means I could put the greaves on Hulky. I mean, it's a little. I mean, I guess pull down. I mean, endurance and agility is not bad for the defense down, I guess. What's it going down to? 114 to 1. I mean, I get endurance back. Maybe we'll find something else. Right, well, that one isn't so bad. Let's keep exploring. AKA, we're gonna kill these two guys without fighting.
Exemplary.
Which one of you is a thing? Oh, neither. Wow, hello guys. I'm going to...
Time for some close combat.
Where's your buddy?
I see the enemy.
That was brilliant.
Boink.
You found something.
I got
Let's
a
take it with
thread.
us.
Now we can go back to the start with the other one. A hole in here. No holes. No holes, Chet. Oh, I'm just going around the corner. Are you one? Are you one? Are one of you one? Are you one? Are you? Okay, none of you are. None of the gargoyles are alive.
Right there.
All right, we did it!
Are you one? Are you? Are one of you one? Wait, is somebody coming up to me? What am I here?
We've been spotted. On your guard.
I see the enemy. Time for some close combat. Charging in.
They are.
Stop rotting!
Strike first.
This could be our chance.
For all that we strive for. Oh, mystic purge.
Doink.
I will by this power. Fire!
Doink. Damn, 448.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
A trivial fight, really.
That wasn't for you, that was for the archetype. Chill. Alright, so all that asshole is who I was fucking hearing. Hey!
Right there.
Alright,
Oh.
amazing. Great moves back there.
So
There they are.
Get ready, everyone.
Luis.
Right
I
there.
knew one of you was gonna be alive. I knew one of you was gonna be alive.
This is our chance.
Comrades, lend me your strength.
You can do this.
Get him.
Shine.
Easy.
Okay, I don't think there's any more backup coming. Let's keep moving.
69.
That'll do.
Nice. Level
I
up
shall rise to the
straw, my man. I mean, it's better than magic.
Whew. That should do it.
Are one of you alive too?
Come on. Cat. Cat. We have the edge.
All right, we make the first move.
Behold.
Man, why couldn't I reach that ass?
It's up to you now.
I don't care.
Oh, mystic purge.
Y'all are all getting hit. Y'all are all getting hit. I've decided.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
There's no way I'm stopping here.
Victory is ours, and safety hard won.
Hey, Heroes Incense.
Time for some close combat. Forward!
Quick,
Let's take them all out.
looks like we get the first move.
Oh, big punchy.
Let us fight as one.
Let my
Big
power support you.
punchy from Punchy Town.
Shine.
Slay, Hulkenberg.
Satisfactory.
Let's right through this. And that's that. Victory's ours.
Unscathed triumph.
I think we're in the clear.
Do you now? What am I jumping down here? Okay, so I can jump down. I'm gonna go the other way because it seems like jumping down might be a pain in the ass to come back up. Are you alive? 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 Oh, what? Oh, you can just go here.
Come, Luis.
Oh, is that just another? What the hell is that? Oh, you just can't jump down from here. So you have to. Oh, okay. I see. So they're telling you, hey, you need to go down there, you dingus. Oh. Wait, what the? Wait, what did I miss? Oh, it's the thing behind the barrier I gotta take down. Oh, is it because I'm jumping on the arm so I can get down? So I can go across? Okay, that kind of, okay, that makes sense.
Hey.
Why, no, why don't we just jump down to that lower floor?
Got me.
Why don't we just...
Very impressive.
There they are.
Pal.
Time for some close combat. Impressive as all right. How's that?
Luis. That'll do it.
Bang, bang, bang. Oh, we got a ladder. Oh shit, that was fucking smooth as hell, I ain't gonna lie. Oh,
Right
what up,
there.
guys? I need
Did it!
What now?
Nice!
Oh, hey, bud.
I see the enemy.
I think that's all of them.
Probably. You alive?
There they are.
One of you alive? Is this just a shortcut? Thank God. Alright, now we ain't gotta run around 800 places. We need a shortcut back through here. And I assume down here is the thing?
Nice find. Looks like it could be useful.
Oh, shit. We got a restroom and we can save.
Oh.
Alright. We haven't saved in a minute. We haven't saved in an hour.
Let's go.
Alright, we're looking good. We're looking good on MP now. Let's go up first before we go down. Okay, let's not. Got a hole anywhere? Not on this side. Maybe we'll find the key. Up, 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 bing.
We've been spotted. On your guard.
Okay.
This won't stop us. Curse won't kill me.
Ain't no way that just hit all of us.
Girl's anxious.
Ain't
and
no
they're targeting
fucking
him.
way.
Hulkenberg's been hexed. She'd better hold back her attacks until it's gone.
They'll not break my defenses.
Captain's
I
been
can't
hit with a
afford to
hex.
hold back.
He attacks, he's getting hurt too.
Staying on the defensive.
A curse. Vitus power. Maybe not.
Okay.
I won't hold back.
Okay.
Hulkenberg's been hexed. She'd better hold back her attacks until it's gone.
I shall defend.
I shall fight as the noble I am.
Thank God. Just fucking.
Yikes! Here comes the counter!
Oh my God.
Hulkenberg's been hacked.
Come forth,
She'd
royal
better
soul.
hold back her attacks until it's gone. Looks
Hey,
like
what
they're
the
weak to
hell?
light. I guess
Light?
it's our time to shine.
Do I have light?
Maybe there's a
Oh,
better
I
choice.
can't.
Vitus power. Burn!
Oh,
It's not over yet. Dreadful curse. They'll not break my defenses.
I can't afford to hold back. Let's make an end of it.
We'll combine our strength.
asshole.
Let's do this.
Hit him with the Goku beam. 926. Holy jeez. Well, that was annoying.
Great work, everyone.
Not even worth the fucking kill, dog.
I'll not be able to fight in this accursed state.
I see the enemy.
Please lend me your aid.
I got a feeling you need healing.
Yeah, thanks.
What now?
You're an astute observator. How do you still have this? Alright. Place a pain in my ass.
Nice find. Looks like it could be useful.
God.
There they are. Forward!
Are you well? I cannot say you look it.
Really?
What now?
No. Looks like they found us.
What is
What's
this?
up?
Fuck it, I'm just grabbing it. So I don't have to fucking fight those little assholes right now. Oh yeah, I have that amulet thing. Yeah.
What?
Is it moving? Oh, now we can cross on the lower floor. It's bowing. Hell yeah. Look at that.
That's... If that's the case...
That being the case...
Whoa. I can't get past them!
that might be of use.
Oh, fuck it. We're out. We're out. Let me in.
I'm heading out.
Fuck it. We're just going in. we're just going in. Bark.
Really?
So apparently...
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Attack!
Alright, these guys are assholes. They better not get to go first.
Behold! We stand together!
It's up to you now.
Alright.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Ain't no way.
We're all counting on you.
Don't summon. God.
Give me your aid.
Go!
You will taste justice. Last one.
It's
okay.
1500.
We can do this. Lend me your strength. Come forth, royal soul. Fire!
Observe the enemy. Healer! Shine!
Alright, well, that was easy enough. Thank God we have light, huh? That would have been a lot easier. Dude, that's 500 experience for that? That's 600 experience? Oh!
Good. 'Tis done.
Double rank up, level up.
I shall strive to use this power wisely.
I mean, luck, I guess,
New
is
ability.
good. Oh, wait, what we got? Passive increases evasion against strike. Get the have. You love to see it.
All right.
Get it, Aggie. Ew. My eyes just stopped working there looking at that explosion. Alright, now I can get that. Now we can go on the lift. Now we can also get that one.
Yes.
There's a red. Highly doubtful it was the last time. Intruders haven't made it to the upper level. Corpse and lumber not stop them. I have little patience for rats scurrying in the shadows. Go exterminate the interlopers.
Yes. Understood.
Alright, Mr. White Shirt.
Is it really?
I gotta go get Goth Guy. I gotta go get Hot Topic.
No matter.
All right.
I mean, we
Let's call
can. But we're gonna double back anyway.
You see?
All good.
Okay, let's go. We need to run downstairs. There's like a thing somewhere around there. No, it's not here. Where the fuck is it? Oh, mark it lost. Was it not that way? Which way was it? This way? Might have been this way? This way up and around? I should have just worked my way back. I fucked up. Okay, so this is that. We went this way. I do not care about those gargoyles right now. Just gonna run by them. I'm not gonna kill every fucking gargoyle this time. It wasn't in there. Running this way. And it was down here, I believe. Yeah, it was like right here.
Great find. Keep
Less
it.
water, good shit. We need that shit to purify thing. What the hell is even up? Oh, okay, I see it. That's just a shortcut there. And we can hop down some. I think it was like right over here, wasn't it? Now we can cross? Yeah, we can cross right here. Get that, treasure chest that was over here. Oh, there's a door too. Alright.
This is amazing.
I
Oh.
can't believe it.
Whoa, an exorcist cassock. Beautifully gilded vestments that repel. Oh, and increases dark evasion? Bro. Bro.
What now?
Not sure that's better than the noble. And it, wait, does it need to be purified? Oh, maybe it doesn't, it's just good. Okay, so repels all that is impure. So it's magic +3 versus all stats +1. I'm pretty sure I have higher defense. I mean, because it's 218, I think I'd be 118. He'd be 108. He needs the +3 more, honestly, than I do. The evasion goes down, but fuck it. And now her magic should hit harder too. What the hell is this door? Just a shortcut back. Oh yeah. Have I been everywhere now? Good now? That might be everything. Man, I didn't get that corner. I mean, I guess I could go farm MP right quick. I mean, I guess we could do that. Where the fuck did they spawn? Oh, they're in here. Hey, little guys, I need some MP.
There they are. Come on! Time for some close combat. Let's push through!
A step in the right direction.
Oh, Eggy I got 16 off that. Sick. Wait, does that mean I have a thing I can use?
What now?
I don't know what I got the plus on. Oh, it looks like endurance probably. Let's do. Let's get the close to 20 magic for this fight. 20 base magic. Almost ran into him. These motherfuckers ain't respawning, are they?
What now?
Sorry, I gotta get all these off. I almost want to do it, but we got a healer on us, so I don't think we can.
What now?
Oh fuck it, we're going in. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of running around. We're going up the thing to face the white mage. I assume it's a white mage. Yeah. Get rid of that. Boink. Move.
What now?
Let's call this lift.
We did it!
Miasma wall's gone. Now we can take the lift and
Don't tell me.
just call it back down. Oh. Dude, do we get to fight on the lift as it's going up as a backdrop? Because that'd be fun. Well, hey guys.
Sigh.
Fancy meeting you here. The white-clad triumvirate. Oh boy. My fancy capes. Get lit, bro. We stand opposed, then let it be a show for us. Alright, well, let's go.
Watch out! Let us fight as one.
I mean, I'm not sure they all resist. I'm sure they will, but I'm not sure they will.
You can do this.
So let's do a little bit of damage regardless. Oh, they don't all resist.
It's pointless to resist.
Interesting.
I call upon royal power within.
They're weak to piercing attacks. Hit them all in one fell swoop.
I don't got Pierce.
Take that! Let's finish this!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's what I didn't want. That's what I heard. Owie.
This is nothing.
Oh, never mind. They're stupid as hell.
Me! Hold on. We'll do this together.
They're dumb as hell. I don't care if that middle guy, I don't care if that middle guy resists.
Let's finish this.
Oh, healing power. Grant us. Oh, power of heroes. Oh, mystic purge.
This might not kill. Okay, never mind. I'm hitting harder now.
Prepare yourselves.
Another fucking move eats my butthole, dude.
Take this. Enough. Are you prepared? You'll be dust.
I'll show you the essence of truth.
Someone kill him.
Maybe not. I'm all prepared. Maybe there's a better choice.
Give up and face your death.
Are you all right?
That helped.
I owe you. Why do you struggle? You can't fight it.
Hell, I can't.
Let's make an end of it.
Let's do this!
I don't care if you resist.
Let's do this!
Eat fist.
I'll show you the essence of truth. By this power. Burn!
Let's go! Here!
Wasn't enough.
The audacity!
God damn it.
Adjust the thing.
I live to see another day.
Eat this! Tougher than I thought. Useless! This is the end!
We're gonna die, ain't we? Oh.
Take this! Stop flailing
wounded.
about!
Can anyone
Enough!
heal him? Stroll can't take any more.
Come forth,
Well,
royal soul.
I can't fucking take any more dogs.
Fire! Still here?
Let justice prevail. This won't do. Healer! Shine!
Louise!
Oh. That could have gone way worse than it did.
Not bad.
Hey, rank up to 15 for mage. Shit. It could have gone way worse if those other two weren't weak to light.
Got it.
You see?
Head to the
What
top
now?
floor. Luckily, our MP is pretty fucking solid. I could probably just top off Volkenberg and be good. I mean, we could run around and do stupid shit, but I'm just gonna fucking save and go. We're just gonna save and go. And if it doesn't work out, we can switch to the warrior strat.
Yep.
Alright, let's go. The Royal Portrait Hall.
Yes.
We're off.
Well, let's go, chat.
Watch out!
Yeah, that more white mages. Oh. Little son of a bitch back.
I see the enemy.
Draw steel.
Charging in. Forward!
They're out! Act fast! And we'll win this!
Let's go!
Healer! Oh, mystic purge!
With...
It's okay. Fire!
Poink.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
But like 65-ish?
Wish every fight was that easy, eh? I think we're in the clear.
Yeah, welcome over, Hulk. Running up late there. Hey, assholes, how are you?
Right there. Charging in. Let's give him a fight.
Now get ready.
Join with me.
We'll combine our strength.
Oh,
hit him.
Mystic Purge.
You can't run! Damn you! Not done yet. Damn it!
By this power. Ice!
No, with blade in hand. Shine.
Woo, not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
Silver mail.
If I say so
Whoa,
myself.
big drop
Nice.
and the
I
level.
feel stronger already.
Can I have a strength up for my
I think
boy
that's all of them.
who's using the
now?
punchy punch? Is that for you then? Well, I guess nobody can use it. Can I use it? Probably not. I guess it's for knight or warrior. I guess that makes Alright, what's behind door number 1 then? Giant ass, big ass, giant ass room. Oh, who is that? Oh, that's Lewis. He's already got a picture? He already got a picture? This motherfucker already got a picture.
Speaking of. Fine.
That's funny as hell, honestly. Lord Lewis. Oh, Zorba's that dude's name.
No.
Back to the early days, he's always been infamous. Lewis was the only man who paid no mind to his reputation. Infamous probably for all this stuff that he's, you know, conjuring up. Army engineer had some true skill in magic that could animate the inanimate, but his raw offensive spells were pitifully weak. His past won him no favors. Lowborn, half-blood, starry, pagan, outcast for the army. Only Lewis saw potential with powers. It was a subtle art, but one with vast utility, even puppeteering the dead. Must have become utterly devoted to Lewis. The Zobra I knew was an earnest young man, if rather with a drawn. Ugh.
Yep, we're safe here.
What am I missing right here? Do I not like have an item that I can do something?
That solves that.
I don't know what to do. So. This is a sick fucking table, though. What the fuck is it?
That should come in handy.
Pocket
Holy awesome. Awesome. I don't know. Oh shit, I didn't mean to fucking break those. I didn't think they would break.
No problem.
Alright, how's that?
They're down.
Okay, let's give this all we got.
Quick,
Oh, these
everyone,
guys.
go!
For all that we strive for!
Maybe there. I have no idea. Just hit them all.
Mystic Purge!
Hit them all. Oh, sick.
That's the
Hell.
last of them. The way's clear.
The way's clear. He's getting close
Victory
to
is ours,
16.
and safety hard won.
Next.
I see the enemy. Charging in. Time for some close combat.
Good one!
Let us settle
Looks like
this.
we can.
Join with me.
I mean, if it's
can
working,
do
it's
this.
working. Gonna at least get the doggos.
Stay
I got
focused.
all of them.
Well done, Hulkenberg.
Amazing work, Hulkenberg.
Take that!
Wink.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
Hopefully Hulky levels up.
I think I'm getting used to this.
I think with all these she might. She might get rank 11 on this thing.
I think we're in the clear.
Right there. Let's push through.
Oh, hell
I'll
yeah.
give it my all.
Oh, we didn't get the other guy though.
Comrades, lend me your strength.
We'll combine our strength.
We'll combine our strength. Oh yeah, I'm gonna skip through this a little quicker. Been watching
Whew,
this
not too
episode.
shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
We've seen a lot.
That'll do.
Hey, there's the double rank up. Either y'all get anything for it?
There they are. Forward.
If we take the...
This battle's ours.
Jump
Let's
ahead.
go.
Quick, everyone, go!
You'll
I'm
be
going
dust.
to just punch.
Right on target.
Oh, hell
Nice
yeah.
one, Stroll.
Comrades, lend me your strength.
Let's do this.
The crit.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Easy clap.
Whew, not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
Got some fur out of it too.
Let us carry this fortune onward.
I think we're in the clear.
Right there. All right. How's that? Dad?
They're down.
Let us settle
Win the
this.
fight.
We make the first move.
Are you prepared? I'll crush you!
Boink.
Behold, we stand together.
Let my power support you.
Let my power support
You
you.
never let us down.
How in the hell are you still alive?
Only one left. Finish them off and we're clear.
Bonk. Bonk.
Looks like that's all of them. Great job, everybody.
She's so cool.
Victory is ours, and safety hard won.
What now?
Next. Oh.
What? He's here!
Oh, is this the fight?
I truly didn't expect you to make it this high. I applaud your resilience, if nothing else.
The sanctuary was all but flooded with Magla. Zorba, was that your doing?
You've heard of me then? Well, considering Lord Luis's influence, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised.
Tell us, those bizarre Magla crystals, they shouldn't naturally form in a place like this. Are you responsible for them?
Oh, you mean the Melancholia crystals? All I did was place a passable core or two along the path to make it easier for them to form.
Melancholia crystals.
Yes,
Pressure.
little more than a parlor trick to block your path using the newly formed crystals. All magic is derived from motes of Magla. What you
Okay.
saw was just one possible crystallization of it. One that drives mortals to madness.
Oh, that makes sense.
Speak sense. You claim this horrific aberration is something natural. That you had only the barest hand in its power?
Melancholia, pure and simple. The result of pure magla at its most dense. Man or beast, any wretch who feels its power will go berserk. They'll see anyone as a threat. Some have their bodies harden like scales. Some, their very bones twist inside them until there's something else entirely.
Melancholia? What are you trying to achieve? It's the scepter you're after, isn't it?
You certainly ask a lot of questions. I'm afraid I haven't the time for answers. There is much yet to prepare.
Hey! I'm not done talking to you.
You've done nothing but talk. Perhaps you should have listened instead.
Is this a piece of bone?
I had to find some use for the scattered pieces I couldn't animate into soldiers. And now I have 3 more fools to grind down for the pile.
Look out! Take cover!
Don't fancy our chances making it through that. What do you think?
Can we hit the bones back?
Maybe if we hit the bones hard enough?
We've no weapons that could hit them at such distance.
How about we fall back for now? There's not much we can do here.
I don't like it, but we've no other choice. Let's pull back.
God damn it, I prepped for a fight.
It really has been one nuisance after another here. I suppose my crushing you will be the last lesson you learn. Come to me if you can!
That damned Zorba. He would go to such lengths to desecrate the Royals' legacies.
Damn frustrating to get stuck after coming this far. No other paths either. Are we just going to have to charge through?
We cannot evade such a barrage, nor will our armor protect us fully. There has to be a better way.
We could use a shield, or something close enough to it.
A shield?
That big fucking table?
For lack of a shield proper, can you think of anything we might use?
Big fucking table. He would, yeah, he wouldn't ruin the painting.
What? From the portrait hall?
Yeah.
Of course, a marvelous gambit.
He wouldn't dare. Not of his beloved.
If we shield ourselves with Luis's portrait,
Oh,
Zorba may well refuse to fire upon us.
But it's just a flimsy painting.
A painting that he took the trouble to protect, transport, and mount. If he truly worships Luis, might he not hesitate to shoot it?
Point taken. I suppose it's our best shot.
Dumb as hell, I love it. This is good shit. This is a master ruseman at work.
What? You degenerates! That's...
Don't mind us. We've rubbish to dispose of.
Rubbish? You heathens! I'll pulverize you!
Try if you like. Be ashamed to destroy your Lord Luis's pretty face, though.
Ah, underhanded, treacherous little...
That's rich coming from you.
Silence! You witless incompetents! I can't tarry here any longer. I have important things to do. However, you defile Lord Luis with this blasphemy! You'll pay. I swear! I'll make you regret this!
Yeah. Get out of here, bone boy.
So it's desecration when it comes to his lord, but the sanctity of the dead means nothing.
No kidding.
That's how it works.
We must be getting close. But...
Alright.
Forward.
I mean, I'm ready for a fucking fight, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, look at all the
Right there.
teepees!
Let's push through. They are broken. 'Tis our opening.
I'll give it my all.
Finish him off!
He did.
Oh, healing power. Grant us solace. Join with me.
Let's find out, I guess,
up to you
about these rotting teepees.
Oh, mystic purge!
Okay, well, we can just do that.
Whew, not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
Good experience, baby.
There's no way I'm satisfactory.
Hey, there it is. Can we
I
get
have
some
never known
magic?
such
Oh, baby, the magic rose. And the endurance.
There are still some foes around. Don't let your guard down.
There they are. Time for some close combat. Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to kill it with. Oh, what the fuck are those birds doing? How the fuck they not see me? Hello? Why? Where? Huh?
They must have lost sight of us. We can relax.
All right. Hey, a restaurant. Look.
Ugh.
Why did those fucking birds attack me? That's what I want to know.
However, yes.
More fear in his eyes. A craven curve. Yeah, I don't want to know either.
Let's
All right,
go.
keep going. I got plenty of MP. Good lord, that's a lot of them. I could probably just sneak around them, right? Instead of fighting.
Intruder! What are you
There they
doing?
are. Forward! Charging in. Forward! Time for some close combat.
You are still resisting this.
Right there.
Whoa, where'd you come from across the map? All right.
Here they come.
Not now.
You can't run! Stop resisting!
Allies, together!
Let's do this.
Charge! Brace yourselves!
Me.
Oh, I guess I can double up.
Lend me your strength.
Tis yours.
Let's hit him with the ice. Whee!
Their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
That's enough to kill.
Wrap this up!
I
Great
stand
job,
ready.
Soul.
Come! Shine!
They got me!
Okay, I don't
Could've
think there's
gone
any
worse,
more
I
backup
guess.
coming. Let's keep moving.
Don't let your guard down. There's more of them.
I see the
What
enemy.
the fuck are you doing over here? Who the hell's that guy?
What now?
Hey, what the hell did I get? Oh, it's probably that. Oh, light damage. Okay, so extra light damage. Sick. Oh, we're gonna take a 10er right now. Egg salad for brains. Yo, what up? What up?
This is...
Oh, he got in. Oh, Stinky. Where's the cat I need to save? This is 100% a fight. DM me then, shit. I'll check on done stream. Is there no cat down here? Where the fuck is the cat? I need to save. Well, man, I guess well... I just don't want to run into a fight without saving. I don't want to run this fucking far up again. Oh, I guess I can just save here. I guess that makes sense. Save, and then we're gonna head up.
Let's go.
Yeah, shoot me a message, dog. I will say next week would be a horrible time, though. Just an FYI. Probably have to be after that. Time sensitive.
The royal scepter! Has he truly taken it? How could he have dispelled those wards alone?
Concentration.
No. But even if he has it, we've seen no signs of escape. Were the scepter his only target, he'd not have stayed with it.
Where'd he go? No one's seen him, so he must still be close by.
There's a giant fucking
That's
door
the only other
right
way
there,
out,
dog.
right?
If he's gone ahead, he could only be on the roof. But what could he seek there?
There's more to his plan than stealing. He said we had until the morning is over? We must stop him.
Oh, we got plenty of mornings. We're like 7 days early, dog.
Hurry!
Onward.
Ooh, I love awkward camera angles. And what a view of the city. Look at that dead human down there rotting. Only been like 2 days.
Even so.
The damn recording. I'm just saying, man. Next week's I'm gonna be so busy with streaming this. So this just fell at a bad time for me. If you
No.
it has to be before next week or during next week. Oh, there's the cat. Alright, so we save here. Oh, that ain't happening. I'm just gonna let you know that situation would not happen, Chad. I can let you know that without checking the
Yep.
because I'm not gonna stream Borderlands. Too much stream. I'm doing work in the mornings. I can't just drop all my plans for a week.
At last.
If it were not next week, maybe, but it is what it is.
Is this right?
My streaming time? No, it's tomorrow. I'm going to be going to the store, and then wrestling's tomorrow, and then Sunday's football. So it can't be tomorrow either.
Yep.
All right, let's
Ready?
give this a shot.
Yeah.
Look at that thing.
This is the royal scepter, is it? Divine relic, progenitor of all igniters. Now I need only keep it safe until the handover.
Trespasser. The faith of the people doth not lie with thee. Thou art unworthy of the crown's authority.
Oh, damn, bro.
Until a worthy successor rises, I shall keep the scepter. Only
Big
one may
old
wield
fucking
the magic
face-
of kings,
face-
the
face
true
mount. It's pretty
protector
base.
of the people.
There you have it. The king will only forfeit the royal scepter to a people's champion.
The Rock!
So, no risk of it falling into someone else's hands for now. Meaning Lord Luis's victory is assured. All that remains is my glorious calamity. Oh, how they will cry when the swell of Magla bursts. How they will beg and crawl and plead for Lord Luis's salvation. There you are.
Where is the royal scepter?
The fallen king protects it. The scepter is beyond us all. For the time being, that is. Now, if you're finished, be gone from my sight. I'll not harm you either. Even I have some sympathy for fools.
That makes two of us.
Oh, we'll see ourselves out. Once we knock Luis's whereabouts out of you.
I'm sorry. Do you actually think you can stop me?
Maybe not on the first try.
Why don't we find out?
I see now! No wonder I couldn't understand your actions. They're baseless, utterly unfounded.
Madness ill becomes you, Zorba.
You again. What would you know of it? I know no lady knights. Wait! A knight with blood-red tresses. Don't tell me you're the buffoon who failed to protect the prince.
Judgments mean nothing from a man who sullies the dead. You've fallen far yourself.
Perhaps I am unworthy of the royal scepter, but I can still bring change to this world. I can still teach them true fear.
You'll find that hard to do from a dungeon, blackguard. The time has come for you to face justice.
You, knight, have no idea what real justice is. And that mistake will cost you your life. Rejoice, rats! That witless assassin is dead, but I shall gladly send you to join him!
Got the crazy eyes going.
Now die! Lord Luis's destined kingdom will be built atop your bones!
What destined kingdom? Tell us where Luis has gone, or we'll tear the words from you!
I don't
For all
know.
the innocent lives you played for pawns, I shall make you pay!
We don't stop him? There's no telling how much he'll destroy.
After me!
I got balls to start off with this.
Show them our might!
Let's do this!
I didn't know if he's weak to it. Damn, big
stand
damage.
ready. Healer! Oh, Mystic Purge!
I've bodies to spare!
So he has the power to control the dead?
Oh, we dodging, baby. Ho ho!
I won't hold back! Fire!
I can't afford to hold back. Let's make an end of it!
Bro, I'm just gonna blast him.
It's up to you
Why
now.
wouldn't I just blast
You will taste justice!
Madman?
I pull your strings!
Can you stop?
Not.
Oh, damn, we getting the dot. We getting the luck.
Let us fight as one!
We'll combine our strength.
I'm here for it.
Shine!
got them right in their weak spot.
I'll show you the essence of truth. Let's work together.
Strike true.
I want to do damage to the 2 corpses.
You'll die soon enough.
Oh.
Let's do this.
Go.
Fuck it.
Let's do this.
Fuck it.
I've bodies to spare.
What?
Okay, pal.
I pull your strings.
Alright, that's just enough. I need to heal. Well, I got balls.
Let my power support you.
I got balls.
Falkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
I'll show you the essence of truth. Let's go. Fire!
Plain and safe.
Cease your pointless struggling. Let's make an end of it.
Got the highest.
We'll combine our strength.
Stroll can't
Observe
take
the enemy.
anymore.
Let justice
Someone
prevail.
heal him.
Are you all right?
I knew you'd help.
Got healing in the
thanks.
back.
I've bodies to spare.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh!
Can you just dodge for
Now
once?
dance for me.
Oh, that's fine.
I won't hold back. Burn!
You hit their weakness.
With these
That's
fists,
your
I
opening,
strike for
Captain.
justice. You can't run. You die hard. Lord Louise.
Behold, we stand together.
Let my power support you.
Oh, mystic purge.
It's okay. We can do this. You better be sure.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
I mean, we could. We could.
By this power.
I mean, it resists, but
Fire!
it's gonna do the most because I got the
A tough one.
Lord Louise. Brawler. You'll be dust.
Right on top.
Oh, okay. This.
I pull your strings.
Oh. Can you dodge any of these? Dick.
Allies together.
All right. Well, I need
We'll
to
combine our
do some
strength.
damage on that guy.
Shine.
Oh, he's dead.
Impossible. This can't be happening.
Is it over?
Lord Louise.
2,000 MAG. A lot of money. Energy instance. Whoa, everything's ranking up. I'm leveling up. Well, all right. Well, I guess. Hell yeah.
I'll strive for greater heights.
Oh, we got our magic, baby. Let's put our. Let's get a little bit of extra lucky. Right. Well, that was.
You
That
have
was,
desecrated the cathedral.
Oh, that was pretty.
You have plundered graves. You have taken innocent
bitch.
lives. Stand, fiend, and face your sentence.
Don't kill him yet. He needs to tell us where Luis is.
I don't think
You'll
he's
get
done
nothing
at all.
from me. Just end it and be done.
You know Luis won't return that loyalty. Once you outlive your usefulness, he'll cast you aside.
Like right
Oh,
now.
Luis is everything to me. How could I expect the damned Clamar to understand what it's like? You must know. Surely an elder like you must know what it's like
to be an outcast, to be every fool's scapegoat. They call us lesser tribes. They loathe us. Their speeches of tribal harmony mean nothing when every day they cheat and abuse us. Do you think I didn't believe once that I never dared to hope my efforts made me equal? Then I heard exactly what they think of us. The lessers are expendable. Send them to the fore, and they shall be our living shields. They doomed us and laughed as we died.
But these atrocities make you no better than your oppressors.
You know, it's a curious thing. They say Magla is born from pain and negative emotions. Magic is a dangerous art, isn't it? I had thought to gather an unstoppable swell of Magla, but it doesn't matter anymore. Those lordly pigs can drown in their own dread. Sanctism cannot save this world. If we are to be ruled by a god, then let it be Lord Louis!
Hey, old fucking palace face, you wanna help out?
This is everything I've been building my Magla for! A little early, perhaps. But now, you can experience my glorious day of calamity!
Hey! Tell us where Luis is!
You're dumb as hell. You about to jump off.
Luis.
Y'all dumb as hell.
Damn it!
Well, that's ominous and foreboding.
What's happening? This feels like...
It's a human! The human lives!
Oh, hell yeah.
Wait, is it that monstrosity Luis brought to the funeral? It wasn't dead?
Doc.
No. That was Zorba's gift, wasn't it? Animation. Reanimation.
Gigantic human is wreaking havoc in Grand Trad. At this rate, Zobra's scheme to unleash a day of calamity is coming.
Did he sacrifice his own life to... No. If that monster breaches the city...
We have to stop it at all costs.
The place is collapsing! Hurry!
Oh, we got the quest done, don't worry. Thwart Zobra's plan. Alright, let's go. Let's go. At least the main door's open now.
Look.
Hurry! Damn it.
We get to save first. Oh, they gave me a refresh on my HP. Oh, hell yeah. We love to see it.
Yep.
All right, let's go.
It's all well.
We've got to hurry.
We should be fine.
What now?
I don't see why. I mean, we're all high leveled. We got our best stuff on.
It's all well. On guard!
Oh, cutscene.
How can this be? Was this creature's rebirth Zorba's plan all along?
If it escapes...
Oh, look at that
it to the
guy.
city.
Oh, look at that. He look like an egg. Oh, what is riding that heart that's sticking outside his body? Oh, this thing is... Oh, what is that arm, leg thing?
His Highness's home must still stand when he returns. I will end this here!
Oh,
another city in ruins.
Never again. It dies or I do.
Oh.
It's coming.
Oh boy. Well, this I'm sure is.
Look at the size of that thing.
It would be catastrophic if it breached the city. We must stop it.
But how are we supposed to kill something this huge?
Hell if I know, dog.
That can be little else
What
but
the
the heart.
fuck is
Surely
that?
To strike there would give it pause.
What is happening on this monster? What is
A
this?
viable plan. Yet surely if we can knock the creature down first, its heart will be close enough to strike with steel.
What?
Then we bludgeon the torso. Knock the wind out of it. Hard to miss a target that size at least.
Start by attacking the body.
What am I looking at? What is this thing? What? Bro, what? We got the heart from Scotland with a telescope on the end of it, and we got a veiny arm tumor from a shoulder, and a cracking face mask face coming out of it. What, bro? This is crazy. This design is insane. You said we're hitting the fucking.
No holding back.
We're hitting the shell. So we got the Homo Avades. Man, what if I don't hit the shell?
I'll crush you.
You hit their weak point.
It's
Keep
okay.
it up, Stroll.
We can do this.
Me.
Burn! Still up? Oh, healing power. Grant us solace. For all that we strive for! Shine! How's that?
What is inside of there? Oh, there's the heart.
We did it! Now we can go for its heart.
Now, what's the play?
I'm gonna punch it real hard.
You'll be dust.
Okay, so this is just like a singular one. I guess I should just pump damage into it.
Observe the enemy.
Fucking resist fire. Why the
Let
fuck
justice
would it
prevail. No. I defer to you.
I can't afford to hold back. Let's do this!
Show them
I'm doing a ton of this heart.
You will taste justice.
Okay, never mind. Okay, so I think it was. Okay, what is going on with the bar? And what is this boss? What am I looking at? What the fuck am I looking at? What is this, man?
Let's go.
I'm so confused.
Burn! I stand ready. Let us
I mean,
fight
I guess I
as
could
one.
hit everything. Oh, but it resists, so I
No,
probably should.
not this. For all that we strive for.
Let's just
Oh,
hit these
mystic
savings, I
purge.
guess.
I shall fight as the noble I am.
Are you prepared?
You know what? If I go down, I go
crush you.
down here.
Right on target.
Oh, thank God.
What? The shell's back
Oh
to normal.
my God, he can regenerate his butt.
That arm seems to restore the shell. It might take some effort, but maybe we should try taking that part out.
Let's take
Bro,
off.
we can't just focus on every part. I think we need to go for the fucking shell. And the arm can fuck off. Unless the hand
Come
does
forth,
nothing.
Royal Soul.
Maybe
Fire!
it's not weak to fire?
You hit their weakness.
Oh, it is.
Oh,
weak to
healing
fire.
power.
That's your opening,
Grant
Captain.
us solace.
Behold, we stand together.
Yeah, I'm doing
my power
damage to
support you.
everything right quick.
Now, what's the play?
What's the play? I probably should have healed. That probably should have been the play.
I shall fight as the noble I am.
Hit their weak point.
I will
Keep it
fight
up
with
strong.
pride. Me! Bird! Still here?
Fuck, that's not good. Oh, I'm a legend. I'm a legend, baby.
Oh, power of heroes!
That shell's coming off. I don't care about the fucking arm.
Push onward!
Now, aim for the heart.
I can't afford to hold back. No holding back! Perhaps not.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
Oh, we can.
I shall vanquish evil. Take that!
Stroll
Let's stay
can't
calm.
take any more. Someone heal him.
I kind of gotta heal. I kind of gotta heal him.
This should work.
We is all
Helpful as
sorts
ever.
of messed up.
Healer!
This won't do.
I shall fight as no holding back! I'll crush
This
you!
should do a good amount.
I will
Yep.
fight with pride.
What are you weak to? Ollie just punches. Okay. That means we have the ambush now.
I think those soldiers are coming again. I know. I could cause a scene inside and distract
Oh! Hell yeah,
the soldiers. Leave it
Gallica.
to me. Leave it to me.
Oh, good fucking
I did
damage.
it. Just
Hell yeah, good shit. Alright, well, let's fucking take down those
Oh,
stupid
Mystic
soldiers. This
Purge.
should do it.
How's that?
I can't afford to hold back.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna punch
Are you prepared? You'll be
for some
just.
damage.
right on target.
Oh, a
Let's
crit?
Next one, Stroll.
Whoa, we're going. Do I have two?
Lend me your strength.
I'm doing it. We're hitting the
Strike
hands.
true.
I'll do this.
Fire!
Good fucking
Hit
crit.
their weakness.
Observe
That's
the
your
enemy.
opening, Captain.
Oh, power of heroes!
Let's medi everybody.
I will not let you die.
That way he can punch next turn because he's
My thanks.
probably just gonna repair his eggshell, right?
Oh, come on! Can you do anything about those arms?
The arms are fine, but we're getting the arms done just fine right now.
Ruler! I'll crush you!
We'll have a hard time bringing
Oh.
it down with weapons.
It's okay.
Hit the body
We can
or
do
use
this.
magic.
Let's go.
Okay, we'll at least take down one hand here.
Right, how's that?
Oh,
One arm
healing
down.
power.
Now
Grant
let's
us
work on the
solace.
other.
Come! Shine!
It might resist, but I'm gonna do a little bit of damage to it.
Still standing, I see.
Nice dodge.
Oh my god, we dodging, dude. We're dodging, we're getting crits. This is crazy. I'm gonna keep punching this heart.
You'll be dust!
Let's stay calm. We'll do this together!
Tis yours.
This should take out the hand too.
Fire!
Is everyone all right? Join with me.
Well, hold on. We have 2 attacks if I do it. Oh, I know. Yeah, we only have 1.
No.
Allies, together! Oh, power of heroes! Oh, mystic purge!
Just hit the shell for now.
I shall fight as the noble I... Are you prepared?
I'm punching this damn
Take
heart.
that! Tougher than I thought.
Oh man, the nub can't hit. The nub misses. The nub misses.
I won't hold back. Burn!
Let's smack the
Still
shell.
up? Observe the enemy.
Hit the shell, because he's gonna fall over.
Push onward.
Now! Aim for the heart!
Now, what's the play?
Brawler!
You're gonna punch.
I'll crush you! They die hard!
Come forth, royal soul!
I mean, I'm sure it was. Oh wait, wouldn't a shock to the heart hurt because it's a heart?
Still here?
Okay.
Is everyone all right?
Listen, let me use my logic.
For all that we strive for! Are you all right?
Healing up for him to punch the heart.
Helpful as ever.
So he can
With
do
these
more
fists,
damage
no
to the
holding
heart.
back! Take that! Not done yet.
Dude, this fight is, I don't even know anymore, man.
I think those soldiers are coming again. Should I give it another try?
I mean, if you wanna.
Leave it to me. Leave it
Hell yeah! I guess we let her rest long enough. Good shit.
I did it! Just let me rest a bit.
Bro, I don't know what the hell I'm fighting anymore with this boss. This is insane,
It's okay.
dude.
We can do this.
I guess I can just
Fire!
leave the assailants.
Let's push through!
Oh, healing power, grant us solace.
Come!
Oh, mystic purge! They yet cling to life.
I shall brawler! You'll
End
be
it! Hell yeah! Is the human down? Look at that. If you ever tell me how to focus the hand again, I'll do it my way, video game. Hell. Avadi's eggshell. Oh, I have an eggshell to go with my my app.
Good. 'Tis done.
Bro, the double level, the triple 17s, baby.
I admit, it feels good to get stronger.
We got some strength. Hell yeah.
I continue to grow.
Alright, well, it is what it is. You're the strongest magician out there. Oh!
It's over.
You
Pain
have
in
my
the ass.
sincerest
Oh.
thanks.
Yeah.
You risked your life to protect the capital.
I mean, to be fair,
We barely protected anything. The royal capital's in chaos, and Grius was one of us. And now he's gone.
Stroll?
On the morning of the funeral, I promised Maria that we'd all be back that evening. Break bread together again. I fought with everything I had, but it doesn't erase the past. It's a hard lesson, but one so obvious. I only wish I'd learned it sooner. What can I begin to tell Maria?
There's no easy answer.
I hate how powerless I am. I should never have made a promise I couldn't keep.
Listen, Stroll. Alcest made his choice. To live and die for his country. If not for him, His Highness would not be alive now. And I'd not have met you or learned the truth myself. He and everyone else that fell here did not die in vain. And you have not fought in vain either.
There! It's them!
What up?
Thank you so much. I thought I'd never see my family again. I'll never take my life for granted again. It's all thanks to you.
No problem, dog.
No, we didn't do much.
May the teachings guide and protect you. Closure.
So you're the ones
rage,
who put a stop to that madman's scheme and killed the human besides. Now the soldiers might rest in peace. Seeing that there are others who can take those monsters down, it means we don't have to rely on Luis. It gives us hope. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
To think there were people watching us without our knowing. Hope,
We're in the middle of a city stroll. What the hell?
Feels like
you
it's been hard to
expect?
come by lately.
'Tis a thing easily promised and hard won. But once you have it, it pushes you onward, so long as you let it.
Yes. You're right.
West clear, back to back.
It's a shame we
Allies
couldn't get anything
unite.
out of Zorba.
We still need to kill Luis, or the prince's curse will never be lifted.
And out of the fire.
If not even Grius could do it, what chance do we have?
Do you recall, just before Luis would have been struck, he was shielded by some manner of magic?
Are you saying it would happen again? That Luis would be impervious to our attack?
What? That's ridiculous!
Well, we'll get nowhere with idle guesses. To test the theory, we have to find him.
I'll see if my contacts in the Guard have any threads to pursue.
Whoa, that'd be great. The Knights are bound to have more reach than us. And we don't have much to go on otherwise.
But under the circumstances, I expect their forces to be in considerable disarray for a while yet. Don't expect too much.
I've my own matters to attend to. If I floundered this much against Zorba, I'll not stand a chance against Luis. We have to get stronger.
Well,
I
until
mean,
we've
true,
got a
but
lead
those
on
two
Luis,
fights were
let's make sure
not
we use our
the
time
worst.
wisely.
We did pretty
Okay?
well, all things considered. Let's rest
Let's
up.
rest up for now.
Certainly. Rest is just as important as training, after all.
In any case, let's head back to the inn. And I want to check on Maria, too.
What happened to Maria 1?
Your attention, please, ladies and gents. We've all seen the royal palace up in the sky, plus a massive magical rock. Apparently, all very shocking. I'm positively staggered. Moving on.
Thank you.
The bit that gets me is all this talk of the next king. Word is they'll be chosen based on the people's will. Everyone gets a say. But right now, I suppose we ought to talk about all those other faces up on the rock, hadn't we?
Oh, I was wondering about those.
Oh.
Now, the Sanctus Church has looked into it, and it seems like size matters. More public support, bigger face on the rock, etc. Looks like we've got Sanctifex Forden in the lead, and Count Luis hot on his trail.
Well, naturally, Sanctifex Forden is at the top. The real surprise is how anyone else is that close behind him.
Oh, come off it, Count Luis. He's a man's man, a real pillar of strength.
Ugh, wake up, would you? Haven't you seen what's happened to the Grand Cathedral?
Hold your horses now, everyone. Just calm down. It won't do to just focus on the front runners, will it? There are many more pieces in play here. Take a look. Anyone who gets the people's support might be crowned. Anyone. Well, you could do it. Well, I could do it if I liked. Looks like we've quite a few new aspirants up there. All bright-eyed and ambitious monarchs to be. Had I a seat, I'd be on the edge of it.
Oh, he
Hold on.
said it.
Aren't you a town crier for the church? They're not going to like you going on about all these other faces.
Oh, please. The Sanctifex's lead isn't so fragile that I could jeopardize it. Besides, a good race would be some terrific entertainment, eh?
Bro.
Keep your eyes up and your ears open, ladies and gents. Albus Batlin, the crier, is going to have all the latest on these promising candidates.
I like this Albus guy.
Welcome back. I've heard the news. You took down those dastards under Luis's command, did you?
Mm-hmm.
News travels fast, I see.
Well, just the nature of the end, isn't it? Information is our lifeblood. I hope this helps him rest in peace.
I will see his dreams fulfilled. I promise you that.
How's Maria holding up?
Still cooped up in her room. She's not eaten a thing.
Aww.
The city sure isn't astir. I thought it might be news of defeating the human. But there's more to it than that.
Small wonder when any among the populace might be king. Candidates are coming out of the woodwork.
Speaking of which, I've actually heard another rumor. They say Sanctifex Forden's planning some sort of grand announcement. Word among the Sanctus Church is that it's bound to bring Luis out of hiding.
Really? That'd be great if it's true.
The announcement is supposedly on the 22nd. They'd not be talking about such an exact date if there weren't some truth to it.
We'd best wait before we plan our next move then. Might not have much of a choice, in truth.
Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, it's a bunch of elites. Oh boy.
We have waited long enough to rule this land.
Oh,
scheming king. What sort of man has a contingency plan for his own death?
That face in the sky.
Oh,
is that really
dude, he looks cool. I like
we didn't
armored
listen
clad
to some
man.
blasted rock. Named the new king under our authority and be done with it.
The populace would reject it outright. As it is so clearly born from the king's magic, they trust this decree as the king's own.
I
That
do got a
aside,
schnoz.
When that assassin tried to claim Luis's head, I saw some strange magic foil his killing blow. Is that also the king's doing?
Is that not why we sent for that professed curse-breaker scholar or some such? Send her in, and let us hear her findings.
Whoa, 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 chat, chill.
Tis an honor, esteemed nobles. I am Rella Melanchorophus Cygnus, daughter of House Cygnus.
Yes, all right, spare us the pleasantries. We want the facts, girl.
Oh, well, concerning the magic that seemed to save Count Luis's life, we've seen similar incidents in different places. It would seem this magic's purpose is to ensure that the coronation cannot be decided by force, only by the trust of the people. If those who have earned a measure of the people's trust are being shielded, it must be by the king's magic. At least, that is my belief.
So what? You're telling me that blasted Luis is invincible now? Damnation!
How distressing. Yet one wonders, is our risen king observing each individual conflict between his aspirants?
I cannot say how it's triggered. Only the king would know the exact conditions, and we obviously cannot simply ask. Though, I can say there is one certain means of bypassing it.
Oh.
A duel could overcome this sorcery.
So they can be killed, but not murdered. Certainly a petty distinction I could only expect from such a blind romanticist.
And, that is everything I know. At the moment, that is.
At this point, Luis's public support rivals our own. Disappointing, really, that so many would desire his vision of shepherd and livestock.
Beasts, the lot of them. A dog is happiest on its leash.
They seek a king with strength, do they? Then let us give them a display of our own power.
with grace, nobility, and civility.
Sorry, Aurora.
Assassins dying in the streets. The people locked in an inescapable power struggle. What was His Majesty thinking?
Oh.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Oink. Yoink.
First up.
We got a few days left before Forden makes his proclamation. One way or another, this ends with us facing off against Lewis. Can't waste time. Clear the monsters running rampant in the desert. Bounties are available at the recruitment center again.
Yeah?
Wouldn't be a problem if someone spots a few new recruits who are supposed to be dead. That's true. Oh. While waiting for Forden to make his move, you can go meet various people, spend time with your allies, or prepare for the battle against Lewis. Accepting requests from townspeople may open up more locations in the city. Always be ready to lend a helping hand. You can exit the city via Tradia Gate on Sun Lamellish.
Well then.
Oh, I hear a voice. Having obtained Follower's Echo's ability from Gallica, you are now periodically hear your following voices. Spending time with the valuable in turn increases the support they give you. Be able to sense their voices, seek them out. Access Follower menu with the left on the D-pad or via the main menu. Travel to meet with them immediately.
Say there.
Okay. So we can hang out with Stroll, we can hang out with Hulkenberg. There's Katharina, there's more too. So everybody can level up. Oh. Shit. I have what the fuck am I reporting?
All right.
Who? Where?
What now?
Oh, I gotta go talk to them.
What is it? Oh, I am grateful.
Now, where was I?
Hey, we eyeballing.
Would you look at this?
Have a new archetype. Hey, you wanted to talk though. Probably have a lot to say. You developed the healer.
Incredible.
Oh, to rank 10. Oh, and I got imagination.
All right.
That level me up. That's my second one on imagination. Looked like it went to vapid. Sunlight my mind, eliminating what was
fascinating.
Thanks to the research and the strength and influence of your archetype, flicker my memory is returning.
What kind of...
It occurs to me I conducted research on archetypes in the past as well. When interacting with a follower or ally, given their response that moves their heart, you may obtain mag. Okay. It's precisely this power that can make a real utopia like my novelized vision.
However,
Old King turned his eyes from the utopia, the book you carry, and this library's vast knowledge, all condemned by his decree. Locked in these chambers, shut away, and most outrageously killed. The load ever since, except for my feline companion Plateau. For that fear, I immersed myself in research. You appeared, you've given me an opportunity to not just research again, but to regain my life. I hesitated to expect anything at all. Saw no developments here. I was prepared to give up. But the miracle of my memory returning has convinced me this power of archetypes. It is the original magic and can shake the foundation of all we know.
Yeah. I see.
Getting a power that can oppose Lewis. Let's continue our research further. You might reach the apex of your ability. Level me up! Hell yeah.
I look forward to continuing our research.
Reduces the MAG costs of studying the Seeker, increases the skill inheritance. The archetype tree becomes accessible from the main menu. Is that all of this or just one? I want that one. More skills can now be inherited by the secret lineage in academia due to the effects of a scion's skill.
How delightful.
The linked entry.
This right here.
You can study archetypes from anywhere you like. However, when you have completed a research task, I would still ask you to come and talk to me directly. Words. Pressing triangle on the main menu will move you directly to the archetype tree. You can say the archetypes. Oh, it's beautiful. I got you, dog.
Well then.
Gunner, I ain't even got a gun yet. Alright, we gotta find Gunner.
This one's
we gotta
important.
find the American. We gotta find the American.
Until next we meet. Welcome.
What in the hell is this? Armed with cash-fueled almighty skills, increase your battle lords to provide out-of-combat support. What the fuck? Gold attack. Deals weak physical almighty damage with a high crit. What the hell is this? Increases the likelihood of finding items after battles by 20%. Reduce the effects of consumables by 1 point. Bro, this seems good. What the hell? Am I weak to fire? Bro. I kind of want to use it, I'm gonna be honest. But I ain't got I need a fourth person before I start messing with shit like that. Oh, hold on. Pet the kitty. Pet the kid. Chat ads in about a minute. Chat.
Oh.
Ready your ad block. Check DMs. The hell? Back to reality.
Louis's damn private army.
Oh yeah, that's a good deal. Yeah, I mean, it could have been a light novel too, honestly.
What now? All right then. What now?
So I gotta find somebody that has a gun. Where are the guns?
Oh. What to do? What to do?
Where be the guns? Mine left to go get milk in the sky, technically.
What am I gonna do?
Could hang out with him. I can purify those boots, I guess. Okay, what the fuck do I even want to do? So I can leave going out of here, right? I'm pretty sure. Do I just go to the exit here?
What is it?
Hey! Yep.
I want to check the map. Look for the edge, chats.
Let's see. We'll face danger here. Let's see.
This place.
Here's where we are now.
Can we just go to the desert and like dick around? I think what's her face might have anything for us. Or maybe I should just run into the desert and start.
What am I gonna do?
Killing shit.
How fine.
Oh, she's not even out here.
I can't believe
All right then. Where to?
Oh,
Let's
that's
go.
where. Hold on. I have an idea. Brain blast.
Whatever should I do? Unstinking believable. No.
Right.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah?
Katharina.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there was a lot of tornadoes. I saw. I think I saw a report somewhere. It was like one tornado touchdown, like in an area some dude was watching, and like another one touchdown right afterwards behind it. Captain's gone. The cathedral's a mess. Work keeps piling up. We set bounty requests at the recruitment center. Very powerful, but you'll be at over time on it. Alright, what do we got? 10,000. The Man-Eater Manjula, Fiend of the Waste. We need to slay the Man-Eater Manjula in the Tradi Desert south of the Grand Trad. The informant at the Hushed Honeybee Inn in Grand Trad should have more details. On it.
That's what you want.
Take out enough wild dogs and it'll show itself. On it, let's go. Large gate south of Sun Mellish. Welcome back, chat. We're gonna go kill something in the desert.
Counting on you.
You bring back the rampager. Why can't I read? Trying to get yourself killed.
Let's do it. All right then.
All right.
Let's go.
What is it? Amazing.
Hey, what up, bro?
Fancy a bit of info.
Oh God. Okay. Yeah, let's learn about the Lord of the Desert.
Want in on this?
Yep. Lies beyond the Lord Gate, most travelers, blah 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 blah. There's no shortage of people who have been attacked while
Just
traveling
between us.
through it. Harassed on journey by swarms of Valmo and giant monstrous birds. Threats were too numerous to name, but the worst is the Man-Eater Manjula. Breath burns like fire. It also spreads a foul poison, so if you fight it, you should also be wary of its howl. In addition to being resistant to heat, fire magic is ineffective against it. The blaze only invigorates, so mind your attacks. The Conversely, it's quite susceptible to cold, meaning ice magic is effective. You'd best remember that and prepare accordingly. Alright, okay.
Amazing. What is it?
Well, we do have weak ice magic, so that's not too crazy.
Say there.
All right then.
How much fucking money do I have?
What now?
Oh, we have a lot of fucking money. Holy moly. Let's check the shops right quick. I know there's some stuff I can get appraised, I think.
Oh, I am grateful.
Let's do that.
Unstinking believer.
Oi there.
Hey, listen.
At least I thought I did. Maybe I don't. I guess we'll find out now.
Hello there.
Oh, we had threads. A Sanctor's Mantle. Well, we already have the good stuff. You got anything new in? Doesn't look. How unfortunate. So you said poison, right?
Hey,
I mean, I guess I could get a poison charm. No, I can't because the shop's not open, is it?
And what is it you...
Let's nab a couple. We still have, like, everything. Man, I'm gonna get that water one of these fucking times. I'm gonna get that water one of these times.
That will be quite
Mark my words.
All right then.
Wait, what the hell does more need? Oh, what am I? I'm a fucking idiot.
Go.
Alright, so let's go kill a bunch of wild feral doggos so that we may. Hello.
What now?
Come off it. Hey.
We're going to the desert. We gotta kill some things so that we can find a bigger thing to kill it. Yeah, let's go.
However.
Let's go. Hello, or more.
However.
Yeah, let's go.
This place.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's get it done, Roper. Let's get it done. Alright, if we kill enough of the puppers, then it'll show up.
Yes.
The man jewel. I think it's that thing. I think it's that giant thing.
So apparently. Well then.
Yes.
Alright, let's get them. Let's get them. Some bounty requests a prior number of enemies to be killed before you can fight the main target. Once you defeat a prior number of enemies, the bounty will appear. Make sure you're prepared for the real battle. Oh, I can't get on my thing. Alright, let's kill some doggos.
We got this.
Oh. I don't care about you. Either
No.
what I care.
Looks like they found us.
There they are.
Come
on! Let's push through!
We got this.
Yeah, I'll just keep running. dumb worm. Fuck you. I ain't got time. Dumbass worms, I swear to God, dude. I swear, these dumb worms, yeah. I want this bone. Those iron sand.
Right there. That's alright. How's that?
You made it this far? Probably.
No, we're not fighting that. Okay, I don't mind fighting this, but we're not gonna do that. Excuse me, Mr. Burke.
There they go.
Oh, where are the fucking dogs? Where are the ravenous beasts? I must. Whoa, hold.
Nice. Look at that.
Hey, good shit. We like the money. Guessing it can't go past here.
We've scattered them. Our efforts were not in vain.
But
this is bad. They're onto us.
Yeah, they sure are. We're looking for doggos. That's all that fucking matters right now. Maybe he's near that sick rock in the middle.
I think we shook them. We should be safe.
Nope, we got those dogs to get over here.
We've been spotted. On your guard.
Forward! Come on!
Look.
Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So don't use fire. Kill the scorpion lion. Okay, alright, okay. Okay.
Stay present and focused.
Get ready.
Alright, let's go. The Bandula.
Are you prepared?
They're totally fireproof. We better use something else.
I'll crush you.
I am way under level. Oh, but he.
We can do this. Come forth, Royal Soul. Freeze.
You hit their weakness.
Oh, healing power.
That's your opening,
Grant
Captain.
us solace.
Let justice prevail. Shine.
I can't afford to hold back. No holding back. You'll be dust.
I'll show you the essence. Nice.
Oh, healing power.
Healer. Are you all right?
I'm doing this to heal.
Helpful as ever.
Oh. Dick.
Hulkenberg, you've got several ailments slowing you down.
Well, it is what it is.
Take that!
Hit their weak point.
Let's
Keep
stay
it up,
calm.
Stroll.
It is what it is. We're just gonna have to deal with the attack being down.
You hit their weakness.
Oh, healing power.
That's your opening,
Grant
Captain.
us solace.
Healer. I will not let you die.
I knew you'd help.
I'm just gonna keep
My
on.
thanks.
It
I
seems
shall
to
fight.
be right.
I'll crush you.
Stroll.
I'll show you the come
Ignite with
forth,
multiple
Royal Soul.
ailments.
Nice.
Oh, power of heroes.
Wow, that was nothing. That was literally nothing. That lion scorpion did nothing to me. Give me my experience and my money and my bone helm and we're out of here.
Not bad, if I say so myself.
The double level up.
Not bad at all.
Stop giving me strength. I beg of you. Do you want to raise
I admit, it feels good to get stronger.
Okay, that's good. I want to see that.
power.
Oh, what did you get? Removes all debuff. Okay, that's good. That Dakunda's good. That's a good one. Okay, need rank 20. Covers medium HP every time. Oh! Well, that's good to grind too. Well, that was easy as hell.
However,
this bounty had been left unaddressed. The military might must truly
Even
be.
so.
Yeah, that was nothing.
yes.
Right.
Let's go, Eggy. I mean, I don't want to run around this thing.
Yeah.
I found a treasure chest and a couple items, and we killed the thing. Easy enough. Easy peasy.
Hey. Okay then. Right?
Alright, let's go. Why? That was easy as hell. To the tavern. The Mandula. One less threat. Idle talk. Well, I was gonna go when we got back, but we had to come here.
So.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Draws nearer. I think technically we've been out of the demo for 2 days. In game, but I don't know.
Say there.
Alright, let's.
Alright then.
Dude, people that finished this demo for this game in like 5 hours are crazy. There's so much content you could do.
Go.
Whatever should I do?
But you probably could have got all the way to. You easily could have got to where I got just now in those 3 days. Hey, I got your shit, bro. The money! Hell yeah. Give me my PlayStation trophy for doing a bounty. And we got courage too.
Alright.
Is that gonna level me up? I've gotten courage before. Oh. Shit, we're moving up in the world, baby.
Amazing.
There it is. There. Alright, well, we're caught up on bounties now. There's some dude over here that was pissed. Maybe, whoa, who are you? What are you doing, little fella? Oh! Oh no. Oh no.
That damned Louis.
Stop that at once.
What were the gods doing?
I can't
Oh no, she's really far away.
Alright then.
What the fuck do I even do right now?
Oh.
What now?
I gotta find gun. Gun's a thing I gotta do. I guess I can go talk to people too, I guess. Well, not okay, we got done with 4. I guess we can just go with these two. They're the main party members. I don't really have anything else I can do right now. Aside from like go in the fucking desert.
Alright then.
Let's go with what's her face first. She's usually
Let's go.
to the end. Oh, she's in the end. What
Ah,
up?
'tis you. Hail.
Sure.
The truth is,
Great pressure weighing on me. It's made it difficult to stay level-headed. I hope they might have your counts. Sure. Hope!
I see.
Read a book. Let's go. We
All
should
right.
level up. Are these voiced, or will I have to
All
voice
right.
them? Fine balanced weapon, just for training only, but you never know from the grip and the swing. Alright. Once trained with that blade, and I just become a royal guardswoman myself. How long I've been doing, I was signed to the prince's Retune? So I was desperate to improve. I was younger even than you are now, and notably unskilled. Each night I would slip past our commander's watch, join a comrade of mine in the dark, and spar with him until our hands were calloused and blistered.
Certainly.
Some bouts I won and lost. Despite all the times we crossed blades, we never did see better. Sounds like a worthy opponent. Nothing less, it was thanks to him I improved by leaps and bounds. He swore we'd become royal knights worthy of the title and rise to the heights of order.
Surely you jest.
God above, Hulkenberg, is it truly you? Yeah, what happened, Stance?
Rotanth?
I was just speaking of a comrade and a rival. This is the self-same man.
Nice to meet
friend
you.
of hers. I'm Aggie. What up? Disgraceful. Disgrace these nuts.
Hmm?
Oh, you're that kind of asshole. Uh-oh.
Absurd.
Pose like a oh, shit, bro. Chill. Commander of the Royal Knights is well within his bounds to judge your fail. Whoa, chill, bro.
Yes.
While you wandered as a vagrant, I earned both our share of honors.
And?
Giving up on pulling yourself any higher, what has occupied you instead? Ooh. Couldn't say the prince any dignity you had at a royal guard was well and duly. Damn, this dude's a prick. So you had little choice but to cling to your search for check. I've nothing more to say. You disappoint me, Hulk. Damn, what a dick. What a dick. You understand his anger. It's my choice that our promise past diverged after all. Can I afford to lose sight of our priorities? Damn, what a asshole. What a prick.
I have not the luxury of regret.
Hulkenberg may defend the protagonist from an attack on his weakness. Oh, 100% that. 100% that.
Pardon me.
Yo, what up?
Hmm?
Merely an old friend. Oh, well. See you later, guy.
Very well. Yes.
Damn, that's a lot of swings. Don't hurt your shoulder. Ooh. Wait, is she leveling up? Is she ready for? Oh, baby.
All right then. Go.
Is she there? She's probably here, right?
Hey!
Outside, maybe? Chilling after a long day's work? Hey.
Well, I'll not loiter in the storm.
Just you.
hell yeah, we got a new assignment?
Now then.
Does it help take care of your cat? Not that kind of cat, like an actual...
Now then.
Oh, it's a cat dog. This is what I want you to handle. Oh boy. I want you to feed it, play with it, and generally take care of it until I return.
Listen.
Okay. There's one rule: you cannot let anyone else find out that there's a dog with a dog. It's like a fluffy-eared doggo. No exceptions. That's it.
What?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yes.
It is, but you can't let your guard down. I mean it when I say I want no mistakes. You're aware of the anti-igniter crowd around here, the fools who believe igniters will destroy the world. Even beyond them, there are plenty of people in this world who would jump at the chance to do something crueler than kill me.
That's why.
This thing is weakness waiting to be exploited, so I have to hide it. I'm in why hide it? Ooh. I can tell you it's because I like animals. It's up to you whether you choose to believe that. Anyways, follow the rules I gave you, betray me, and you can be sure I'll make you and your friends regret it. Alright, chill, bro. Listen, right. I'm already agreeing to your terms. Chill. Her name is Call It What You... I'm not naming this thing right now for you. Better give me a fucking name. Just rub its belly. Did you look into me?
Utterly naive.
You can impact my igniter business. It's my job to know about it. Not all word on the street. Got a fat cock. Okay. You and your entourage can transform your bodies for combat somehow.
Speaking of...
Long ago, there once existed an ultimate magic. They say the hero king of legend wielded a power very much like yours. Though I sincerely doubt you'll be following in his footsteps.
You.
I'll be Frank, Aggie. No, you're Brigitte, but you're gonna play Frank? I'm like, okay, I got you. I got you, Brigitte. You'll be Frank now, and I'm Aggie still, apparently. You're bad for business, but that is precisely why I'm going to lend you my power. If Frank is lending me their power, or Brigitte, you're lending me your power. Are you lending me Frank's power? Whose power is being lended? I don't understand. Selling igniters because they turn a profit, but I hate the damn things from the bottom of my heart. Are you Frank still or Brigitte? I'm confused. Man, I'm just confused. Somebody help me. Somebody help me. Is this role play still going? Please help. Oh, my poor peanut butter. This is a world dominated by igniter. As long as you've got the money, you've got almost all the power you want. Quite a pitch, isn't it? So is that Frank doing the pitch, or are we done with the pitch now? Are you Brigitte again? You gotta say like cut or something, and like do that, like slap something together, you know, so I know when the scene's over.
As it is.
My own hands are not bloodless in that, so I will endeavor to help you break this wretched wheel. If nothing else, it will be amusing. I'm gonna assume this is Frank still talking at this point. It could be Frank's faint expectations too, and the trust. Oh no.
Yet still they oppose me.
Produces the good shit.
Farewell.
Not already? You've made the dog like you. Something, just pet its belly, dog. It's easy. I got 2,500 for that. Frank's
Time
crazy.
marches on, and the age
Frank's
of a new
crazy.
king draws nearer.
Well then.
Okay, well, the scroll's the only one that can go up right now. Where even is she? Like sweet ones. Alright, well, we can go see if there's any bounties.
Let's go.
Or we can talk to Troll, I guess?
Whatever should I do?
Yeah.
No.
Zelda ass moon. Alright, let's see if there's a new one. Anything new? No new bounties. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Guess we'll just go to level him up.
No.
Stop saying no every time I walk in or go out of that damn building.
Ridiculous.
Like somebody wants attention. Looks like you don't travel as fast as I do.
Blasphemy.
Blast? Fuck you.
Close your eye.
Close your ray, chat.
Ridiculous.
Close your ray.
Yeah.
What up?
Aye.
I mean, I got nothing else to do.
All right.
Right, huh? We got nothing else to do. We got everything done. Fuck. The Grand Shroud is so full of novelty, I still can't get used to all the clamor. Halia, the town where I grew up, you could hear a pen drop by comparison. There was still the bustle of friendship and commerce, but... What? Young Master Leon.
Rangeeth.
You made it out safe. My goodness, look how you've grown. Friend of yours?
Truth is,
he served my house, Hilatius. Hilatius? I'm just gonna say Hilatius. When our house still stood, I never imagined I'd see him again, much less here. Rangeeth, this is Eggy, he's a friend I've recently become trapped. What up?
However,
I have not been kind to your frame, old friend. Are you eating well? How are the others? Oh.
That's...
After the human attack, the survivors fled to the capital. No one could make a living among the ruins in Halia, much less restore it. Most arrive here with only clothes on their backs, and their livelihoods were destroyed. Without shelter from the rain, more than a few have faded away. Well, I would if I had the means. All I have left of my nobility is in name alone.
Wow.
Kindness is more than I could ask for, young master. I've always said you got your heart from your parents. The only reason we're alive today is because our parents had us evacuate to the capital. Let's find a way to help.
Yeah.
Who holds authority over the area you're staying in? And Ishkia Marquess, Lord Hydra.
I see.
Like you need to play, and I'll need to play this Lord of Viscera. See if I can negotiate the use of some vacant homes. Our woes should not be yours to shoulder. Already bear the weight, old friend. But that fateful day, 7 years ago, my parents acted to serve as many as they could. I was just a boy, lost in the panic. I wouldn't have escaped for it. Not for all of you. What up, Victor Sama? Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. You can call me FJ, by the way. Not many people call me Twitch TV, because I'm indeed not Mr. Twitch. But hope you're doing well. Hello.
Oh, definitely.
In other words, I'm only standing here today because of your swift action, so let me do what I can to give you peace in this life.
But...
Devotedly with Senior Church, he's brushed me off as backwater refuse. Oof. Let's go talk to him.
Huh?
Yeah, I'll come. Why not? Why not? Is that what friends do, dog?
You. Thanks.
Is that what friends do? I don't know how scary this game is going to be, though. I mean, there's a lot of morbid artwork with the human design, though, that I'm quite enjoying early on. Level me up, baby!
I feel more courageous when I'm with you.
When Stroll attack the human type, the critical rate increases. Bro, it's like they want me to keep using these two the whole game. Sir Aggie! Oh shit, you hear that, Aggie? You're a sir now. I have no doubt the young master is incapable. I got you, bro.
Let's head back.
I got you, bro. Bro, I don't have anything else to do in this fucking game. Dude, oh, it's the day. It's the 619 day. Where I was supposed to get something done by today.
What is it? Fancy a bit of info?
What kind of stuff can I buy? I already did that. Yeah, might as well just grab these two, huh? I have the money.
Just between us.
It's all in the markets in front of the Grand Cathedral. It sells red grass, the herb that Fabian uses in a certain district. Red grass originates from the region where you'll also find Fabian's hometown, not that far from Grand Trap. The herb is difficult to find here. For that reason, the shop owner only sells it to his trusted regular. Any stranger who buys it will likely get
all very nice.
Away. You already know Fabian, of course, and you're also an acquaintance of Rius. So if that's what you're after, try and mention to him to shopkeep, get on the list of regulars, and you'll be able to obtain a fairly valuable ingredient. Alright, what about all the other ingredients that I can acquire in this big-ass town? A lot of cook ingredients available here. To cook something, then the butcher sells the buy new meat, and there are other shops that sell red grass. The water shop sells pristine clear water. Same as any city, really. And if memory serves, I heard something about being able to make a dish from Fabian's hometown. Okay, well that one was kind of fucking. I've already done that.
Amazing.
Alright.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, I can help out. Fuck it. Sure, I might help, but I got fucking nothing else to do as far as I know.
Next up is... then...
The cockatoo woolly cloud omelet. The eggs in the dish are supposed to have a fluffy look. How do we do that? Is it not whisking it? No, it's gotta be whisking. Maybe it's low heat? I don't know.
Let's try this.
We let the residual heat slowly. Sure, man. I don't know. I don't put cloud egg. Maybe it'll fucking work. I don't fucking know. Oh shit! It did work. I'm a legend.
Nice job.
I mean, I guess my name is fucking Eggy, huh?
All right.
My tolerance up to 2 yet? Apparently not. I'm intolerant.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
6:20. Ah, we coughing right into the microphone. My bad, Chad. My bad. Alright, so, let's check the...
Say there.
Alright then.
Oh, it's sale day. I don't have anything to fucking buy, dude.
Let's go.
You can see if there's...
Whatever should I do?
Think now.
No, no.
bounties. What in the fuck am I waiting for here? I got the shit done too quick. I got everything done too quickly.
No.
Oh. Okay, so you're at 2. I think everybody's pretty much where we can get them to. I have no clue where Katharina is. Can't just try. I mean, I guess I could just travel somewhere randomly.
No.
Honestly, this could be a good place to end the stream. Six hours in, we're at the 20th. Excuse me, 7.5 hours in. We got all the main stuff done. We're just kind of waiting for the next day to start. We could just come back and ease ourselves in on Monday, huh?
What now?
Because I got no deadlines right now until fucking something happens. I'm just blindly going around looking for people to help too. So maybe that's what maybe we'll call it for today. What, 13-ish hours total in game now? Bro. Played a lot the last 2 days, chat. Played a lot the last 2 days.
What now?
We've played a ton. But now we're gonna find somebody. I'm sure there's somebody else. Send you lovely people to while I go chill and lay down because I am eating. But if you have been hanging out, thank you for hanging out today. It's been a long stream. I know there are probably people that have come in and dipped and chilled and left, so I hope that anybody here listening still, or that popped in all day, had a good time. Won't be live again until Monday. We'll be live every fucking day next week, so it's gonna be a lot next week. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really got much else to say. So, while I find somebody, I just want to thank y'all for hanging out. Created a mean last night. Highly enjoying this so far, but wondering if I'm a little over leveled now, but it is what it is. Let's just raid Bastion. Well, nah, let's raid Mochi. Mochi's good people. That's not the button. Alright guys, put a smile in the chat. Go say what's up to Mochi. He's doing Warhammer. Go say what's up. I'm gonna be lurking. I'm fucking tired, dude. I'm not gonna lie. What, fucking 5-6 hours yesterday, 8 hours today. A lot of streaming, but thank you for hanging out. Go say what's up to Mochi. She's good people. Nox, thank you for lurking-durking. Anybody else that's lurking-durking. And yeah, I'm done. See you guys Monday. Follow the socials, I guess, if you care. Long week next week of playing this game, and I'm excited to play this every day and brain rot my anime brain. So yeah, go say what's up. I'm out, and have a good rest of your Friday and a good weekend if I don't see you.